one who married us off." The burlesque club was quieter than usual tonight, so when Kathleen pulled an apron on, she figured it would be a way to kill time rather than any real work. She hadn't shown up to waitressing in so long that she didn't even know who was managing the club anymore, given how quickly they were switched out depending on Scarlett's inner circle ongoings. "Table at the back," one of the other girls, Amy, shouted from the bar. "Someone go wipe." She blinked, citing Kathleen. "Miss Lang, what are you doing here?" Kathleen rolled her eyes, adjusting her sleeves. She had changed from a kipao into a button shirt. She was attending another party meeting immediately after this, and she needed to look the part. And if she picked up a few stains from waitressing away the few hours beforehand, then so much the better. "I know everyone forgot," Kathleen answered, "but I do work here." "Oh no, that's not what I meant." Amy wrung her rag cloth, then pushed a tray of freshly washed cups down the bar where Eileen was drying. "Miss Rosalind said she was off to eat dinner with you. She left almost an hour ago." Kathleen froze. A serving boy brushed by, almost colliding with the elbow she had jutting out. Had she forgotten her plans? Had Rosalind asked to meet? Almost frantically, Kathleen searched through her memory, but all she could conclude was that Rosalind certainly had not made plans to eat with Kathleen, and it was unlikely that the barkeeping girls had misheard for someone else instead, because the only other possible contender was Juliet, and Juliet was out of the city. "I think she might have misremembered," Kathleen said. Eileen didn't pick up on Kathleen's confusion. She grinned, making fast work of wiping the glass in her hands. "Or maybe she's off to see her foreigner." Her what? Kathleen felt like she had stepped into a film without watching the first half. Amy hushed Eileen immediately, but her mouth had a quirk to it, as if the thought itself was amusing. "Chen Ailing, don't spread rumors." "About a foreigner?" Kathleen asked, finally recovering from her shock. "What are you talking about?" Amy and Amy exchanged a glance. One of their expressions said, "Now look what you did." The other said, "How does she not already know?" "Lang Shaolin has been sighted with a man who might be a lover," Amy reported, entirely matter of fact. "Only rumors, of course. No one's gotten a good look at his face. They can't even decide if he is a merchant or the son of a governor. If you listen to the messengers running it, the same ones would say that Miss Cai was seen embracing Roma Montagov." Which was true. Kathleen didn't let her expression show her continued bewilderment. She merely quirked an eyebrow and turned away, making for the table at the back to begin clearing it. She hardly paid attention to the plates as she stacked them onto her arm, laying them one atop the other until she was balancing them all upon her wrist. Of late, this would be fully in line with Rosalind's peculiar behavior, and Kathleen could not fathom it, could not pinpoint when her sister had changed. For the longest time, it had been Kathleen and Rosalind against the world. Their antics together constituted some of Kathleen's earliest memories, as toddlers climbing the mansion gates when Juliet's nurse was not watching, as children trying to hide the bump on Rosalind's head after they failed to slide down the staircase railing, as just the two of them, playing pretend with dried leaves because there was nothing better to use. The Langs had been triplets, but hardly anyone would have known by watching the three of them interact. Even after they were sent to Paris, the dynamic remained the same. Their third sister was an empty seat at the dining table because she was in bed again, fighting a cold, while Rosalind and Kathleen whispered secrets beneath their napkins, giggling if the tutors asked them to eat properly. Their third sister was the empty middle seat, absent at all the events Rosalind and Kathleen crashed, leaning on each other in the back of the car and laughing louder if the chauffeur glanced back in concern. And now Kathleen had nothing of these rumors, though they had once shared their every secret. Of course, it was possible that there was no lover at all, merely another merchant Rosalind was accommodating for their father. Yet Kathleen still felt a suspicious chill sweep up her spine as she entered the kitchen, dumping the plates in the sink for the kitchen hands to deal with. Had they grown apart? Had Kathleen become too much of a stranger for her sister? "What are you up to, Rosalind?" she muttered. "What aren't you telling me?" The kitchen door slammed. Serving boys moved in and out, bustling around her as we got to work. Kathleen stayed near the tables, wiping her hands on a washcloth. Rosalind had always trusted Celia. Maybe that was the problem here. Maybe Celia was fading, forgotten under the layers of Kathleen that she had taken on. Kathleen shook her head, picking up a clean stack of trays and hurrying back into the club. A revolution is never pretty, nor is it clean, quiet, peaceful. The city watches the crowds gather that night, clustering for an uprising that might finally be heard. Whispers travel about monsters and madness, and it hits a breaking point. How much misery can the streets hold before there is spillover? The unions flock together in effort. They threaten all who listen with what will happen if the gangsters and imperialists are not removed. The starving will wilt into nothing. The poor will blow away with the wind. And in Shanghai, where the factory workers number up to the hundreds and thousands, they are listening. The people march, throngs coming upon police stations and garrison posts. They enter foreign concessions and swarm through Chinese territory alike. The foreigners bolt their doors with trembling hands. The gangsters step out onto the streets, adding numbers to the troops sent to break the crowds. "Is this a good idea?" one worker among the crowd asks. His friend casts him a glance askew, shivering. It is freezing cold in Shanghai. Ice crystals remain on the streets, and when a bird caws from somewhere afar, the sound hardly echoes because a gust blows fiercely enough to drown it out. "What does it matter?" his friend replies. "The city can only get worse. We may as well try." They approach the station. From above, one might admire the way the crowd fans out. Flaming torches race to the sky. Blots of orange running a perfect semicircle in formation, blocking off all paths of escape.
It almost looks like warfare, and the wind leans forward. "This is your first and only warning," an officer bellows through a megaphone. "Those causing civil unrest will be beheaded on sight. It is not an empty threat." Here, at the outskirts of the city, where gangster royalty and foreigners would rarely go, there have already been sightings upon sightings of decapitated heads impaled upon lampposts. They decorate street corners like mere shop signs, used as a warning to other dissidents who dare attempt to overthrow the territory they live in. It has come to this. It is not enough to expect loyalty, not enough to scare by force. The Scarlets have long known that the people are no longer afraid of them, and that is something for the Scarlets to be afraid of. "No gangster rule," the crowd demands at once. "No foreign rule." The officers ready in formation. Broadswords glimmer under the silver moonlight. An option far messier than bullets, but rifles are short on supply. The Nationalist armies have their pick of the weaponry, and they have taken the guns to fight a real war elsewhere. The city sniffs, and the clouds grow dense, blocking the shine of the moon. Shanghai fights a war too. The soldiers in uniform have not arrived yet, but it is a war nonetheless. "Your numbers mean nothing," the megaphone tries once more. "Disperse, or—" The officer steps back abruptly, seeing something in the crowd. It is a chain effect, and all the workers turn to look too, one after the other, raising the gas lamps in their hands and lighting the dark night. And they see a monster standing in the crowd. At once, the masses falls loose in fear. Police officers and gangsters on the other side of the line rush for shelter. By now, this city knows how to react. Its people have gone through this play enough times that they have memorized their lines, and they remember which exit to take. They pick up children and haul them to their shoulders, they offer the elderly their arms, and they run. But the monster does not do anything. Even when the workers have dispersed, it stands there, one lone entity in the middle of the road. When it blinks, its eyelids come together from the left and right, and at once a collective shudder shakes the city from all who look upon it. They wish not to see how the monster's blue skin grows murky under the light, but the moon shines on anyway, and the officers in the station must turn away from the window, breathing shallowly with fear. In this part of Shanghai, the uprising pauses. Other places, other fringe districts and dirt roads burn and become awash in blood. But here there is no movement. From within the station, no slash of a broadsword, nor heads atop pikes, so long as the monster remains. It tilts its head up, looking at the moon, almost like the monster is smiling. In the weeks that passed, the dance that Roma and Juliet settled into grew almost predictable. In the most literal sense, too, given how often they were dropping into the various dance halls across the concessions. Show up, target a foreigner, get answers. Juliet didn't mind. Navigating a Wu-Ting was far more palatable than navigating places like the Grand Theater and the racecourse. Here, although it still required the same sharp tongue, although they remained surrounded by pearls and champagne and the knowledge that this was foreign-owned land, there were still Chinese tycoons and gangsters dancing the night away, blowing their cigarette smoke out without caring that it might bother the Frenchmen at the next table. A dance hall was no different from a burlesque club in practice. Same showgirls on stage, same smoky interiors, same lowlifes lurking by the doors. The only reason they seemed so much fancier was because they ran on foreign money. Juliet returned from the bar, offering Roma the second drink in her hand. Meanwhile, the French merchant who had approached them earlier in the evening continued chattering on, following right on her tail. Roma took the drink absently, his gaze remaining elsewhere in inspection. They had spent long enough here at Balamnor Paramount, to the foreigners, to have spoken with almost every wealthy elite present tonight. By now, it was obvious that the flyers were not limited to those in the French concession, but the international settlement too. All the occupants of Bubbling Well Road gasping in confirmation when Juliet asked about them. Funnily enough, though, those flyers were the only thing people reported regarding the new monster business. Nobody had actually gone to the address. Many had already been vaccinated by the Larkspur and thought it unnecessary, or they didn't believe the flyers to be real. The blackmailer wasn't smarter than Paul Dexter after all, because they hadn't built any of the reputation that the Larkspur dove into Shanghai with, and now nobody trusted the idea of a new vaccine enough to actually go get it. And besides, the merchant behind her was saying, once Juliet tuned in again, "Your cousin has said that the Scarlets are close to a breakthrough on their own vaccine. What use is another?" At this, Roma choked on his drink, managing to suppress his cough before it was too obvious. The man prattling on did not notice, because he was Scarlet affiliated and had been pretending that Roma did not exist. Even if the merchant was happy to speak as if the White Flower heir was not 2 steps away, he was, and he could hear everything that the man didn't even realize was sensitive information. Juliet's eyes slid to Roma as the last of his cough died, checking only that he did not need a great big thump on the back. He seemed to recover. A shame. "My cousin is not to be trusted," Juliet said. She traced her finger around the cool edge of her glass. There was no one the man could be referring to save for Tyler. She highly doubted Rosalind or Kathleen was going around gossiping with Scarlet-affiliated French merchants. They had the linguistic ability, but not the stomach. The merchant leaned one shoulder against the wall. This corner of Balamnor was rather empty, hosting 1 or 2 tables that had a poor view of the stage. Of course, Roma and Juliet weren't standing here to watch the show. They were here to peruse the crowd and see if there were any more people worthy of approaching. "Oh," the merchant said, "if I'm not overstepping, Miss Cai, the city seems to trust your cousin more than they trust you." Juliet turned around, fixing her eyes on him. The merchant flinched a little, but he did not back down. "I'll give you 2 seconds to take that back." The merchant forced an awkward laugh. He feigned deference, but a certain note of amusement colored his stare. "It is merely an observation," he said, "one that notes how daughters will always have their attention elsewhere. Who could blame you, Miss Cai? You were not born for this, like your cousin was, after all." "How dare he?" "Juliet, let it go." Juliet cast Roma a glare. "Stay out of this. Do you even know this merchant's name?" Roma looked the Frenchman once over. Apathy oozed from the gesture. "On any other day, you'd have walked away. He's irrelevant. Let it go." Her grip tightened on her drink. By all means, it was foolish to make a scene in a dance hall, especially among so many foreigners, among those she needed to respect her if she was going to get any information out of them. Then the merchant grinned and said, "You take instructions from white flowers now, do you? Miss Cai, what would your fallen scarlet say?" Juliet threw her drink down, the glass shattering into 1,000 pieces. "Try me one more time." She lunged, pushing the merchant into the wall, so fiercely that his head made a crack against the marble. Juliet reared back, her fist closing for another strike. Only then an iron grip came around her waist, hauling her 2 steps away. "Calm down," Roma hissed, his mouth so close to her ear that she could feel the heat of his lips. "Before I throw you into the wall." A chill swept down Juliet's neck. In anger or attraction, she wasn't quite sure. It seemed unnecessarily cruel that each time Roma Montagov decided to get so close, it was to make threats, especially when Juliet was hardly in the wrong here. Anger won out. It always did. "So do it," she said through her teeth. Roma didn't move. He wouldn't. Juliet had expected that. Threats were easy to make, but they could not be seen fighting with each other, not when their collaboration was supposed to be some big stand against the blackmailer. That's what I thought. By then, the merchant had regained his bearings and, without sparing Juliet a second glance, hurried toward the back of the hall, scampering off like a frightened animal. Roma let go, slowly, his arm winding away bit by bit, as if he was afraid the merchant was only going to come running back and Juliet would need to be reined in again. Juliet eyed the broken glass on the floor. "Go sit down, would you?" Roma suggested. There was no sympathy in his voice. All his words were level, betraying no emotion. "I'll get you another drink." Without waiting for her response, he turned and left, and Juliet frowned, supposing she had no choice except to slink up to a table and drop into a chair, putting her head in her hands. So Roma returned, setting a glass in front of Juliet as he sat down too. Juliet suppressed a sigh. She knew what was coming. "You are working on a vaccine." "Yes." Juliet rubbed her forehead, then winced, knowing she was smearing product all over her fingers. She should have snapped for him to mind his business, but she was bone-weary of this dance, this routine of dead ends and useless information. It hardly occurred to her that she needed to stop before she was saying, "We have some papers that Paul left behind." This was exactly why Lord Montagov had given Roma his task, to pick up all the information Juliet let slip. "And what will you do?" Roma asked, seeming not to notice, as Juliet reached right into her drink and took out an ice cube, rubbing it along her fingers to clean the makeup off. "When you recreate the vaccine." Juliet barked a harsh laugh. Suddenly she was glad for the darkness of the hall, each bulb of the chandeliers above twinkling dimly, not only to hide the mess she had made of her makeup, but the mania she was sure had entered her expression. "If it were up to me," she said roughly, "I'd send it through the whole city, put a protective casing on everyone so the blackmailer loses power." A knife materialized between her fingers, and she stabbed the blade into the table, crushing the ice cube into fractions. "But my father may listen to Tyler instead. We may give it only to the Scarlets, then sell it to everyone else, and it will merely be a pity for those who cannot afford it. It is the smart option after all, the profit-making option." Roma said nothing. "You don't have a lot of time left," Juliet went on, only because she knew she had his full attention now.
You should begin a campaign to capture our information so that the white flowers distribute the vaccine into the market first." Juliet yanked the knife out of the table, and ice shards flew in all directions, scattering on the small wooden top. It was always going to be hope that ruined her. Hope that she had presented a terrible thing to him on a platter, and he would not do it. Hope that he might care enough to keep the information to himself. Why would he? He had no reason to care for her when she had given him so many reasons to hate her. And yet she was foolish enough to test him anyway. "It's time," Roma finally said. Juliet looked at him quickly, but he had long moved past the topic at hand. "We need to go to the facility in Kunshan. It may be our very blackmailer." "Somehow, I doubt it," Juliet muttered. She put her knife away and stood, dropping into a mocking curtsy, as if they were nothing more than dance partners taking leave for the night. "I'll see you at the railway station tomorrow." Without waiting for further retort, Juliet grabbed her coat and exited the dance hall, plunging back out into the night. From the roof of Balaman, Marshall leaned into the cold breeze, letting his hair flutter with the wind. It was a precarious drop down to the pavement. One slip of his shoes, and he'd plummet over the edge, falling along the straight wall of the dance hall with nothing to grab on his way down. Just at the thought, his grip tightened a little closer, to the towered peak at the center of the building. Movement flashed below. The glimmering lights of Balaman reflected off the rain puddles that had collected on the streets earlier, spelling Paramount Ballroom backward in red and yellow. Marshall was hardly surprised when he watched Juliet storm out from the dance hall and stomp right into one of the puddles, as if ruining her shoes might improve her mood. "I wonder what Roma did," Marshall said aloud. He got his answer, in a roundabout way, when Roma emerged from Balaman a minute later and stopped some distance into the road, ignoring the rickshaw runners calling for his business. Instead, he turned his head skyward and emitted one short yell. Marshall ducked out of view, just in case Roma caught sight of him, but he shouldn't have worried. In seconds, Roma had stormed off too, in the opposite direction of Juliet. "Tragic," Marshall muttered into the wind. "Montagovs were so dramatic." Yet he missed the dramatics, missed being right in the heart of the city, at the heart of the feud that kept it in halves. If Benedict were here, he would probably tell Marshall to stop being thick-headed. There was nothing good about a feud, nothing other than loss. But if nothing else, it was a singular purpose in a place that seemed to ask for too much. Another gust of wind blew hard into his face, and Marshall shrank back, searching for a better place to sit. He had come out tonight for a breath of fresh air. Only then he had sighted Roma and Juliet walking along Avenue Foch and wasted no time following on their tail. They hadn't noticed him trekking a few steps behind, nor when he hurried ahead to get onto the scaffolding at the back of Balaman when Roma and Juliet disappeared within. Marshall was almost surprised. He expected more from two heirs who could probably hit a fly with a needle if they threw hard enough. What have you two descended into? There was no reply to come, not unless the night itself had an answer. Marshall needed to stop speaking out loud, but it was the only thing keeping him less lonely. He missed conversation. He missed people. He missed Benedict. The wail of a siren swept the streets some distance away, then the echo of what might have been a gunshot. Marshall pulled his legs up to his chest, resting his chin on his knees. When he first joined the White Flowers, he was just another scrappy kid picked off the streets, thin and hungry and constantly dirty. That was how Benedict found him that day, curled up in the alley behind the Montagov house, legs pulled close, arms wrapped in a fetal position. He hadn't yet learned how to fight, how to smile so sharply that it would cut as fast as any blade. And when Benedict crouched in front of him, looking like a shining cherub with his pressed white shirt and curly combed hair, he didn't remark on any of that. All he did was extend a hand, asking, "Do you have somewhere to go?"
"I do have somewhere to go now," Marshall muttered, "but it was better when you were there with me." A sudden rustle came from the other side of the rooftop, and Marshall jolted, startling out of his thoughts. He had gotten so caught up in his memories that he had tuned out the world around him. A mistake, one that he couldn't afford to make. This was Scarlet territory. And indeed, a Scarlet circled around the rooftop tower, coming into view. He froze as he looked up, cigarette dangling from his lips.
Please don't recognize me, Marshall thought, his hands creeping for the pistol in his pocket. Please don't recognize me, Marshal So, the Scarlet, croaked. You're supposed to be dead. Aish. The Scarlet threw his cigarette down, but Marshall had readied himself. There was only one way this could end. He drew the pistol from his pocket in one fast motion and fired, fast and first, because that was what mattered. At the end of the day, that was the only thing that mattered. The bullet landed true. With a harsh clatter, the Scarlet's weapon fell to the floor. It might have been a gun, it might have been a dagger, it might even have been a throwing star for all the consequence it held. But in the hazy dark, all Marshall cared about was it being out of reach. And then the Scarlet collapsed too. A hand clasped over the hole studded into his breastbone. For a few tense seconds, Marshall heard labored breathing, the metallic smell of blood permeating the rooftop. Then, silence. Utter silence. Marshall kicked the edge of the rooftop, skittering little stones down the side of Bailman. All this death on his hands. All this death, and in truth, none of it mattered to him so long as it protected him, protecting the secrets of those he was hiding for. Gosh, he whispered, scrubbing his face and turning to the breeze, away from the smell. I hate this city. The uniform was less itchy than Marshall had expected. He had grumbled like high hell when his father had tossed it at him upon his arrival, opting to fold his arms and demand that they throw him in a cell instead. General Shu had stared at him blandly, as had all his men, as if Marshall were a child throwing a tantrum in a candy store. It had seemed rather silly then, to stand around and waste time, achieving nothing meaningful save for being a big headache. It was only that if he remained petulant, he could fool himself into believing that someone was coming for him, that the city might stop fighting, that the gangs would go back to normal, that the white flowers would storm the place, waving for him to hurry and come home. But Marshall had been hiding out for months. The white flowers thought he was dead. The city had given up on him. There was no use digging his heels in and being difficult. Marshall inspected the cuff of his sleeve, his attention drifting from the Nationalist currently speaking. This was General Shu's residence, and his father and 20-odd men were presently convening around the heavy wooden table in the council room, letting Marshall listen too, as if he were here to learn. There were no more seats available at the table, so Marshall stood by the door instead, leaning on the fraying wallpaper and eyeing the ceiling, wondering if the creaking he heard late at night from his bedroom one floor above was the footsteps of his father, pacing the council room at odd hours. Erzi? Marshall jumped. He had zoned out. When his eyes focused on the table again, the men were clearing out, and his father was staring at him, his hands behind his back. Come sit a minute. At the very least, Marshall hadn't missed anything. He had heard all he needed in the other meetings. The communists needed to go. Shanghai was theirs. The northern expedition would succeed. Blah, blah, blah. No campaigns to rush off to? Marshall remarked, dropping into a seat. General Shu didn't seem amused. The door closed after the final Nationalist, and Marshall's father returned to the table, selecting the seat 2 away from Marshall. You are not being forced to remain here, Marshall snorted. Given the soldiers stationed around this house, you and I have very different definitions of what being forced means. Mere precautions. General Shu rapped his knuckles on the table surface. Marshall's eyes shot to the sound immediately, stiffening at the move. It was how his father used to get his attention at the dinner table on the rare occasions he came to visit.
visit as if it weren't his own family. You are young. You don't know what is best yet. What I must do is keep you within the most ideal conditions, even if I must compel it, and only then can you— Stop, Marshall pleaded. They had had enough low-toned, mean-spirited back and forth yesterday. He was hardly in the mood to start hashing out again how exactly a childhood kept out in the countryside qualified as an ideal condition. Get to the point. What am I doing here? Why do you care? For several long moments, General Shu said nothing. Then, this country is going to war. I was content to let you run yourself wild as a gangster when there seemed no harm, but it is different now. The city is dangerous. Your place is here. Marshall resisted the urge to laugh out loud, not in humor, low-bellied, stinking resentment. I survived as a gangster in Shanghai for years. I can manage, thanks. No. General Shu turned to his side, looking across the top of the chair between them. You didn't, did you? At the merest provocation, the Scarlet Heir asked you to play dead, and you did. Marshall was so tired of this being some crime. What was wrong with hiding? What was wrong with retreating and lying low, if only to survive and recoup, if only to fight another day? I bear no ill will to the Scarlet Heir. Maybe you should. She is reckless and volatile. She is everything wrong with this city. I ask again, Marshall repeated through gritted teeth. Is there a point to this? His father could say that it was for his own good. He could pull up the city's every obituary, could show Marshall the sheer numbers that had been lost in these recent few years to the blood feud. A bullet through the chest for no reason other than wandering too close to the wrong territory. It didn't matter. It was all an excuse. The Nationalists shunned the imperial monarchy, but when they marched into this city and took it, they acted just as conquering kings and empires did. Different titles, the same idea. Power was only long-lasting if it were a reign, and reigns needed heirs. Marshall's father never cared to find him when he was a child surviving off scraps. It was only now, when appearances became key, that he remembered Marshall existed. General Shu sighed, dropping the brewing argument. Instead, he reached into his jacket, his hands brushing past the flashing medals pinned to his lapel, and retrieved a small, square card. I divulge this information because I care. The card landed upon the table, face up. There is an execution order from the Kuomintang on the Montagovs. In a flash, Marshall shot to his feet, lunging for the small card and scanning the telegram. The stroke of midnight. No prisoners left alive. Call it off, Marshall demanded. His voice turned to steel. He hated when he sounded like this. It wasn't him. Call it off now. I can delay it, General Shu said evenly. I can continue delaying it, but I cannot call it off. No one has that power alone. Marshall's fists tightened. He imagined marching out right now, through the line of soldiers, past the tall, tall walls bordering the mansion. So, you tell me as if I should be grateful? He asked. You tell me as if I should bless the Kuomintang that they are only soon to be dead? General Shu was not bothered by Marshall's outburst. He never was. I tell you so you realize what is left out there. Your former gangsters whose lives hang on a thread. Your Scarlet Heir under her father's thumb. Your White Flower Heir with nothing left under his command. What remains for you? The only place where you are needed is here. As the Kuomintang leadership flock into the city, as the number of meetings rise, as they look to see where the next generation of capable leaders may stem from, you are needed. The telegram crinkled under Marshall's fingers. He was biting the inside of his cheek so hard that he could taste the metallic tang of blood. The white flowers were crumbling. The White Flowers hardly qualified as a gang any longer, never mind an empire that could exert power against the city.
You cannot help your friends by running out, General Shu continued. but you can help by staying with me. I am willing to train you in your studies, your potential for leadership. I am willing to bring you up the chain of command, to be my son in proper public view. A nationalist prodigy, an obedient son, one who had stayed in the house that day he found his mother dead, who hadn't fled the very second he envisioned living only with his stranger of a father. He wondered how much of his past he needed to erase, whether it was his history as a gangster or his history flirting with boys. That would be more of a scandal. "Do you promise?" Marshall asked hoarsely. "We can save my friends? You will help me? You will not abandon me? You will not leave me to fend for myself?" General Shu nodded firmly, rising to his feet too. "We can be a family again, Marshall, so long as you do not fight me. We could do grand things, make grand change." Marshall released the telegram, let it flutter back upon the table. "I will keep your friends safe," General Shu finally said. "I will protect them to the very best of my ability, but I will need your help. Don't you want a purpose? Don't you want to stop running?" "Yes," Marshall replied quietly. "Yes, I would like that." "Good," General Shu said. He dropped both his hands on Marshall's shoulders, giving a squeeze. It almost felt fatherly. It almost felt gentle. Very good. If Roma looked at one more map, he feared he would fry his brain. With a huff, he pushed all the papers out of the way, dragging a hand through his hair and mussing his careful combing beyond repair. A mess. Everything was a very messy situation, and he couldn't begin to imagine how the white flowers could survive this. His father kept himself locked in his office. The other powerful men in the white flowers were either mysteriously missing or had outright signaled their intent to disappear. It hadn't been like this immediately after the takeover, but it seemed the more time passed, the clearer it was that there was no reverse button. Their contacts in the foreign concessions were lost. Their agreements with militia forces across all territory had collapsed. Lord Montagov had very few options. Either gather his numbers together and wage outright battle on two groups of politicians, communist and nationalist alike, or tuck tail and disintegrate. The first was not even in the realm of possibility, so the second it needed to be. If only his father would actually open his door when Roma knocked. So many years of Roma trying to prove himself, and for what? They would have ended up here anyway, a city in flames, whether Roma behaved or not. Roma! Roma sat upright, stretching his body so he could peer through his half-open door. It was late at night, the light at his desk flickering at random. Something was wrong with the wires in the house, and he suspected it was because the electric factories and power lines across the city were still sitting in ruins. "Benedict?" Roma called back. "Is that you?" His lamp made a sound. With a suddenness that almost gave Roma a fright, the bulb went out completely. At the same time, footsteps were thudding up the stairs and down the hall. And when Benedict burst through Roma's door in a complete rush, Roma's immediate instinct was to assume his cousin had had an epiphany for Marshall's rescue. Then Benedict slumped to rest his hands on his knees, his face so pale as to look sickly. And Roma bolted to his feet. "Not an epiphany. Are you okay?" he demanded. "Have you heard?" Benedict gasped. He staggered forward, looking as if he would fall. Heard what? In half-darkness, his sight guided only by the light of the hallway, Roma smacked his hands along his cousin's arms. He found no wounds. "Are you injured?" "So you haven't heard?" Benedict said. Something about his tone brought Roma's eyes up, snapping to attention. "There are confirmed reports. Nationalists, communists, scarlets, they're all talking about it. I wager it was not supposed to leak past the scarlet circles, but it did. About what?" Roma resisted the urge to shake his cousin, if only because color still had not returned to Benedict's pale cheeks. "Benedict, what are you talking about?" Benedict did stumble to the floor then, landing hard into a sitting position. "Juliet is dead," he whispered. "Dead by her own hand."
Juliette was not dead. She was, however, at risk of collapsing from overexertion, given how hard she had run across the city. In an effort to hurry as fast as possible, she had possibly twisted her ankle and blown out her lungs. Perhaps lungs didn't blow out so easily, but the tightness in her chest said otherwise. Affording herself a mere minute of rest, Juliette pulled her hat low over her face and leaned against the exterior wall of White Flower headquarters, heaving for breath behind the building. She had managed to push the purge to 4 in the morning. Any later than that, and her ruse could fall through if the Nationalists demanded further explanation. The plan had unfolded so smoothly that Juliette just knew something was going to go wrong. She had succeeded in sneaking into her father's empty office, succeeded in forging a letter with his handwriting, and stamped it in his name. To the Chinese, a man's personal stamp was as good as an unforgeable signature. Never mind how insensible that was, given Lord Cai locked his in a drawer Juliette knew how to open. She had succeeded in pressing down the ink, in folding up the letter, with its contents brief and succinct. "My daughter is dead, a dagger to her own heart. While I understand the importance of revolution, please allow all Scarlets to mourn until daybreak before any action is taken." She had even succeeded in prodding the unconscious messenger awake and threatening him at knife point to take the letter and deliver it to the same Nationalist who had sent Lord Cai the last correspondence, promising that she would peel his skin like a sliced pear if he tattled about Juliette being alive. The moment the messenger ran out the door, Juliette charged for the nearest phone. She needed to warn Roma, warn him that there was an order for his execution, and warn him that she was very much alive, no matter what the streets were about to say. That was when Juliette remembered the lines were down. Gosh! She tried, of course. Tried calling and calling in case the operator centers had 1 or 2 workers mingling around. The line refused to connect. There was not a single messenger around the house to run a warning to the Montagovs. They were all out, dispersed across the city, lying in wait like live snakes in tall grass. Now it was already past midnight. She had spared precious time in packing first, jewelry and weapons and cash shoved into a burlap sack slung around her shoulders. If she was going to run, she was going to run with all the means possible to survive. Who was to say how long it would be before she could come back? Who was to say if Shanghai would ever heal enough for her to come back at all? Juliette slunk around the side of the building, then took a sharp turn in her route, hurrying into another thin alley. She was not walking toward the front door of headquarters. Instead, she needed to get to the building behind their central block. From above, the darkness of the clouds beat down as if it were a pressing heat, so heavy that the lone street lamp some paces away seemed like the only salvation from miles. Juliette came to a stop outside the other building. Listening for sound and hearing nothing, she knocked. The shuffle of footsteps came immediately, like the occupant inside had been waiting for someone. When the door opened and a flood of light bled into the heavy night, a woman was blinking at Juliette, young, Chinese, wearing an apron dusted with flour. This used to be how Juliette snuck into the Montagov house in the few times she had dared it.
It had been years since her last attempt. By now, the people living behind the central block had long moved, bringing in strangers for replacements. "Which apartment are you in?" Juliette asked, not bothering with pleasantries. What? Which apartment?" Juliette repeated. "You don't occupy the whole building, do you?" The woman blinked again, then, with delay, shook her head. "I am only this floor," she said, gesturing behind her. "Some renters in between, and at the top is my elderly father." Juliette withdrew a clump of money and pressed it into the woman's hands. "Let me through, would you? I just need to use his window." After a long second of staring at the sum of money in her hands, the woman made a stammering noise and let Juliette into the building. "Thank you," Juliette breathed. She spared a glance over her shoulder before stepping through the threshold. "If you're waiting for someone to come home tonight, I urge you to stay in. Don't leave, understand me?" The woman nodded, her eyebrows knitting together. Juliette didn't wait for further invitations. She surged forward, trekking up the nearest set of stairs that appeared.
All the buildings in these parts of the city were built in a labyrinthine manner, window panes shooting out from staircase banisters and rooms leading into other rooms, which held the next set of stairs up. Juliet finally found the floor she wanted, her memory withstanding the years. When she eased open the door into the dark bedroom, she found an elderly man sleeping in his bed, the curtains to his window undrawn, a flood of silver illuminating his frail form. Careful not to let her shoes click on the hardwood floor, Juliet crept to the window and lifted it, shivering with the gust of wind. The back of this building was directly facing the back of White Flower headquarters, and they were so close to one another that when Juliet reached out, she easily slid open Roma Montagov's window and climbed over. For one exhale, her body was dangling 4 floors above ground, one wrong twitch away from falling and shattering into pieces. Then she had ducked through the window, softly touching down in Roma Montagov's bedroom. Juliet looked around. The room was empty. "Where is he?" "Roma," Juliet called softly, like he might possibly be hiding. When there was no response, she muttered in frustration. Think, where could he have gone? Juliet hurried to the door and pulled it open quietly, eyeing the empty hallway. There was considerable noise coming from downstairs, like White Flowers were still entertaining themselves despite the late hour. For a moment, Juliet simply did not know what to do, short of slipping into the hallway and closing Roma's bedroom door behind her, her heart pounding a crescendo in her chest. Then she turned to her side and found a small face watching her from the crack of a shoe cupboard. "Oh my goodness," Juliet whispered in Russian. "Elisa Nikolaevna, are you trying to give me a heart attack?" Elisa climbed out of the small cupboard, straightening to her full height. "You're supposed to be dead," Juliet reared back. "How did you know?" "How did I know that you were dead?" Elisa asked. "I heard Benedict bring the news in. Roma ran out as soon as he heard." Oh no. Where did he go?" Juliet breathed. "Elisa, where did he go?" Elisa shook her head. "I don't know. I've just been thinking in the cupboard since then. I was about to mourn you too, you know. It was only 10 minutes ago." Juliet pressed her fist to her mouth, thinking fast. Within the house there came a chiming sound, and she was willing to bet that it was signaling the hour, 1 o'clock, the new morning. "Listen to me." Juliet kneeled suddenly so that she wasn't looming over Elisa. She clamped her hands on the girl's shoulders, her grip tight. "Elisa, there's a purge coming. I need you to go downstairs and warn everyone. Warn as many people as you can. Then I need you to pack whatever you cannot bear to live without and come with me." Elisa stared forward. Her eyes were as big as a doe's, amber brown and filled with concern. "Come with you?" she echoed. "To where?" "To find your brother," Juliet answered, "because we're leaving the city." "Baba," Juliet exclaimed, "please tell me what's going on." The house was in disarray, overtaken by activity. At first, Juliet had thought they were assembling their forces to fight against the attack. Messengers had been sent out the door at rapid speed, but as soon as she listened in on exactly what her father's men were saying, it seemed that it was not a defense they were putting up. They were summoning nationalists to the door, gathering forces inward. They were bringing together the Scarlet Inner Circle, the business tycoons who held properties in the city. Now they were here in abundance, greeting Lord Cai briefly and hurriedly, eyes darting back and forth like there was something urgently pressing on their heels. The moment her father came up the stairs, Juliet lunged for his sleeve, holding on tightly. "What's going on?" she tried again, when he continued walking forward. "Why would the blackmailer strike now?" "It was never one blackmailer," Lord Cai replied evenly. Pausing before his office, already humming with noise inside, he eased her grip off his sleeve, then smoothed the fabric of his shirt down until it was free of wrinkles. "It was the communists. It has always been the communists." Juliet felt her face furrow, all her muscles pinching together. "No, I told you, they're working with the communists. But those were Paul's insects. One of the monsters is a Frenchman." Lord Cai opened his office door, then gestured for Juliet to stay put. He wasn't allowing her to follow him in. "Not now, Juliet," he said. "Not now." The door closed in Juliet's face. For a minute, Juliette could only stand there, blinking in disbelief. It had been laughable of her to think that she would be accepted into this gang once Tyler was gone, that Tyler was the only thing standing between her and complete recognition. They let her feel powerful, running about the city like she could solve all its problems. But as soon as true trouble came, they closed the very door in her face. Juliette took a step back, practically seething through her teeth. "Miss Cai?" A pitter-patter of footsteps came up behind her. Juliette turned and found a young messenger, holding a note out for her. "For you," he said. Juliette scrubbed a hand over her face, then took the note. "How come you weren't sent out into the city with everyone else?" The messenger grimaced. If you don't need me, I'll be off now." He fled before Juliette could get another word in. She almost called out again to summon the messenger back, but then she unfolded her note and stopped short. It was written in Russian. The messenger had not been a scarlet at all, but a white flower. "Come quickly. The safe house. We have Rosalind." "Kathleen!" Juliette bellowed. She was already sprinting down the hallway, coming to a sharp stop outside her cousin's bedroom, her heels practically making skid marks in the flooring. Kathleen scrambled up from her bed. "Do we know what's happening?" "We have something better," Juliette said. "Get your coat. Roma found Rosalind." When Roma opened the door to the safe house, it was so dark inside that Juliette could hardly see anything past his shoulder. As soon as she and Kathleen stepped in, Roma closed the door again, and the apartment fell into utter black. "What is this, an ambush?" Juliette remarked, flipping her lighter on. The first sight that flickered to life was Benedict and Marshall, both standing by the stove and grimacing like they were bracing for something. The second was Rosalind, gagged and tied to a chair. "Oh my God!" Kathleen cried, starting forward immediately. "What?" "Make her promise not to yell before you take that out," Roma cut in quickly. He finally flicked on the overhead light, then sighed when Kathleen didn't listen, yanking at Rosalind's gag.
It was only a small wad of fabric that once bundled vegetables. If Rosalind had really tried, she might have been able to spit it out. "No yelling," Marshall emphasized. "One shout and the Nationalists will come knocking." "Don't you tell me not to yell," Rosalind grumbled. "Ill," Rosalind cut in. Her cousin fell quiet. There was no running this time. There was nowhere to go. The streets outside were crawling with soldiers, their numbers gathered thickly after the panic that had erupted near the railway station. The attack had happened too close to the international settlement. One wrong move, and the British would start firing along the borders. Juliette walked to the window, unwilling to face Rosalind quite yet. She pulled at the boards, peering through the slivers. "How did they stop the attacks?" she asked. "They didn't," Benedict answered. "The monsters retreated of their own volition." Juliette sucked in a tight breath, thinned her lips, crossed her arms, maybe crossed them a bit too tightly, and looked as if she was reaching for a weapon, gauging by the way Benedict made a noise of alarm. Roma rolled his eyes at his cousin, gesturing for him to step back and get out of the way, as Juliette wound around the table, coming to a stop beside Kathleen, in front of Rosalind. "Was it because of you?" Juliette asked quietly. "Did they retreat because of you?" "No," Rosalind replied. Across the room, Benedict and Marshall exchanged a nervous glance. Roma leaned into the table, his body inclining in Juliette's direction. Kathleen bit her lip and shifted to her left until she was against the wall. "Rosalind," Juliette said. Her voice cracked. "I can't help you unless you tell me what you did." "Who said I needed help?" Rosalind replied. There was no malice in her tone, only a faint sense of dread. "I am a lost cause, John Lee." If the table hadn't been behind her, Juliette would have staggered back, guts twisting at the sound of her name. The last time Rosalind might have used it was when they were children, when they were barely taller than the rose bushes in the gardens, jumping over each other in a game of leapfrog, diving into the piles of leaves the household staff were trying to sweep, and giggling when they messed it all up. "Oh, don't try that with me, Juliette," Kathleen hissed. Juliette didn't relent. She plunged her hand into her pocket and dug out the list they had retrieved, unfolding the paper with a brisk snap. "This was on your desk, Rosalind," she said.
Pierre Moreau, Alfred Delalande, Edmond Lefebvre, Gervais Carrel, Simon Clare. 5 names, and if my guess is correct, 5 monsters. It is a simple question. Are you the blackmailer? Rosalind looked down in lieu of answering. Juliet threw the paper to the floor with a loud curse, her foot stamping on the list. "Wait, Juliet." Roma bent over to pick up the piece of paper. Under normal circumstances, she wouldn't have made much of the curiosity in his voice. Only then, Benedict and Marshall surged forward too, the 3 of them pale under the hazy bulb light, leaning in to read the list like it was something incomprehensible. "What is it?" Juliet demanded. "Simon Clare?" Benedict muttered. "Alfred Delalande," Marshall added, rocking back on his heels. "Those are Dimitri's men," Roma finished. He passed the list back to Juliet, but Kathleen reached over and intercepted it. "Those are all Dimitri Veronin's men." For all Juliet knew, the ground underneath her feet had crumbled to pieces. She was in free fall, her stomach suspended in motion. Rosalind did not deny it, did not offer another explanation. Nor did she do anything to resist when Juliet reached forward and pulled out the chain around her neck. It glimmered under the light, but Juliet paid no attention to hidden jewels. Instead, she flipped over the flat strip of metal at the necklace's end, running her finger across the engraving on the other side. "Voronin!" Juliet choked out a laugh. Half gasping, half guffawing, she was almost struggling to catch her breath when Roma pulled her back gently, easing her grip off Rosalind's necklace before she could rip the chain off and strangle her cousin with it. "Don't judge me," Rosalind said. Her eyes flickered between Juliet and Roma. "Not when you clearly did the same." "The same?" Juliet echoed. She couldn't stand here anymore. She pushed off the table and marched to the other side of the room, gulping in air. If Juliet had thought hard enough, perhaps she could have worked it out sooner, could have stopped this. She had always known. Rosalind was angry at the world, at the place she had been given. But what she wanted was not to change her place. It was to find something that made her place worth it. Juliet turned to Rosalind, her eyes stinging. "I decided to love a white flower," she managed, each word slicing at her tongue. "You helped a white flower set destruction onto the city. It is not the same." "I loved him," Rosalind said. She denied none of it. She was too prideful to deny it once she had been caught. "Tell me, if Roma Montagov had asked, wouldn't you have done it too?" "Don't speak about me as if I'm not right here," Roma interrupted before Juliet could answer. His tone was stern, if only to disguise how shaken he was. "Juliet, sit down. You look as though you are near fainting." Juliet folded herself upon the floor and dropped her head into her hands. Wasn't Rosalind right, in a way? However it had happened, she had loved Dimitri enough to betray her family, feed him information to whatever ends he wanted. Juliet had loved Roma enough to kill her own cousin. Rosalind was a traitor, but so was she. Marshall cleared his throat. "Just to be sure that I am following," he said. "Dimitri Veronin is the blackmailer, and you are his—" "Not anymore," Rosalind cut in. Marshall took the correction in stride. "You were his lover, both his source for Scarlet information and his—" He trailed off, thinking briefly. "What? Monster Keeper?" Rosalind turned her head away. "Untie me, and I will give you answers." "Don't." The command came from Kathleen, who had remained quiet until now. The ceiling light flickered, and underneath it, Kathleen's eyes looked utterly black. "You owe us that much, Rosalind," Kathleen said. She tossed the paper onto the table. By now, Kathleen had scrunched up the list so much that it was nothing but a tiny ball bouncing off the surface and flying to the floor. "I won't tell you how deeply you have betrayed us. I think you know. So, speak." Slowly, Juliet put a hand on the floor and started to get back onto her feet. Kathleen spun. "Don't defend her. Don't even think about it." "I wasn't going to." Juliet straightened to her full height, dusting off her hands. "I was going to ask you to take a step back. Rosalind is about to stand." Just as Rosalind shifted, Benedict lunged forward and yanked Kathleen toward him, stopping Rosalind from bowling her sister over with the chair's leg and making a run for the door. Heavens knew how she expected to escape her bindings even if she got to the door. "Yes, fine," Rosalind snapped, finally reaching a breaking point as her chair came back down with a defeated thump. Dmitri wanted to take over the White Flowers, and when one of his associates came in contact with Paul Dexter's remaining monsters, I went along with his plan to destroy this city. Is that what you want to hear? That I am weak? No one ever said you were weak, Marshall replied. Merely foolish, as the best of us have been known to fall prey to. Roma waved for Marshall to stop speaking. "Backtrack," Roma said. He looked over his shoulder briefly and exchanged a glance with Juliette. "What do you mean, take over the White Flowers? Paul Dexter's last note went to someone in the French concession. How did Dmitri even get a hold of it?" If Rosalind had her hands free, this would have been the time she placed a delicate palm to her forehead, smoothing down the long wisps of hair around her face.
But she was bound, subject to interrogation by family and enemy, and so she only stared ahead, her jaw tight. "Your search through the French concession would never have led anywhere," Rosalind whispered. "In the event of my death, release them all." It was an instruction to the servants at a different property Paul owned in the concession, on White Flower territory. When they didn't pay rent, Dmitri stormed the place and found the insects before they could be released. Her eyes closed, like she was remembering the scene. No doubt she would have been called upon to examine their findings. No doubt she must have seen to the fates of the servants. Perhaps a simple bullet to shut them up, perhaps thrown into the Huangpu River so no one could follow Paul Dexter's last trail. "Lord Cai will kill you for this," Kathleen said quietly. Rosalind blew a harsh breath through her nose, feigning an amusement that didn't land. "Lord Cai hardly has the time. Don't you wonder why Dmitri thinks he can stage a coup? Don't you wonder where he got the nerve?" Her gaze shot up, landing right on Juliette. "The Scarlets and the Nationalists are working together to purge the city of communists. As soon as the Kuomintang armies are ready, they will open fire on the city. Dmitri is waiting. He waits for that moment, and in the struggle, it will be him who comes in like a savior with his guns and money and allied communists, driving the nationalist effort back. It will be Dmitri who rises just as the workers are at their lowest, and he will give them hope. And when he is the prize force of the revolution, he will have the power he wants." The safe house fell quiet. All that could be heard was faint shouting outside, as if soldiers were nearing. Quickly, Marshall walked to the window and peered through the cracks again. The others in the room remained where they stood, ignoring everything beyond their four walls. For whatever absurd reason, Juliette's mind went to the assassin who had come after the merchant at the Grand Theater. There was no greater scheme. There never had been. It was merely Dmitri trying to stir trouble with Roma's tasks. It was merely Dmitri, intent on taking the White Flowers for himself. "Where did you hear this from?" Benedict asked in horror. "Why would you have information about secret Scarlet plans when even Juliette does not?" Another laugh, another dry, bitter sound that held no humor. "Because Juliette is not a spy," she replied. "I am. Juliette did not lurk in the corners listening to her father. I did." Juliette's pulse was beating so hard that the skin of her wrists trembled with movement. Roma reached over and squeezed her elbow gently. "How long might we have?" Juliette asked, the question directed at Kathleen. "If the Nationalists decide to purge everyone with communist alignment out of the Kuomintang?" Kathleen shook her head. "It's hard to say. They haven't come to an agreement with the foreign concessions yet. They might wait until jurisdiction settlements are made. They might not. A purge itself was bad enough, but monsters and madness loosed on the gangsters that went in with guns blazing? It would be slaughter on both sides. "We have to stop Dmitri before the Scarlets do," Juliette said, almost speaking to herself. It was impossible to put a stop to politics, but monsters could be found, and the men who controlled them could be killed. "Should we?" Juliette looked at Kathleen sharply. "What?" "It might help," Kathleen said quietly.
If the Scarlet Gang is organizing massacre, setting chaos onto our side might help save the workers. Don't get brainwashed. That was Marshall cutting in. You can't control an infectious madness. Besides, your Scarlets have practically been overtaken by the Nationalists. You haven't had true power for months. You cut down a few of your numbers, and the armies only bring more in. The room grew quiet again. There was no easy answer to any of this. Benedict, Roma said after a long moment, do we know where Dmitri is? Benedict shook his head. I haven't seen him since the takeover. I don't think anyone has seen him since the takeover. He hasn't been around the house. All his men are scattered. Lord Montagov even suspected he might have been killed during the battle in Jabé. But he is alive, Juliette said, her eyes pinned on Rosalind. Isn't he, Bialge? Alive, Rosalind confirmed. Only I don't know where. Then I'll ask again. A click echoed through their tight space. Juliette knew it was disbelief that had every gaze in the room reacting so slowly, that caused the stunned, gaping alarm when Juliette pointed her pistol at her cousin, the safety off. I want his location, Juliette said. Don't think I won't do it. Kathleen started forward, panic setting into her eyes. Juliette, wait! Roma stepped in front of Kathleen quickly, keeping her out of Juliette's way. Just wait. I am telling the truth, Rosalind snapped. She pulled against her ropes to little avail. After all these years, she knew that Juliette did not wave around her pistol to make an empty threat. Juliette might not aim for the heart, but a body had many expendable parts. You wouldn't even have caught me if I hadn't heard screaming about a monster attack and followed the sounds in an attempt to stop it. That was out of my own goodness. I have been trying to find Dmitri too. The men inside the monsters don't listen to me anymore. Juliette's grip tightened. The pistol in her hand trembled. I don't know where he is, spat, increasingly agitated. He used to base his operations from an apartment on Avenue Joffre, the one he took over from Paul's people, but he moved. He wouldn't risk it with the French concession so carefully watched after the takeover. He is out of my reach. Forgive me, Juliette said, if I don't believe you. Her hands stilled. In her head, she counted to 3, just to afford her cousin one last chance. But when she reached 3, it was not her gun that deafened the safe house with sound. It was the door, shuddering with explosive effort, once, twice, and then, before Juliette and Roma could dart for it and hold it closed, it had blown open, halting the two in their tracks. Juliette's pistol was still raised when General Shu came in, followed by so many soldiers that half of them were forced to remain outside, lest the apartment overspill. Not one step farther, Juliette demanded. Her eyes darted to the side. In that brief second of eye contact, she and Roma were silently asking each other how the Nationalists had found them, and what the Nationalists wanted. But neither had an answer. All that was for sure was they had been found. Juliette Cai and Roma Montagov. But General Shu, as he ignored Juliette and took a step in, was not even looking at them. Nor did he take note of Rosalind in the corner, bound to a chair. With an expression akin to amusement, he merely examined the room, like he was a new tenant searching for a place to rent. Put your weapon down, Miss Cai, General Shu said, finishing his perusal and resting his hands at his belt. There, a vast selection of handguns sat at the ready, dangling from the leather. I'm not here for you. Juliette narrowed her eyes. Her finger twitched on the trigger. Then why bring so many soldiers? Because, he signaled for the men behind him, I heard that my son was alive and well, and I have come to fetch him back. At once, the soldiers raised their firearms, pointed at one person in the room. Hello, Baba, Marshall spat. You have terrible timing. Gosh, gosh, gosh. Juliette slammed the drawers of Rosalind's desk shut, striking her hands so hard against the surface of the table that her palms stung. Rosalind playing spy was one matter. People were lured into betrayal across blood feud lines all the time. It was why their numbers were always shifting. It was why there were always eyes trying to penetrate the inner circle. But setting a monster on the city was another matter altogether.
Using monsters to aid politics was something so absurd coming from Rosalind that Juliet couldn't even comprehend a reason for it. Unless the only motive was destruction. Unless the only motive was to burn the whole city down. "Is that why?" Juliet asked aloud. She lifted her head, peering into the mirror opposite her, acting as if her reflection was a sullen Rosalind staring from some faraway place. Sooner or later, Juliet would have to reckon with her own guilt. She could keep thinking of herself as mighty because she knew her way around a blade. But it was not the blade nor her ruthless tendencies that pushed her to the top. Perhaps they kept her there. What had gotten her there was her birth. "It hardly makes sense," Juliet whispered. She reached out with her fingers. The cold press of the mirror sank into her skin. "Be angry at me for how we were born. Be angry that you were born a Lang. But you never wanted scarlet hairdom. You never wanted the city. You wanted to be important. You wanted adoration. So why would she be the blackmailer? How did gathering guns and money help? How did lurking in the shadows with monsters and madness bring her anything that she might desire?" "Lai Ren," Juliet called. A maid popped her head in immediately at the summons. She must have been waiting nearby, hearing the ruckus Juliet was making. "How may I help, Miss Cai? Can you make a call to Kathleen?" Juliet waved her arm, trying to think. The communist strongholds kept moving. The gangsters were still trying to dissolve them at the Nationalists' command, but otherwise it had been relatively quiet. The communists, too, were waiting to see how this would turn out. She should be at the My Tea House? Or maybe Kant. Xiaojie, the maid interrupted politely before Juliet could waste more time guessing Kathleen's location. Since the takeover, the telephone control centers have not been restaffed yet. Some lines near the railway station are down too as they fix the tracks. Juliet cursed under her breath. So communication across the city was piss poor. Without workers at the control centers, there was no one to direct and connect calls. "Fine," Juliet grumbled. "I will send a messenger the old-fashioned way then." Rosalind's room had been cold, but Juliet didn't realize she was shivering until she returned to the warm hallway again, hurrying down the steps and into the living room. As soon as she started to scribble a note by the tables, the front door opened and Kathleen stepped in. "Kathleen!" Kathleen didn't hear her. She continued walking, her eyes glazed. She looked deep in thought. Juliet set the pen down, hurrying into the first-floor hallway in pursuit. "Kathleen!" Still no response. Juliet finally got close enough to set her hand on her cousin's shoulder. "Biaojie!" At last, Kathleen turned around, registering Juliet's presence with a start. She put a hand to her heart, her black gloves fading into her deep blue kipao. "You scared me," Kathleen said breathlessly. "I called your name at least 3 times." Kathleen blinked. "Did you?" Well, Juliet looked around. There was no one else in the hallway, so she joked, "Technically not." Kathleen quirked her brow. Juliet waved a hand, seeing that she was getting sidetracked, and hooked her arm through her cousin's, dragging her back out into the living room and up the stairs. As they walked, she talked as fast as she could, covering what Roma had told her and what conclusion she had come to, ending with how she had run home immediately and started searching through Rosalind's things, only to find nothing upon her desk. "Wait, Kathleen said, coming to a firm stop at the top of the staircase, the two of them on the second floor, right outside Lord Cai's office. It was presently empty. He was out somewhere. Maybe in the concessions, gauging the temperament of the foreigners. Maybe meeting with Chiang Kai-shek himself, drawing up the final collaboration plans between Scarlet's and Kuomintang. "You were looking for a slip of paper on her desk." Juliet nodded. "It may have been moved since I last saw it, but she had so much paper there, and now there's nothing." "They're all in my room," Kathleen exclaimed. "Juliet, I've been sifting through them for days, trying to find clues for where she went." Juliet stared at her cousin for a long moment. Then she made fists and pretended to thud them down on Kathleen, raining light blows on her shoulder. "Why didn't you tell me? I spent so long digging through her room." "Tell you?" Kathleen echoed, slapping her hands at Juliet's fists.
How was I to know you would need something among those papers? Oh, hush. Juliet windmilled her arms, gesturing for Kathleen to lead on. They hurried, almost ramming into a servant, before piling into Kathleen's room, where the curtains stirred with the open window. Juliet could hardly remember the last time she had come in here. She couldn't remember the last time she had sat down among Kathleen's magazines and shoe racks upon the thick quilt piled on her bed. It was always in and out, poking a head through to call her cousin to attention, or it was Juliet's room where they congregated. Voila, Kathleen said, pulling Juliet from her brief reverie. With a quiet oof, Kathleen dug forth an arm's cradle of papers from her shelf and tossed it all atop her bed. Ink and prints glimmered under the late afternoon sun streaking through the window, and Juliet got to work, sifting through the papers. She only wanted the list. Then she would know if Pierre was a mere coincidence. Maybe they could even find Rosalind by finding one of the names on the list. Just as Juliet's eye snagged on a smaller piece of paper at the corner of Kathleen's bedspread, there was a loud knock on the door downstairs. The sound reverberated through the house. Curious, Kathleen watched to her doorway and peered out, listening while Juliet lunged for the paper and shook it from the pile. "It's this," Juliet cried. "Kathleen, it's the list." Wait, hush for a second," Kathleen chided, pressing her finger to her lips. Juliet tilted her head right as the voice wafted up. "An attack! There's a monster attack in the city!" Deep in the French concession, where the city remained yet quiet, Rosalind was making a racket trying to get into an apartment on Avenue Joffre. She could see people passing on the street below her, but the duplex walls were thick, and the glass of its windows muffled the sound. Even the gardens below were rustling quietly with the wind, green shrubbery and yellow flowers entwining together. So peaceful with its own business, like every person she had passed on her way here. She hated it. She wanted them all to burn, to suffer as she was suffering. "Open this door," she demanded. Her voice bounced in the corridor. No amount of polished tiles and chandeliers could soften her pitch or her near hysterics. "Is this how it's going to be? Has it all been a lie to you?" Rosalind knew the answer. Yes, it was. Like some pitiful creature, she had ensnared herself in a trap, let herself be sheared and skinned and slaughtered, and now the hunter was walking away with the job well done. She had been waiting in one of their other concession safe houses for the past week, sending word that she wanted to run. He had said he would come for her. She just needed to be patient as he finished up his business. Very. Rosalind gave up on the door, her arms trembling with exertion. It wasn't love that she had chased, at least not in the physical sense. If all she had wanted was a warm body, she had her pick at the burlesque club, an unending list of men who would throw themselves at her for consideration. She didn't care about that. She never had. A honk came from afar, cars rumbling down the residential driveways. She merely thought she had found a companion, an equal, someone to see her, just as she was. Not a Scarlet, not a dancer, but Rosalind.
It was her fault for thinking that she was enough to change someone. Monsters and money and the city on strings up against Rosalind, who hadn't even wanted to go along with it in the first place, who had only done so out of hope that he would be happy once he had the city, that they could be happy and no one could touch them. The world in one palm and her in another. But someone who wanted the world would never stop before they had it, everything else be very. It was hardly a competition. She was foolish to think that her friends could be kept safe, that she could be the hand guiding him away from chaos. She had never possessed any power here. She had never mattered. Days had passed in that safe house with no change. In the end, this was the harsh truth. Rosalind had left everyone she cared about for someone who was not coming. Rosalind had hurt everyone she cared about, risked their very lives, all for someone who was long gone. Rosalind tore her pistol from her pocket and shot at the door handle. The sound grated on her ears as the bullet struck once, twice, 3 times. The walls seemed to shrink from her, smooth silver and gold wallpaper inching back from the violence rarely brought into places like these.
The handle fell. The door inched open. And when Rosalind nudged into the apartment, she found it entirely vacated. She couldn't help it. She laughed. She laughed and she laughed, tracing her eyes along every missing thing. The apartment had never been well decorated to begin with, but now the papers on the table had disappeared. The maps atop the grand piano were gone. When she peered into the bedroom, even the sheets were stripped. "We can live here forever, can't we?" She had twirled with those sheer curtains, splaying the lace across her head like some bridal veil, had thrown her arms up, delirious in her happiness. "Don't get too excited, love. We're only here until we rise higher. Must we? Can we not live a quaint existence? Can you not be a good man? A good man?" Oh, Rosa. Rosalind trailed her hands along the bookshelf, finding only dust, even though it could not have been more than a few days since the worn paperbacks were cleared away. "Ya человек больной, ya zlой человек, не привлекательный я человек." When the monsters were sent in for the scarlet vaccine, she had said she didn't think she could do this anymore. Had that prompted the decision to abandon her? Or was it because she had gotten caught, because she could no longer supply scarlet information? "I would have abandoned them for you," she admitted to the empty room. She had always known who he was. She had always known him as a white flower. The truth was that she hadn't cared. The blood feud did not stoke a fury in her heart like it did to others in Shanghai. She had not grown up here, had no ties to the people. The fighting on the streets seemed like a show she might catch in the theaters. The gangsters running their errands were interchangeable faces she could never keep track of. Kathleen had a kind heart. Juliet had blood ties. But Rosalind? What had this family ever given Rosalind to deserve her loyalty? Incompetence from her father and irreverence from the Cais. Year after year, the bitterness festered so deeply that it had developed into a physical hurt, one that stung as much as the current injuries on her back. Had they just accepted her, had they seen her for what she could do, she could have offered the Scarlet Gang her life. Instead, they gave her scars and wounds. She was marked if she bit her tongue and stayed. She was marked if she tried to make something of herself and strayed. Scars upon scars upon scars. She was a girl with nothing else now. Rosalind walked to the desk and was startled to find a slip of paper pinned to the wood of the table. For a second, as her heart leapt to her throat, she thought it might be an explanation, instructions on where she could go now, something to say that she had not been left behind. Instead, as she drew closer, she read, "Goodbye, dear Rosalind. Better to part now than when the havoc really begins." He had known she would come looking. He had long planned to clear out the apartment and leave her with nothing but a pitiful note. Rosalind tore the paper out, bringing it closer to her eyes as if she might be misreading the messy scrawl. When the havoc really begins? What more was coming? What more would descend on the city? Rosalind turned around, facing the apartment windows. She watched the trees wave, watched the sun beat on. And in that very moment, a loud scream tore through the streets, warning about a monster on the loose. "See anything yet?" Roma asked, putting aside the 8th folder he had finished going through. "Rest assured," Marshall replied, "if we find something, we're not going to remain silent and wait patiently for you to ask." Without looking, Benedict reached over with a wad of paper and thudded Marshall over the head. Marshall nudged out with his foot to kick Benedict, and Roma grinned, so pleased to have the three of them together again he hardly cared that they were cramped in the tiny scarlet safe house where Marshall was living, papers spread out on every inch of flooring. No matter how small, he would always be fond of this apartment now. It had kept Marshall safe. It had brought Juliet back to him. "Don't be a clown," Benedict said. Though he was also flipping through a folder with one hand, he held a pencil in the other, scribbling miniature sketches on the discarded pieces of paper. "Focus, or we're not going to finish going through the profiles." There was a sect within the White Flowers working with the communists. To find a lead, they would have to sift through all the information they had on their own gang. Receipts, import logs, export logs. Gangsters who ran anything on behalf of the White Flowers had to keep an account of their ongoings. Technically, at least. In truth, it was not as if gangsters were very good at bureaucratic records. That was why they were gangsters and not politicians. When Roma carried over the boxes, he had managed most of the haul on his own, with Benedict holding only one so that Roma's vision was not obscured. I cannot help it. Marshall threw the file in his hands aside, picking up another with a sigh. I've been bottling up my wisecracks for months, and now they must come out all at once. Benedict scoffed. He thwacked Marshall again, this time with his pencil, but Marshall grabbed his whole hand instead, grinning. Roma blinked, the paper in front of him suddenly the least interesting thing in the room. He met his cousin's eyes. "Does he know?" Roma mouthed. As Marshall let go and turned to fetch the last file in his pile, Benedict mimed a slash across his throat. "You shut your mouth! Benedict! I mean it!" Benedict mouthed furiously. "Stay out of this!" But there was almost an audible clack from Roma's jaw when he snapped his mouth shut, his teeth biting together the moment Marshall turned around again. Marshall looked up, sensing something in the air. "Did something happen?" he asked, bewildered. Roma cleared his throat. "Yeah," he lied. I heard something." He pointed in the direction of the door. "Maybe off boundary?" Benedict jolted forward. "Wait a minute, there really is something." Roma arched a brow. His cousin really knew how to act. He had even drained his face of blood, his cheeks as white as the paper sheets on the floor. Then he heard the screaming too, and he realized that Benedict wasn't playing along. "You don't think? Gwai Wu?" The White Flowers bolted to their feet. Roma was the first one out, scanning the street in disbelief, his hand going to his gun. Benedict and Marshall followed closely. Perhaps it was not a good idea to be out in the open, especially for Marshall, in what would be Scarlet territory. Mere weeks ago it would have been a declaration of war. Now they were already in the midst of one, and no one had the energy to fight another. "There hasn't been a monster attack in months," Roma said.
"Why strike now? We don't even know yet if it is an actual attack," Benedict replied. Streams and streams of civilians ran past them, their shopping bundled to their chests, hurrying children and elderly along by the elbows. Marshall started in the direction where the civilians were running from. Roma and Benedict followed, moving fast but warily, eyes searching for the source of the chaos. They sighted no madness quite yet, nor were there any insects skittering on the streets. "This is pandemonium," Marshall remarked, spinning around quickly to take inventory of their surroundings. His eyes widened. Why? Roma knew exactly what Marshall was asking. It was only then that he started to run. Where the hell are the soldiers? He had his answer as soon as he turned the corner, coming upon the railway station. There had previously been an abundance of nationalists stationed here, standing sentry to make sure their political opponents weren't trying to escape from the city. Only now they were not guarding the station, but fighting monsters. Rifles and guns pointed, shooting at the creatures that lunged at them. "Oh God," Benedict muttered. One of the monsters lunged, swiping a claw against a nationalist soldier's face. When the soldier staggered up against the railway station, his cheek was hanging off. Roma would have blanched if he were not stunned beyond belief. He had glimpsed Paul Dexter's monster, and he had seen the one on the train. These monsters before him were no different in appearance, but it was broad daylight, the weather warm and almost pleasant, and to watch them with their blue-green muscles rippling in the sun almost frightened him enough to run. "Marshall, stop!" Roma snapped, holding his arm out. He could read Marshall's intent in the tension of his shoulders. While Roma considered scrambling backward, Marshall had planned to surge forward. "This doesn't involve us. They'll all die. That's their fight." Roma's voice trembled, but his instruction didn't waver. More than anything, he was confused by the scene in front of him.
There were still a few civilians nearby, huddled by the sidewalk and frozen in fear. 5 monsters, all of them tall enough to bowl over an ordinary human, and yet they had eyes only for the Nationalists. 5 monsters, all of them with the ability to release thousands upon thousands of insects and induce a madness that could sweep the city and have it on its knees. And yet they did not. "Roma," Benedict said quietly. He pointed, near the feet of one of the monsters. "Look, a dead man. No, a dead white flower, identifiable by the white handkerchief hanging from his work pants. And over there," Marshall whispered, tilting his chin at the bench in front of the railway station. "Another corpse was collapsed there, the red cloth around their wrist looking like a gash of blood. A scarlet." With a deep shudder, Roma took a few steps away from the scene, leaning against the emptied restaurant behind them. The Nationalist soldiers continued shooting, yelling at one another to report on where reinforcements would be. Their numbers were dwindling. Even without madness, they could not win against indestructible creatures. "Nationalists, white flowers, scarlets," Roma said aloud, his brow furrowed as he worked through the puzzle pieces. "What game are they playing at here?" "Stop!" The shout came from the perpendicular road, coming nearer and nearer the railway station. Roma poked his head out, suddenly gripping Benedict's arm in alarm. "Who is that?" he demanded. "Where is it coming from?" It sounded familiar. Too familiar. Not... "Don't get hasty," Benedict immediately replied. "It's..." The figure came into view, throwing herself in front of one of the monsters, arms waving wildly. Her hair resembled a tangle of black wire trailing down her back. Though she was significantly more disheveled since the last time he had sighted her, it was undoubtedly Rosalind Lang. "What the hell is she doing?" Marshall exclaimed. "She'll get herself killed." Bewildered, the 3 white flowers watched Rosalind Lang dart in front of a soldier, screaming incoherent commands at the monster. The monster, however, loomed ever the closer, not deterred by gun nor girl. "She could be the very blackmailer," Roma said. "Then why does she look so frantic?" Benedict asked. "Would she not have control of them?" "Maybe she lost control," Marshall suggested. Roma made a frustrated noise. "So why aren't they releasing their insects?" The million-dollar question. Suddenly, the monster reared back and charged right toward Rosalind. At the last minute, she spat a curse and dove out of the way. The monster hardly seemed interested in her anyway. It attacked and pounced on the Nationalists so viciously that the blood came up in an arc, splashing down on Rosalind until her face was sprayed with red. She lifted her head from the ground, elbows propped on either side of her, visibly trembling even from this distance. "Do we," Benedict started hesitantly, "do we help her?" Another round of gunfire from a rifle that made no dent. Another cry, another soldier down. With a sigh, Roma put his gun away and tore his jacket off. "Help isn't quite the right word," he said. "Shed your colors. I think they're only attacking gangsters and nationalists." Marshall peered down at himself. "I don't think I'm wearing any to begin with." "Do any of us ever carry around a white handkerchief like some errand runner?" Benedict added. With his eyes pinned on the scene before him, Roma put his sleeves up, then grabbed a plank of wood from nearby. "Shed anything identifiable," he clarified. "Then hurry up and help me pull Rosalind Lang out of there so we can knock her out." "Wait, what?" Marshall yelled. "Knock her out?" Roma was already marching forward, lifting the plank of wood. "How else are we supposed to take her to Juliet?" Where could he be? Juliet kicked a shopfront wall, scuffing her shoes with dust and mud. Patiently, Elisa waited for Juliet to kick 3 more times, chewing on her nails. There was a loud noise in the distance, and at once Juliet and Elisa peered down the dark, silent road. No result came of the noise. All around them, the city simply sat waiting. "Perhaps the Bund," Elisa suggested. "Along the Huangpu. At 2 in the morning?" Before vacating the house, Elisa had warned as many white flowers as possible to run and hide within the city while there was still the shield of night. Word had likely gotten out to the wider circles that something was soon to come. There was something in the air already, a high note ringing beyond the human ear, an inaudible hum, operating on some different frequency. He thinks you're dead. Who knows where he might go? No, he hates vast spaces. He wouldn't go near the water to mourn. Juliet paced along the street, smacking lightly at her own face, as if physical sensation could draw forth some ideas. Elisa kept chewing on her nails. It didn't just seem like he was running out to get away from the news, Elisa said slowly. It seemed like he had something he needed to do. Juliet threw her hands in the air. We had little else to do except find Dmitri, stop the madness. Did he say anything about going after Dmitri Voronin? Elisa shook his head. I thought you didn't know where Dmitri was. We don't. Juliet gave Elisa a sidelong glance. How did you know that? With a roll of her eyes, Elisa tapped her ear. It was hard to believe this was the same girl who had fallen comatose so many months ago, waking thin and frail on her hospital bed. She seemed to have grown a spine that was twice as thick in the time since then. I know everything. All right, Miss I know everything. Where is your brother? Elisa only sagged in reply, and Juliet immediately felt terrible for her attitude. How old was Elisa Montagova now? 12? 13? Pain at that age was an eternal thing, a feeling that might never fade. It would, of course. Pain always faded, even if it refused to fully disappear.
But that was a lesson that could only come with time, too. I'm sorry, Juliet said. She slumped against the wall. I'm scared for him. If we can't find Roma before the Nationalists release their men onto the streets, they will get to him first. They would not hesitate. The Kumaton had held back for so long, had looked upon this city for years and years as it lived its glory age of jazz clubs and silent films, had broiled in anger to see Shanghai singing while the rest of the country starved. Perhaps their true target of anger were the imperialists hiding behind their chain-link fences in the concessions. But when one held guns and batons in their hands, did a true target of anger even matter? What else mattered except, at last, an excuse for release? Elisa suddenly perked up again, her head tilting to the side. Even if Roma doesn't know where Dmitri is, what if he is still trying to stop him? Juliet pushed off the wall. She started to frown. In what manner? This. Elisa grabbed Juliet's arm, then tapped her inner elbow, indicating to the blue veins running translucent under her skin. The vaccine. The answer struck. With a gasp, Juliet started to push at Elisa, steering them down the street. Lawrence, Juliet said. He's with Lawrence. It was the man who believed her first. The same one from that alley, whose head had been bleeding something fierce. He certainly looked healed now, if a little rough, standing behind the faces of the General Labor Union's leadership. Faces that Kathleen was sure she should recognize, though she couldn't quite put a name to any of them. The most important communist powers were scattered about the city, doing whatever it was that revolution depended on. Those who were supposed to keep house below them, the ones who were camped out now at the stronghold that Kathleen rushed into, had only frowned when she tried to explain what was coming, when she insisted that those workers flocking onto the streets with labor union bands on their arms were not workers at all, but scarlets intent on slaughter. The man had to have been someone's son, someone's something important. It took a whisper from him, a whisper to another whisper, to a throat being cleared, and then the man at the center of the room, taking his glasses off, said, "If there is massacre coming and you have arrived to warn us, how can we possibly stop it? The Nationalists hold an army. We are only the poor. We are the ordinary." Kathleen folded her arms. She considered the group seated before her, thinking how typical it was that they would say such things. These people here, seated around the table, were not the poor and the ordinary. They were the ones privileged enough to lead a movement. If she could, she would blast her voice up into the heavens and warn the people, the true poor and ordinary people, directly, because that was who she wanted to protect.
Not the few thinkers, not the men who thought themselves revolutionaries. At the end of the day, movement survived, but the individual could be replaced. That was all she was, one girl doing all she could for peace. They thought they had the element of surprise, Kathleen said evenly. So tell your leaders to flee before they can be imprisoned. Regroup, wait for another day. Tell your people to rise up, become so mighty that the gangsters will struggle to bring their swords down upon innocents on the street. When she looked up, the whole room was watching. It is very simple, she finished. When they come, be ready. They started to move. They started to pass messages, write notes, prepare telegrams for different cities in case the attack spread farther. Kathleen merely watched, sitting primly on one of the tables. There was some bubble of emotion stirring in her chest, some strange feeling in realizing that she was not here because she had to be, because the Scarlets had sent her. In this space, at this time, she was not a Scarlet at all. Perhaps she would never be a Scarlet again. She had spent all these years watching, mimicking, adapting, making herself into the loyal inner circle member, someone willing to die for the family. But she wasn't willing, had never been willing. It had always been about maintaining whatever approach necessary to ensure order. But now, order was gone. Kathleen peeled her gloves off, scrunching up the rich silk fabric until it was balled in her hands. The Scarlet way of life was dead. The safety net was gone, but so too were the constraints. No more family members watching for the faintest sign of disloyalty. No more hierarchy and Lord Cai dictating their every move. All these years, Kathleen Lang breathed when the Scarlet Gang breathed. Kathleen Lang walked when the Scarlet Gang told her to walk. Kathleen Lang didn't exist except to be someone in line with the Scarlet Gang, except to be the perfect image of someone who was worthy of protection and safety. And when the Scarlet Gang faded away, so too would Kathleen. When the Scarlet Gang removed itself, Kathleen Lang halted like a music box ballerina, a dead girl's name who spun for their eyes. The gloves fluttered to the floor. The Scarlet way of life was dead. Kathleen Lang was dead, had always been dead. But Celia Lang was not. Celia had always been here, biding her time, waiting for the moment she could feel safe. So, how did you come across this information? The man suddenly came to sit down, his shoes stepping over the fallen gloves without noticing, eyes too focused on the frantic scene before them. Doesn't really matter, does it? She replied. You can see it is true. You only have to send people out to poke around the corners of the city, and you will see the gangsters dressed pretending to be workers. The man's gaze flickered to her now. Your face looks familiar. Aren't you Scarlet affiliated? Celia stood up, fetching her dirty gloves and dropping them into the trash can. No, she said, I am not. Benedict slammed up against the doors of the lab, blocking the exit with his body. Some paces away, a tired Lawrence, who had been awoken from his sleep, was blinking in trepidation, not knowing why Roma was acting this way. Listen to me, Benedict said lowly. You'll be shot on sight. Move aside. Roma's voice was lifeless. So too were his eyes, a mass of darkness swallowing up his stare. The strangest thing was that Benedict recognized himself in that expression, recognized that same twisted sense of rage that showed itself in recklessness. Is that what I looked like? You said we were coming here to check on the vaccine, Benedict hissed. He made another grab for the jar in Roma's hands. Now, instead, you're running off with some concoction to blow up the Scarlet House a second time. That's not what Juliet would have wanted. Don't tell me what Juliet would have wanted, Roma snapped. Don't? Benedict took his chance to dive for the jar. Roma saw it coming and darted back 2 steps, but Benedict outright lunged, pushing his cousin to the linoleal floor and pinning his arm down. Lawrence made another concerned noise, but otherwise remained motionless by the tables, his eyes swiveling about the scene. At least wait, Benedict said, his knees on Roma's stomach. Wait to see why. Since when did Juliet have any reason to take a dagger to her own heart? So they killed her, Roma seethed. They killed her, and they're going to get away with it. Benedict pushed on Roma's attempt to sit up. This isn't some murder on the streets. This is the Scarlet Gang. You've always known the danger of gangsters. You live it every day. Roma stilled. He breathed in,
then again, and suddenly Benedict realized it was because his cousin was struggling to fill his lungs. She would never, he managed. Never. Benedict swallowed hard. He couldn't allow this. It was for Roma's own good. There are Scarlets everywhere in the city right now, he said slowly. They're plotting something. You cannot go make it worse. His words had the opposite effect.
Benedict had intended to pacify, and instead a vein started to throb at Roma's neck. Roma shoved Benedict off, fast, and got to his feet. But Benedict wouldn't give up so easily. He lunged for the jar again. When he only managed to catch Roma's wrist, he switched from trying to wrest away the explosive and simply grabbed a hold of his cousin with both hands, keeping him from opening the lab's doors, keeping him from running through the building and out into the night. Roma came to a halt. Slowly, he turned around. The deadness in his eyes had acquired a murderous glint. "Tell me," he said, "were you not the one who sought revenge when you thought Marshall was dead?" Benedict scoffed. That was a mistake. The fire in Roma's eyes only grew stronger. "I never stormed into the Scarlet House. I never did anything rash." "Maybe you should have." "No," Benedict spat. He hardly wanted to think about Marshall right now when he was trying to talk Roma out of a death wish. What good could it have done? "What good?" Roma hissed in echo. "It doesn't matter, does it? He came back to life." Roma tried to pull away. Benedict would not relinquish. In a flash, Roma had his pistol in his free hand, but it was not to point at Benedict. He brought it to his own temple. "Hey," Benedict froze, afraid that any sudden movement would nudge at the trigger. All he could hear through his ears was the sound of rushing blood. "Roma, don't. Roma, do not be a fool," Lorenz urged from where he stood. "So let go of me," Roma said. "Let go of me, Benedict." Benedict let out a low breath. "I will not." It was a standstill then. It was a matter of Benedict believing that his cousin could not be this lost, and yet he was not certain. He could not know if in the next few seconds Roma would call him on his bluff and splatter his brains across the lab. Benedict let go. And at that very moment, the lab door flew open, illuminating the figures who stood at the threshold. "Roma, what are you doing?" Roma whirled around, releasing an audible gasp at the sound of the voice. Benedict, already facing the doors, could only blink. Once, twice. It wasn't a hallucination. Juliette Cai was really standing there, wearing a ridiculous hat, with Elisa behind her, both of them panting for breath, as if they had been on a long run. "Look," Benedict said faintly, hardly hearing his own words as they slipped out. "You got your resurrection too." Roma didn't seem to hear him. He was already dropping his pistol like it had burned him, dropping the jar in his other hand. Benedict dove to catch it, not daring to find out how explosive materials would react when thrown against the hard floor. By the time he had caught the jar, saving it from smashing upon the linoleum at their feet, Roma had already reached Juliet, sharing a passionate embrace. The embrace was so fierce that Juliet immediately stretched one of her hands back, trying to cover Elisa's eyes. Elisa darted under Juliet's hand and mimed a gag to Benedict. Benedict was still in such shock that he couldn't laugh along. "Are you okay?" Roma and Juliet asked in unison the moment they broke apart. Benedict got to his feet. The jar remained intact. He passed it to Lorenz, and Lorenz took it quickly, shelving the explosive away. They were hurrying to put it out of Roma's sight, but with Juliet here now, Benedict doubted Roma even remembered why he wanted that jar. "I thought he were dead," Roma was saying to Juliet. "Don't ever do that to me." "The better question is," Benedict cut in, "why are you so fond of faking deaths?" Juliet shook her head, her arm twining around Roma's as she hurried him back into the lab. She gestured for Elisa to come along too, letting the doors fall closed. Faking my death would have required actually producing a false corpse, as I did for Marshall, Juliette said evenly. All I did here was lie. I never meant for it to reach you. It shouldn't have leaked past the scarlet circles. She sighted Lorenz, still warily hovering by the work tables. Hello. May I return to bed now? Lorenz asked wearily. No, Juliet answered before any of the Montagovs could. You need to hear this too. There's a purge coming. That's why I lied, to push it off. A what? Roma was still in a daze, blinking rapidly to clear the mist over his eyes. Juliet placed her hands on one of the tables. It looked like she was physically bracing herself. And when she lifted her head to speak, it was not Roma she was looking at, but Benedict. There's an execution order for your heads. White flowers are to be treated as communists, and just before dawn breaks, Scarlets and Kuomintang soldiers alike are going to start shooting and arresting. The command has been given. Anyone opposing the Nationalists is to be eliminated. We have to go. Wait, what? Roma's voice rose another octave, prompting Elisa to reach out and hug his arm. Benedict, meanwhile, simply exhaled a breath, letting the information sink in. A full city purge. At last the Nationalists had pushed themselves into full throttle, intent on taking Shanghai. We can't, Roma continued. Dmitri is still out there with his monsters. I will accept stepping out of politics. I will accept hightailing it out of the way if it's the Nationalists and Communists colliding against each other. But while we can stop Dmitri, we must. Was it even possible at this point? How could they stop him? How could they kill men who turned to monsters when the monsters seemed so indestructible? Juliet grimaced, her eyes flickering again to Benedict as if to ask for help. Before she could speak, it was Lorenz who cleared his throat. You may not need to. Lorenz gestured to the back of the lab. One of the machines had been humming away, lit from the inside. The vaccine stops the madness, no? It won't solve the physical monster problem, but it will take away a large portion of their power. Roma's eyes grew wide. The vaccine is ready? Not at this precise moment, but give it a few days, perhaps. I have the formula. I have the supplies. I can dump it in the whole city's water supply. No one even has to know that they're being inoculated. Which means, Juliet said quietly, we have done all that we can do here, Roma. For the sake of your life, we have to leave, all of us, right now, before dawn breaks. Benedict finally understood why Juliet's gaze kept drifting back to him. Okay, Roma said, defeated, in collision with Benedict's sudden no. The room fell quiet, nothing but the sound of machines humming. Then, when Benedict was sure he had summoned everyone's attention, not without Marshall. Juliet clicked her tongue. I was afraid you would say that. She finally glanced away. If Marshall is with his father, he is safer than he would be anywhere else. He may be safe, but he will be trapped there for however long. If we're getting out of the city, out of the country, we're getting out for good. We're not leaving him behind. Roma made a thoughtful noise. He wiped a smear of dust off Elisa's cheek, who, to her credit, had remained quiet through all this. Benedict's right, he said. If there is indeed a purge coming, it doesn't stop with one event. Let's say Lorenz distributes the vaccine. Let's say the madness disappears and the city returns to relative normalcy. But with this violence on the communists, the city will never return to normal, Juliet finished heavily, like she didn't want to say it aloud. One purge was never one purge. The Nationalists were not only forcing out all opposition, they also had to maintain their control. No communist could show their face on these streets again. No white flower could continue living within the city's borders, at least not without hiding their identity. The purge would never end. So, Benedict finished, we need to get Marshall. Juliet tossed her hat off, throwing it to the table. Her hair was a tangled mess.
As much as I agree, how do you propose we do that? I go alone. All heads in the room snapped to Benedict.
Even Lawrence looked flabbergasted. "Are you trying to get yourself killed?" Juliet asked. "I just said that all white flowers seen on the streets upon daybreak will be slaughtered. I am not as recognizable as Roma is," Benedict replied easily. "Especially not if I dress as your scarlets will be. I have already seen them. They are in workers' overalls with a band over their arm." He gestured to his biceps. "They seek white flowers to execute by looking for white flowers. Who is to say what I am if I look just like them?" "It's a good plan," Roma said. "It's a horrible plan," Juliet said. Roma picked up Juliet's hat. "But all the Nationalists will be on the streets. Marshall will probably be unguarded." Juliet snatched the hat back. "Why do you think they have allied with the Scarlets? They always send the smaller men to go do their dirty work, their bloody work. You cannot guarantee that General Shu himself won't have his eye on Marshall. At the very least, he will not have backup." Benedict pushed up his sleeves, heaving an exhale. "We waste time by arguing. It is this or nothing. The two of you cannot even consider following me, especially into a nationalist stronghold. You will be hauled off in a blink, no matter how many ugly hats you wear." Juliet threw the hat at Benedict. He dodged easily, though even with Juliet's deathly aim, the soft article would have bounced off him anyway. The lab fell silent again. Elisa's eyes darted back and forth, trying to follow the situation. "Under one condition," Roma finally said. "If you cannot get to him, you must give up. Marshall's own father won't put a call out for his head, but if caught, they will execute you." Benedict's mouth opened to argue, but then, just subtly enough that Roma didn't notice, Juliet raised her hand to her lips and pressed a finger there, shaking her head. "I have a contact at the Bund who can smuggle us out," she said, closing her fist and appearing normal the moment Roma turned to look at her. "Martial law cannot restrict him from sailing to catch fish, but the latest we can depart is noon. Any longer, and I suspect I will be found." Juliet's stare was harsh upon Benedict, communicating alongside her words. "You must meet us at the Bund then, no matter what." Benedict knew what Juliet was trying to say, even if she didn't say it aloud. If he was not there, they still needed to leave. She would knock Roma and Elisa out and drag them if she needed, but she would not risk their lives and let them remain behind for him. Benedict nodded, a smile, a true smile, coming to his lips. For perhaps the first time, he trusted Juliet wholeheartedly. "At noon," he promised. Numbly, Juliet removed her hands from Tyler's body. They were coated in red up to her wrists. Her fingers were wet, slick with the viscosity of blood. For a long moment, the alley was quiet and still, frozen like a film that had become stuck on its reel. Then Elisa darted forward and flung herself at Roma, who opened his arms for her, his face shell-shocked. He stared at Juliet, Juliet stared at her hands, and the only one who seemed to have some sense remaining was Benedict, who called, "Juliet, you should probably tell him now." A harsh, salt-soaked gust of wind blew at Juliet's hair, obscuring her vision when she looked up. Some faint argument had broken out afar, in tandem with dimly chiming bells striking 12 times to signal noon, each echo adding to the white noise in her ears. "Just my 2 cents, Benedict added softly. Roma's grip tightened on Elisa. He looked between Juliet and his cousin, his brow furrowing, still unable to erase the shock in his expression. "What?" he managed faintly. His eyes shot to the corpses on the ground. "Tell me what?" Juliet rose to her feet. It was a shaky effort. It was that feeling in dreams when she couldn't push up from the ground, her bones as heavy as metal. Only, before Juliet could respond, she was interrupted by another voice, one that came from above, from the roof of the building pressing in on the alleyway. That she beat me to the shot. A blur of motion landed before her with a thump. Marshal Seo turned smoothly, as if he had not leaped down 2 stories, tugging off the cloth around his face and offering Roma a small smile. Roma stared and stared and stared and stared. Then he ran at Marshall and hugged him so tightly that he had to thump his friend's back to work off his excess energy. Marshall hugged Roma just as enthusiastically in return, not at all minding the attack. "You died," Roma gasped. "I saw you die." "Yes," Marshall replied simply. "Juliette tried very hard to make sure of that." Suddenly, Roma released Marshall, his eyes snapping to Juliette. She could feel her distress emanating off her skin like a visible aura. She didn't know how to stand or where to place her hands, didn't know whether it was appropriate to try to rub the blood off, or if she was to pretend she wasn't occupying an alley with 3 white flowers while all her scarlets lay dead around her. Roma's mouth opened. Before he could demand an explanation, Juliette was already speaking, her eyes turned back to her hands. She couldn't look at him. Her voice cracked. "Tyler had to see your hatred. He would have destroyed us if he knew I—" Juliette broke off, her red fingers scrunching into fists. She hardly needed to elaborate. They heard her. They all heard what she'd said to Tyler. Juliette looked up. She lifted her chin and faked bravery. Faked it like she faked every very thing in her life. All to survive. And for what? To piece together some pathetic excuse of living surrounded by material goods and not a shred of happiness? Her heart had never felt so heavy. "It doesn't matter," Juliette said. "He can't hurt us now, can he?" Juliette turned away and started to walk. She could feel it. The shaking was already starting in her hands, and soon the tremors would shudder her chest, consume her whole body. She needed to leave before she could break, before her mind started to circle exactly what she had done here and how she would explain this away. Tyler was dead. Tyler's men were dead. The only person left to spin the tale was Juliette. She could say whatever she wanted, and the thought felt too big for her to comprehend. Juliette. Footsteps thundered after her. She picked up her pace a moment too late, a touch coming upon her wrist. Only as soon as Roma grabbed her arm, a horrific sound came from outside the alley, from North Suzo Road near the wide creek. They both ducked at once, heads turning toward the source. "What was that?" Benedict demanded. "Was that gunfire?" The sound came again, a spray of bullets moving even closer. Like phantoms materializing from the mists, 3 men suddenly ran across the mouth of the alley, quickly enough that they did not sight Roma and Juliette standing there, but not so quick that Juliette couldn't sight the red rags tied around their arms. It all seemed to happen in seconds. Where it had been quiet, the road suspiciously empty, like its business occupants were taking the day off, the city suddenly roared to life, shouting at every corner, and gunfire, constant gunfire. "It's happening," Juliette said, in disbelief. Today was the 21st of March, by the Western calendar. Revolution. Where are they? Where are Juliette and Tyler? Kathleen peered down the second-floor banister, frowning at the sudden commotion. The front door slammed, and the volume in the foyer increased, voices shouting atop one another. Lady Cai seemed to be giving instructions, but with so many other people speaking too, she had grown inaudible. Kathleen hurried down the stairs. "What's going on?" she asked. Nobody paid her any attention. Lady Cai continued giving orders, her posture stick straight, her arms gesticulating, grouping men together and sending them out the door as if she were merely conducting some orchestral show. Nyang. Kathleen slid herself right in front of Lady Cai.
At any other time, she would never have dared. Right now, the house was in so much chaos that her aunt couldn't tell her off. "Please, tell me what is happening." Lady Cai tried to brush Kathleen aside. "Communists are acting against Kuomintang instructions for patience," she said distractedly. "Separate uprisings are happening across the city in an attempt to take Shanghai for the northern expedition." It was then that Lady Cai cocked her head, looking at Kathleen properly. "Aren't you our inside source on this business?" Yes, Kathleen replied, tripping over her words. She hoped she wasn't about to get the blame for this. "I am your source, and I've told everyone again and again that the strikes will get larger, that their numbers will rise." "Nothing to worry about," Lady Cai interrupted, her no-nonsense mode returning. "No matter what the communists take, the nationalists will take it back, and then it will again be in our hands. Our only problem now," she waved her hands at the nearest group of men, "is finding where my daughter has gotten herself to before she gets herself killed."
Kathleen watched their gangsters hurry out the door, heard them mumble Tyler's name, Juliette's name. Rosalind was missing too, and yet there was hardly a single gangster worried. They pushed and shoved to get out, piling onto the streets, while the workers caused chaos, but only because they had been given the instruction to find the younger Cais somewhere out in the city. If Lady Cai had not commanded it, would they still care? Kathleen breathed out, stepping away from Lady Cai. Even here, at the mansion, which sat along the city's outer boundaries, there came the sound of gunfire in the distance. There came the deep, deep rumble of the ground shifting, like something colossal had just blown up. Juliet would be fine. She would not be so easily taken down. Shanghai, on the other hand, was a different question. And Rosalind, too, was another matter entirely. Kathleen pulled her coat off the rack. She merged with a group of messengers heading out of the house, piling into a car heading for the heart of the city. She needed to find Rosalind. She needed to get her sister back before this city burned down around them. Lady Cai walked upon the driveway, her arms folded, and locked eyes with Kathleen through the window of the car. When the car drove off, Lady Cai did not protest. Juliet watched a brothel owner wander out onto her balcony, her silk billowing in the wind. In seconds, she was shot from below, and with a spray of red, tumbled over the railing onto the hard cement ground. The worker who had fired the bullet did not pause. He was already moving on, joining a crusade of others in their hunt for another target. Juliet slammed back inside the alley, her hand flying to her mouth, the metallic tang of the drying blood hitting her tongue. She knew violence. She was used to it, used to bloodshed and hatred. But this was on a scale wholly unknown. This was not a feud between gangs in a contained face-off. This was the whole city rising up from the gutters, and it seemed riots and protests were no longer enough. Once the workers were finished, the Nationalists would come in to claim an Allied victory, and, depending on when the blackmailer decided to show their face, it would soon turn into a civil war, fought with monsters and madness. Juliet supposed she should be grateful this revolution was merely an exercise in bullets right now. The monsters were being conserved, squirreled away until the real claim for power. "We have to go," Benedict declared. "I'm sorry, Juliet, but you'll have to leave the bodies here." "No matter," Juliet replied quietly, wiping at her face. Perhaps when they were found later, the workers would be blamed for the deaths. Perhaps she wouldn't need to be more terrible. She could just be a murderer instead of a murderer and a liar. Another round of heavy gunfire. They had to take the back roads out. There was no way they could venture along the main creek and not be shot immediately. "Where are we going to go?" Elisa whispered. There was something in her hands. She had retrieved Tyler's book, hugging it to her chest. "What sort of marshal?" shushed her, then gestured for them to press against the wall, remaining very still while a group gathered close to the alley, yelling instructions at one another to fan out. This was not just an opportunity to incite chaos. With the machine guns coming out, the workers were trying to take Shanghai from the hands of imperialists and gangsters. It was exactly what both the Scarlets and the White Flowers had feared. "We have a safe house 2 streets away," Benedict reported quietly when the gunshots seemed to move in the other direction. "Let's go." Marshall touched Juliet's elbow. "Come with us." Juliet startled. She could still feel Roma's eyes on her. "No," she said. "No, I have my own." The ground shook under their feet. Somewhere, somehow, something was blowing up. On the other side of the creek, the nearest factory's windows all shattered into dust. There was no time to lose. They needed to disperse. Juliet bent and picked up the pistol she had tossed, trying hard not to look at her cousin's body. "Stay inside until this blows over. When it ends, Shanghai will not be the same city." She made to leave, and for the second time, Roma lunged out quickly and grabbed her wrist. This time, Juliet finally whirled to face him, her teeth gritted. "Roma, let go! I'm coming with you!" "The hell you are! Quit running from me," Roma snapped. "We need to talk." "Really?" Juliet exclaimed. A bullet struck the mouth of the alley, and Juliet knew that they had been spotted. "You want to talk now, while the city undergoes revolution?" Behind them, Benedict and Marshall were wide-eyed, uncertain if they needed to step in and facilitate this. They could either demand that Juliet accept it or persuade Roma to back off, and neither option seemed very likely to have success. Only Elisa offered a little thumbs up as Roma turned over his shoulder, waiting to see if another bullet was coming. "Benedict Marshall," he said. There was a note of awe in his voice that he could at last say those two names together again, the way that things were supposed to be, the return to a normal he knew even if the world around him was splitting apart. "Please take Elisa to the safe house. Roma, I'm standing here until Juliet agrees to talk," he warned. "If the workers storm this alley, then they themselves can move me." Juliet stared at him, flabbergasted. "You have lost your mind." True to his word, he was unmoving, as Benedict and Marshall exchanged a quick nod, nudging Elisa to hurry and go. Elisa reached over to squeeze Roma's arm as they passed by, whispering a quick, "Stay safe," before the three of them disappeared. Then it was only Roma and Juliet, and an alley soaked in red. "It is not a difficult choice, Juliet," he said. "Voices now, coming right by the main road, seconds away from turning into the alley. We can leave, or we can die here." Juliet felt the press of his fingers on her wrist. She wondered if he noticed her pulse beating a cacophony under his touch. "For crying out loud," she said darkly, shaking his grip loose so that his fingers entwined with hers instead, blood mixing on skin, pulling him away from the mouth of the alley. "You are so dramatic." Just as the workers rounded into the alley and loosed their ammunition, Juliet and Roma disappeared through the narrow back passages and merged into the city. Juliet wasn't one who liked relying on eavesdropping, but she wasn't the sort of person who was very good at being sneaky either, which meant her current predicament was truly a last resort. At any moment, she almost expected someone to wander out into the gardens and ask what she was doing, hanging from a guest bedroom balcony, leaning as closely as she could to the open window of her father's office.
Forces? Juliet shifted forward, trying to hear more than a few snippets of each sentence. Fortunately, it was past dusk, and the purpling hour of the night obscured her strange position against the walls of the house. There weren't many Scarlets around the house to catch her like this anyway. She had been sitting on the couch all afternoon, observing the quiet around her. For however many hours Juliet wasted away in the living room, dragging a sharp nail down the armrest, the front door had not opened once. No one coming in, no one going out. In the 24 hours that had passed since learning Dmitri Voronin was the blackmailer, Juliet had assigned messengers to watch every corner of the city. Until Rosalind gave up a location, there was no way to seek Dmitri. Until the Nationalists actually acted, until the Scarlets acted, there was no way to know how the coming fight would unfold if Dmitri were truly going to unleash madness on behalf of the Communists. Lord and Lady Cai feigned ignorance. When Juliet gave them Rosalind's accusation about the coming massacre, passed off as a rumor on the streets, her father had waved her off with assurances that this was nothing she needed to concern herself with. Which made no sense. Since when was the heir of the Scarlet Gang supposed to remain unconcerned? This was her job. Numbers. Juliet cursed under her breath, hooking her leg over the balcony when it sounded as though the meeting in Lord Cai's office was ending. The thing was, she had been waiting to hear something, anything, from the eyes she had placed across the city. Scarlet messengers were commonly prone to false reports.
Even when nothing was awry, the more dramatic ones, who wanted to prove themselves, always came in with a whisper or two picked up from unreliable sources. Juliet was playing eavesdropper in her own house because she had received absolute silence. And silence didn't mean the city had settled into peace and harmony. It meant the messengers weren't reporting to her anymore. Someone, multiple someones, had clammed them up. And after all, there were only 2 people in this gang higher ranked than her: her parents. "Have you seen Juliet?" Juliet froze right in the middle of the guest bedroom. Slowly, when it seemed the conversation was only passing in the hallway, she crept forward to press her ear to the door. "She was in the living room earlier, Lady Cai." For a second, Juliet wondered if she was finally being summoned, if her parents were going to sit her down and explain what the Scarlet Gang was planning, assuring her that they would never collaborate with Nationalists if collaboration meant bathing their city in a wave of red. Well, her father asks to keep her away from the 3rd-floor sitting room if you see her. We have a meeting. The voices faded. Juliet's fists clenched tight before she even realized what she was doing, carving her nails deep into the skin of her palms. She could not fathom the meaning of this. Her mother was the one who told her time and time again that Juliet deserved to be heir. Her father was the one training her to take over, who summoned her into his meetings with politicians and merchants alike. What was different now? "Is it me?" she whispered into the bedroom, her breath disturbing a fine layer of dust gathered on the wall. Juliet was a traitor. Juliet was a child. When push came to shove, maybe her parents had decided she wasn't competent enough. Or maybe it was them. Maybe whatever plans were being dreamed up behind closed doors were so horrid that they were too ashamed to pass them on. Juliet pulled the door open, popping her head out. At the other end of the hallway, a group of gossiping relatives bade one another a good night and dispersed, parting ways like they were taking separate exits in a stage play. Only when the coast was clear did Juliet slink out, trekking down the stairs and poking her head into the kitchen, where Kathleen was skinning an apple. "Hey," Juliet said, leaning her elbows onto the counter. She switched to French, in case any maids were listening. "We need to do something." "And by something," her cousin replied, thumb still working at the apple peels, "what are you referencing?" Juliet's gaze roamed around. The kitchen was empty, the hallways otherwise quiet. It was eerie for there to be so little noise, for the household to be absent of messengers dropping in and out. It made the mansion feel unwell, like some dark shroud had crept into the walls, muting sound and blocking sensation. "I think we need to scare Rosalind," Juliet said. "Juste un peu." The knife in Kathleen's hands came to a stop. Her eyes flickered up. "Juliet," she said sharply, "I can't sit around like this." The days were counting down. The clock kept ticking forward. I cannot claim to stop the Nationalists. I do not claim to have the power to stop a whole political movement. But we can stop Dmitri from making it worse. Rosalind is sitting on his location. I know it. When Juliet fell quiet, she was breathing so hard that her chest heaved up and down. Kathleen was unspeaking for a moment, letting Juliet put herself together again before shaking her head. "What does it matter, Juliet?" Kathleen asked quietly. "Don't rush to answer me. Really ask yourself at first. What does it matter? Whatever is about to break out, what is one more element of chaos? It will be bullets against madness, gangsters with knives against monsters with claws. It will be a fair fight." Juliet bit down on the inside of her cheeks. Of course it mattered. One life was one life. One life did not become forgettable merely because it was lost in the masses. She wouldn't regret the lives she had taken, but she would remember them. Before Juliet could say so, however, she was interrupted by the quiet groan of the front door opening. Its hinges squealed despite the messenger's effort, and when Juliet rushed into the living room, his wince was immediate. It was dusk. The house was dim with shadows. Nevertheless, Juliet immediately zeroed in on the letter the messenger held, marching his way. "Give me that." "I'm sorry," the messenger said. He attempted a firm tone, but his voice shook. "This isn't for you, Miss Cai." "Since when," Juliet exclaimed, "in this house been not for me?" The messenger resolved not to answer. His lips thinning, he simply tried to push by, heading for the staircase. When Juliet was 12, she had felt a sudden flare of pain inside her abdomen while watering the flowers over her Manhattan window. The feeling had spread like an internal invasion, had felt so hot and severe that she dropped the watering can with a spasm, watched it fall and smash to pieces on the pavement 4 stories below when she crumpled to the floor. Later, they would tell her that her appendix had ruptured, had refused to keep on functioning, and had torn a hole in its own wall, pushing infection into the rest of her body. That was what her anger felt like now, like something had died, and now its vicious pus and poison had burst inside of her. Juliet unwound the garrote wire from her wrist. In one lunge, she had it around the messenger's throat, silencing his cry before it could escape. The letter, Kathleen. Kathleen snatched it quickly, and Juliet held on to the stranglehold for just a second longer, until the messenger slumped. The moment he did, Juliet loosened the wire and let the messenger collapse in unconsciousness. By then, Kathleen was already reading the letter. By then, her hand was pressed over her mouth, so much horror in her eyes that she could have been a painting rendered by tragedy. "What?" Juliet demanded. "What is it?" "It's for your father, from the highest command within the Nationalists," Kathleen answered shakily. "The Central Control Commission of the Kuomintang have made their decision. The Communist Party of China is anti-revolutionary and has undermined our national interest.
We have voted unanimously for them to be purged from the Kuomintang and from Shanghai." "We knew it was coming," Juliet said, quietly. "We knew." Kathleen thinned her lips. The letter was not finished yet. Having paled tremendously, she didn't speak the rest aloud. She merely flipped the letter around so Juliet could read it for herself. Powers of execution should be reserved for the elite, imprisonment for the masses. All members of the Scarlet Gang are to report for duty at the turn of midnight on April 12. The white flowers may be treated as communists when the purge begins. When the city wakes again, we shall have no adversaries. We shall be one combined beast to fight the true enemy of imperialism. Put the Montagovs' heads on pikes and be rid of them once and for all. In their very living room, the clock tolled for 10 o'clock. Juliet staggered back. At the turn of midnight, April 12th? A faint buzzing started up in her ears. Today is April 11th. Put the Montagovs' heads on pikes. Was that what this blood feud had come to? Total and utter annihilation? Kathleen broke for the front door, the letter fluttering beside the unconscious messenger. She had already burst outside, progressing several steps down the main path before Juliet caught up to her, grabbing her cousin by the wrist and halting her in her tracks. "What are you doing?" Juliet demanded. The night was cold and dark around them. Half the lamps in the gardens were turned off, perhaps to save on electricity, perhaps to hide the fact that there was not a single guard standing sentry by the front gate. "I'm going to warn them," Kathleen replied, her words a tight hiss. "I'm going to help the workers fight back. They're allowing execution powers. It will be a bloodbath." The truth was, the bloodbath had long been building. The truth was, execution powers were already being used. It was only now coming right into the open. "You don't have to." Juliet looked up at the windows across this side of the house, all illuminated. The night seemed so dark in comparison, its shadows almost liquid. When she lowered her voice, she almost thought she would choke on her next breath, like the darkness was pressing against her chest. "We can run. It's over. Shanghai has been taken over by nationalists. Our way of life is dead in the ground. Everything either dead or dying." Juliet almost keeled over with the thought.
All that she had worked for, all that she thought was her future, none of it mattered. Territories disappeared in minutes, loyalties switched in seconds, and revolution bowled over anything that was in its path. Mere moments ago, Kathleen said tightly, you were resolute to stop Dmitri. Mere moments ago, Juliet echoed, her voice breaking. I didn't know that there was an execution order for Roma's head. We have 2 hours, Bialgie, 2 hours to leave, to run far, far away. Gangsters never belonged in politics anyway. Slowly, Kathleen shook her head. You have to leave. I'm not going anywhere. They're going to kill them, Juliet. Civilians, shop owners, workers. That letter was a pretense. There will be no imprisonment. With the force of gangsters alongside the soldiers, anyone who takes to the streets in support of the communists will be shot on sight. It would be terror. Juliet did not deny that. If she went to her parents right now and demanded answers, they would not deny it either. She knew them too well to think otherwise. Maybe that was why she was afraid of confronting them. Maybe that was why she was choosing to run instead. Do you realize? Her tears refused to fall, but they hovered in a thick sheen over her eyes. We have passed violence, past mere revolution. Nationalist against communist? This is civil war. You're enlisting yourself as a soldier. Maybe I am, but you don't have to. Juliet did not mean to yell, but here she was. You're not actually one of them. Kathleen pulled away vehemently. Aren't I? She asked. I am at their meetings. I draw their posters. I know their protest calls. She tore her jade pendant off, held it up in the moonlight. Short of these riches, short of my last name, what is stopping me from being one of them? I could just as easily be another face in the factories. I could just as easily have been another abandoned child thrown onto the streets, begging for scraps. Juliet breathed in. And in. And in. I am selfish, she whispered. I want you to come with me. Around them, the lamps flickered, then turned off completely. With only moonlight illuminating the gardens, Juliet wondered briefly if this was some indication that trouble was coming to the Scarlet House. It was not. At times like these, trouble no longer needed to act under the guise of darkness. Trouble was a roaring, raging fire. Kathleen offered a small, shaky smile, then tied her pendant back on. We have been allowed selfishness, she said, but so many others in this city have not. I cannot find my peace unless I help them, Juliet. I cannot find my peace with this city. Juliet knew what a losing argument looked like. A long second passed, and Juliet waited to see if her cousin would falter. But she did not. Kathleen's expression remained determined, and some part of Juliet knew that this was a goodbye. Her face crumpling, she reached for Kathleen, pulling the two of them close in a tight hug. Do not die out there, she snapped. Do you understand me? Kathleen choked out a laugh. I'll try my best. Her embrace was equally fierce, as was her expression when they released each other. But you, we're under martial law. How are you to... They can block off our trains and dirt roads, but we're the city above the sea. They cannot monitor every swath of the Huangpu River. Kathleen shook her head. She knew how stubborn Juliet was when she needed something done. Find Da Nao. He's a communist sympathizer. Da Nao the fisherman? The one and the same. I'll get a note to him, telling him to wait for you. Juliet felt a hot stone of gratitude roil in her stomach. Even at a time like this, Kathleen was running tasks for her. Thank you, she whispered. I don't care if this makes me too much of a Westerner. I need you to hear my indebtedness. You only have 2 hours, Juliet, Kathleen said, waving her off. If you're going to run, I won't make it, I know. I'll buy everyone more time. I can hold off the purge until morning at least. Kathleen's eyes widened. You're not going to approach your parents, are you? No. Juliet didn't know how they would react. It was too risky. But I have a plan. Go. Don't waste time. Afar, a bird had started cawing. The sound was high-pitched, a warning from the city itself. With a firm nod, Kathleen stepped back, then gave Juliette's hand one last squeeze. "Keep fighting for love," she whispered. "It is worth it." Her cousin disappeared off into the night. Juliette allowed herself one ragged breath. She let the quavery sound rush outward and tear a rip into her composure before she inhaled deeply and clutched her hands over the silk of her dress. When Juliette stepped back inside her house, the living room remained silent, the messenger still lying on his side. She picked up the fallen letter and lifted her head, staring up the staircase. The light in her father's office was off. Now she knew. In the third-floor sitting room, her parents and whoever else they had deemed worthy to invite in were discussing senseless massacre for the sake of the Scarlet's survival. Juliette squeezed her eyes shut. The tears fell then, finding an easy path down her cheeks. Keep fighting for love. But she didn't want to. She wanted to hold love to her chest and run like hell so the rest of the world couldn't touch it. It was exhausting to care about everyone in the city. She thought she had the power to save them, protect them, but she was still one girl, shut out of everything important. If she was going to be treated like a mere girl, then she would act like one.
The wind blew into the living room. The front door still cast ajar. Juliette shivered once, then suddenly couldn't stop shivering, the tremors rocking from head to toe. "I will fight this war to love you," Roma had said, "and now I will take you away from it." Enough was enough. In this moment, Juliette decided she did not care. This was a war they had never asked to be a part of. This was a war that had dragged them in before they had the chance to leave. Roma and Juliette had been born into feuding families, into a feuding city, into a country already fractured beyond belief. She was washing her hands of it. She was not fighting for love. She was protecting her own. Everyone else's be damned. Havoc erupted within the safe house. Roma was shouting, Benedict was shouting, Kathleen had pressed herself up against the wall. Rosalind was trying to free herself, and Juliette barely managed to get out of the way before the soldiers were surging out the door, Marshall clasped between them in captivity. "Stop," Roma bellowed. "You can't just take him." He was fast to follow, almost colliding with the building before barreling out from the front archway. A beat later, Juliette made to follow him. Only Benedict grabbed her wrist, stopping her mid-motion. "Don't let Mars get caught in the crossfire," Benedict said in one breath. "You protected him once, Juliette. I know you have it in you to look out for him again." "No use telling me this," Juliette hissed, grabbing Benedict's arm and yanking him out with her. "Help me fix it. Kathleen, watch Rosalind." Kathleen's mouth opened as if to protest, only Juliette was already running out. She surveyed the scene. Guns, soldiers, Roma. Marshall had long ceased struggling, but Roma had rooted himself in their path, stubborn until the very end. The street around them was quiet. Give it some minutes more, however, and this would grow into a scene, gawkers at every corner. It was almost bizarre that Juliette's first thought was, "I can't be seen with white flowers." The city had been taken, territory lines had turned as fluid as flowing river water, and yet still the blood feud raged on, as if it had any meaning, as if it ever had any meaning. "Does my father know that you are hassling Scarlets?" General Shu stopped. He turned around. When all his men were forced to halt too, Marshall made a valiant effort to tug himself free, but their hold upon him was iron. No matter how he lunged, there were too many in a small circle holding him in, and too many in a larger circle that kept Roma at a distance by the threat of their rifles. "Does your father know you lie about white flowers being scarlets?" Juliette lifted her chin. At the far side of the soldier cluster, Roma's head snapped up, trying to catch Juliette's eye. He made a motion at her, urging her not to stick her neck in, to let him handle it. Fool! If he was sticking his neck in, she was already there too.
"How are you to prove that Marshal Seo is a white flower?" Juliet asked. General Shu pulled a revolver from his holster. He did not point it at her, at anyone. He merely examined it, opening and closing the cylinder to check his bullets. "What would you prefer, Miss Cai?" he said. "The letter he wrote when he ran from me, declaring his intent to survive on his own in Shanghai by joining the White Flowers? News clippings I've kept over the years that report him to be the Montagov heir's right-hand man. I have them all, just give the word." Juliet bit down on the inside of her cheeks, throwing Benedict a glance, hoping he had some idea of their next move. But Benedict looked startled beyond description. When General Shu put his revolver back into its holster, the street was quiet enough that Benedict's low murmur could be heard very clearly. "Ran from you?" Marshal grimaced, looking away. He had stopped struggling. "He never told you?" General Shu asked. "I assume he said that we were all dead, didn't he?" He looked at Marshal. Now, out in the light, the resemblance appeared. The same face shape, the same lines crinkling at the eyes. "You are," Marshal seethed, his voice a sudden crack in the air. He had never before seemed so furious. Careless, cheery Marshal, who had never angered once in Juliet's presence, was now red in the face and shaking, the tendons in his neck standing at attention. "When Uma died and you weren't home, for all that it mattered, you were dead to me too." General Shu didn't flinch. If anything, he looked a little bored. He didn't even seem to listen. "I will not discuss your mother with you in the middle of the street. We may have a nice sit-down later if you wish to talk. Mr. Montagov, would you please get out of the way?" Roma remained firm. His brows were drawn. Juliet knew that look. He was trying to buy time, but the problem was that more time was not going to help the present situation. "This is not your jurisdiction," Roma said quietly. "When Miss Cai says you can go, only then may you go." General Shu put his hands behind his back, behind all the weapons at his belt. When he spoke again, he really did address Juliet, like Juliet had any control over what was to happen here. "I have no interest in whatever strange arrangement between gangsters this is. All I want is to take my son home with me. I stay quiet about your business, you leave my business to me." A wad of spit narrowly missed his face. General Shu stepped back, but Marshal looked like he was gearing up to do it again. "You think you can just march in here?" Marshal exclaimed. "You march into this city, even though you did none of the work to take it. You march in and grab me like I'm your very property? Where were you all these years? You knew I was here? You could have fetched me at any point. But you didn't. The revolution was more important. The Kuomintang was more important. Everything but me was more important." General Shu said nothing. Juliet's grip tightened on her gun, tightened on the trigger. She wondered what would happen if she shot him. She wondered if she could get away with it. A year ago, it would have been nothing. Today, it would be a declaration of war against the Nationalists, and, the Scarlets oust as they were, could not fight such a war. It would be annihilation. "But now," Marshal went on, "now that you're in Shanghai anyway, you may as well tie up your loose ends, right? Everything is falling into place. Your country and your happy little family." He spat again, but it wasn't aimed at his father this time. Merely an expulsion of the anger within his body, like popping a bullet out from its exit wound. "Well, Miss Cai." Juliet started. Despite Marshal's speech, his father was still speaking to her. "It sounds like he doesn't want to go," she said tightly. At once, by some signal that Juliet had not caught, the soldiers all stood to attention, saluting. Then they aimed their rifles at Roma, ready to shoot. "Don't make things difficult," General Shu said. "Staying with the White Flowers is a death sentence. You know what is coming. I'm keeping him safe." "Don't," Benedict muttered from beside Juliet. "Don't believe it." But this wasn't a matter of believing or not. This was truth. This was knowing that the gangsters were near collapse. No more territories, no more thriving black market. How long could they hold on for? How long could the white flowers survive, given they didn't have nationalist support like the Scarlets did? Roma, Juliet called shakily. Step aside. No, Benedict snapped. Juliet, stop. Juliet swiveled around, her fists clenched. You heard what Rosalind said, she hissed. Though she attempted a volume only for Benedict, there was no doubt that everyone present could hear her. You know what violence is to come. How many communist meetings has Lord Montagov sent Marshal to? How many times has his face been cited there? Who is to say if his name is on a kill list when this city erupts? This is a way to keep him safe. Benedict reached for his gun.
Juliet smacked it out of his hands immediately, her wrist crossing with his, her eyes ablaze. Benedict did not try it a second time. He knew he would not win. In his expression there was only hard disappointment. Is it for his safety, he asked, hoarse, or is it for Roma's? Juliet swallowed hard. She released her hold on Benedict Montagov's wrist. Roma, she called again, unable to look over, please. A long moment of silence passed. Then, the sound of rifles clacking against shoulder straps, heavy boots starting to walk. Roma had stepped aside. Benedict kept his eyes pinned on Juliet, like he didn't dare to look away, didn't dare watch Marshal be hauled off. The least that Juliet owed him was to hold his gaze, own up to the decision she had made. He will be safe, she said. The marching footfalls grew farther and farther away. Safe inside a cage, Benedict replied, his jaw tight. You sent him off to a prison sentence. Juliet would not be chided like this, as if there had been any other choice. Would you rather your cousin be shot? At last, Benedict turned away. Miraculously, no onlookers had come to see the commotion. Miraculously, even after the soldiers marched off with Marshal, the street remained empty. And now it was only the three of them out in the open. Roma standing by the sidewalk with his arms to either side of him, like he didn't know what to do with himself. No, Benedict said dully. He started to walk toward the city center. Merely 3 paces away, he paused again and spoke over his shoulder. I would rather the two of you not burn the world down each time you choose each other. April 1927. The grass under Juliet's feet was damp, leaving dew on her polished shoes as she shifted under the shade of the tree. She scratched at her ankle, then winced when her finger caught the metal of her shoe buckle. She inspected her hand. No blood, no scratch. Instead, she felt covered in grit, an unwashable taint upon her skin. Shanghai was now under the rule of the Nationalist army under Chiang Kai-shek, their commander-in-chief. Juliet shouldn't have been surprised that it had come to this. He had already seized much of the country, after all. The northern expedition had been building for months, after all. But it was the workers who had ravaged the city until it was awash in red. It was the communists who had led the effort. Then the communists had asked their workers to give way when General Shu marched his men into the city and set up nationalist bases before the dust had even settled. Something was afoot. The tension was a pungent smell in the air, waiting to see whether it would be the nationalists or the communists who struck at the other first. And Juliet knew, she just knew, that the Scarlet Gang was involved, but no one would tell her how. Juliet cast a glance to her side, reaching out and putting a hand to Kathleen's wrist. Kathleen jolted, then realized what Juliet was indicating. Her cousin stopped tapping the side of her qipao, resolved to clutch her hands in front of her instead, her feet planted firmly in the short cemetery grass. Last week, most of the Scarlets had escaped the chaos on the streets relatively unharmed. There were casualties, certainly, but few enough that this was the last of their funerals. Instead of mass lives, what they had lost was control. Nanxi and all the industrial roads south of the French concession taken. Hongkou, the narrow strip of land surrounded on 3 sides by the international settlement, taken. Wusong, jammed amid ports leading into the Huangpu and Yangtze rivers, taken. East Shanghai, taken. West Shanghai, taken. Zabei, where the workers were most densely populated of all, taken, though their fight with the white flowers had lasted through the night.
When morning broke, whispers flew through the city to report that the white flowers had at last relinquished, slinking into their homes with broken bones and letting the streets take a different ruler. By 6 o'clock, Shanghai was quiet, occupied by the workers. Officers had been ousted out of police stations, call centers raided and trashed, rail stations bombed to render them ineffective. The web of connections that powered Shanghai had been snipped at every juncture point, save for inside the French concession and international settlement, which the foreigners now guarded with chain-link fences and barbed wire to keep the nationalists out. In the Chinese parts of the city, there was no such thing as scarlet-controlled or white flower-controlled territory anymore. For a fleeting moment, it had seemed that Shanghai was some malleable place, humming with the possibility to grow anew. Then the nationalist armies marched in, and the workers gave way, letting the soldiers take over. Now, everywhere they looked, there were nationalist soldiers stationed along the streets, the city under occupation. The most outrageous thing was, these few days had still passed as normal. Though the clubs were closed, though the restaurants were closed, though the city was ghost-like in its stillness as it waited for the next political move, her parents acted like nothing was wrong. Private dinners hosted at the mansion went on, albeit with more nationalists present. Private parties went on, albeit with more nationalists present. And funerals went on, albeit with more nationalists present. May he go on to the next life peacefully. It didn't make sense. The blackmailer was still out there. Unless Juliet had been utterly mistaken this whole time, the blackmailer had to be aligned with the communists in some way. Yet in this crucial moment, why hadn't the monsters come out? Why not fight the nationalist army off with madness? "Juliet," Kathleen whispered, "now you're the one twitching." Juliet shot her cousin a quick glance, conveying her annoyance. In the same motion, she caught sight of 3 nationalist soldiers to their left, eyeing her. The communists' fight was a long one, Lord Cai had said after the takeover. Their fight encompassed not just this city, but the whole country. Why would they upset their alliance with the Kuomintang so soon? Why wouldn't they pretend that all this rebellion and bloodshed had been a joint matter of sticking it to the imperialists, of taking Shanghai back under the control of a true unified government, and bide their time for class revolution? Would it not be sensible to revolt against the Kuomintang only when they actually had a true army alike to the nationalists? Red rags and anger could not stand up against soldiers and academy training. Lord Cai had sounded convincing. He had not sounded one bit worried. Their whole city had just been overturned by a force so mighty, and he cared not? Their entire way of life was at a standstill, waiting to see how the nationalists would organize their rule, how the nationalists would come to an agreement with the foreigners, and Lord Cai was content to stand by and let it happen. It was unlikely. Juliet wondered what she was missing. If all who wish to speak have spoken, then let us bid Kai Tai Lei a safe passage away. The priest stepped aside, gesturing for the relatives nearest to him to begin saying their goodbyes. Each person in the cemetery today clutched a flower in their hands, a faded pink, for though it was customary to use white for mourning, the Scarlet Gang would never use white flowers under any occasion. Lady Cai stepped up and tossed her flower into the grave. The casket already lay inside, closed, as shiny as the headstone. Once the procession finished, the grave would be closed with dirt and laid softly with new grass. Juliet clenched her fists tight, nodding as her mother motioned her to go on. How fortunate it was that she was a modern girl who did not believe in the afterlife. Otherwise, she would certainly burn in hell for this. Oh, Juliet. Lady Cai brushed her daughter's face as she passed. Don't look so somber. Death is not the end.
Your dear cousin performed tremendous feats in his time alive. Did he? Juliet said softly. There was no challenge in her voice. It would be foolish to voice resentment now, when she was standing and Tyler was dead. Of course, Lady Cai reassured her, taking her daughter's monotony for grief. She clutched Juliet's hands, holding them steady. He made the Scarlets proud. He stopped at nothing to protect us. He should never have had the power to do so. We should not have the power to do this. And yet it was all a lost cause, wasn't it? If it were not the Scarlets stopping at nothing to consume the city, it was someone else. "I will go pay my respects," Juliet rasped, swallowing every bitter word that she wanted to throw in her mother's face. Lady Cai smiled, and with a squeeze on their enjoined fingers, stepped back to let Juliet proceed. For the briefest moment, Juliet imagined what her mother would say if she knew what blood had once tarnished her palms, knew what blood was running traitorous inside Juliet's veins. Perhaps there was a possibility that she might be forgiven, but mercy and blood feuds had never mixed well together. Juliet approached the grave, peering down at the casket. There was already an abundance of flowers scattered upon the smooth wooden lid. "Maybe you would have made a better heir, Tyler," Juliet whispered, crouching to throw her flower in. When it landed, its petals appeared far paler than the others. "But I have a feeling the title is soon going to be rendered null. Once, Juliet could never have considered a future without the Scarlet Ganga, a future where they were not in power. That was before a monster tore through their numbers, before a madness incited revolution. That was before politicians marched their armies in and filled the streets with their artillery. Once she had wanted power. But beneath it all, maybe it was never power she wanted. Maybe it was safety. Maybe there was another way to get it, away from being heir to a crumbling empire. Juliet rose to her feet. Her hands felt claw-like, still folded over an invisible flower. Someone was coming up behind her, and it was time to take her leave. But for a second longer she hovered around Tyler's headstone, committing its features to memory. "I'm sorry," she said, her voice so quiet she could be heard only by herself, and Tyler, wherever he was. "If there is a life after this, one that is free of the blood feud, I hope we can be friends." Juliet slipped away from the funeral after-activities without notice, tipping her hat low and falling out of step with her relatives once they exited the cemetery. Kathleen quirked a brow in her direction, but Juliet shook her head, and Kathleen merely looked to the front of the footpath again, pretending not to see. The Scarlets walked onward in the direction of their parked cars, and Juliet pivoted onto a smaller street, melding deeper into what was once Scarlet territory. Soldiers, soldiers everywhere. Juliet pulled at the sleeves of her dress and tried to walk without letting her posture slump. The French concession and international settlement were closed, no one in and no one out. That could not last for long. The foreign concessions were never built to operate as their own self-contained territories, and once they came to an agreement with the Nationalists, the barbed wire and makeshift fences would go down. For now, people steered clear in fear of the armed soldiers along Boundary Road, and so that was where Juliet went, to the rooftop of a building at the outer bounds of the Chinese part of the city, just out of view of the foreign soldiers peering through their rifle scopes. There was no telling what this building once was, perhaps a small noodle shop or a tailor's parlor. When Juliet trekked up, she saw shattered glass and ripped ledgers left behind on the emptied shelves. Juliet eased open the rooftop door, her shoes coming onto the cement carefully. She kept her breath in her lungs, scanning the space. Her exhale came out with relief. Silently she bounded over to the figure standing in the corner and wrapped her arms around his shoulders before he could turn around, setting her chin at the crook of his neck. "Hello, stranger." Roma relaxed under her grip, tipping his head back so that his hair brushed her cheek. "Is this an attack? Perhaps," Juliet replied. She shook the knife from her sleeve and pressed the blunt side to his throat. One lone white flower, out in the middle of nowhere? Juliet felt a sudden pressure on her ankle. She hardly had a moment to gasp before she realized Roma had hooked his foot over her leg and pulled her off balance. For the briefest second she was falling backward before Roma turned around fast and caught her waist, swiping the knife out of her hand and pressing the flat side to her throat instead. "You were saying?" Roma asked, grinning. Juliet shoved his shoulder. She was scowling, vexed to be caught off guard, but then Roma dropped the knife and pulled her closer. Their lips met, and she forgot what exactly she was going to rebuke him for. "I missed you," Roma said when he pulled away. Juliet quirked a brow, placing her hands upon his face. "You saw me yesterday to talk business. We're here today to talk business too. Semantics." Roma stopped with a frown, noticing the headdress twined around her hair. It was pale pink, just as the flowers at the cemetery were, a far lighter color than a scarlet would usually dare to wear. "Another funeral?" "Tyler's," Juliet answered quietly. Roma touched the fixture in her hair, adjusting it carefully so it would hold back the strands from her eyes. When he had it in place, he smoothed his hand along her neck. "Are you okay?" Juliet leaned into the touch, exhaling. "What other choice is there?" "That's not an answer, Doragaya." Juliet pulled away gently with a shake of her head. The warmth and kindness were too distracting. It fooled her into thinking that all would be well, that the city was not crumbling under their feet. Instead, she twined her arm around his to drag them to the edge of the rooftop. There, they looked out upon the streets, upon the casual sprawl bleeding outward to the horizon. "I'm okay," she said, "surviving. That's the best one could hope for now." Roma cast her a sidelong look like he was going to argue, but Juliet shook her head, directing the topic back to true business. They were meeting today because Roma had sent a note about new information on the blackmailer, and to tell the truth, Juliet had been surprised. Much as she wanted to eradicate the threat once and for all, it hardly seemed important in the grander scheme of things. The monsters had not attacked in so long. Now, Roma and Juliet's search for the blackmailer was not so much in fear of the madness or in desperation to protect their people. It was simply for something to do, something to keep themselves from sitting idle while their city fractured to pieces on a level the teenage gangsters could not touch. "What did you find?" Juliet asked. A hint of pride flickered upon Roma's expression. "I got a name for the Frenchman," he said, "the one who turned into a monster on the train. Pierre Moreau." Juliet blinked, the name striking a nerve of familiarity. Roma was still speaking, but Juliet had stopped listening, desperately searching her memory for where she had heard the name before. Had it been an introduction in the French concession? No, she would have remembered if she had met the Frenchman before. Could she have seen his name in their records, their guest lists? But then why would she have seen a white flower on scarlet lists? Sailed into the city some few years ago to start trading. Finally, Juliet remembered. She almost dropped to her knees. "Roma," she said breathlessly. "Roma, I've seen that name before. A slip of paper on Rosalind's desk. She said he was a patron at the Scarlet Burlesque Club." Roma furrowed his brows.
She had told him about Rosalind's disappearance, about her affair with a white flower whom she wouldn't name. Roma had reported back a brief sighting of Rosalind near the White Flower headquarters the day she went missing. Because the Scarlet Grapevine wasn't working as well as it used to, that was the last time anyone had heard from or seen Rosalind. "Impossible," Roma insisted. "I may not have known the man by name, but he is prominent enough to be recognized in your clubs. He would have been identified immediately as a white flower. Then." Juliet physically felt her gut twist, her fingers pressing to her stomach. Then he was never a patron at the club. Rosalind just happened to have a list of names, the first of which happened to be a monster. Juliet needed to find the list again. There were 4 other names on it. 4 other names. 4 other monsters. "Could it be?" she whispered. She met Roma's eyes, a reflection of her own horror, having reached the same conclusion. Rosalind was raised in Paris, as passably French as anyone in the concession could be. Is Rosalind the blackmailer? Blockades were already forming on the streets, an attempt to close the concessions before the havoc traveled here, too. Roma and Juliet reached their intended destination in the nick of time, turning onto a thin street before British soldiers could rope it off. Every window they hurried past had its curtains drawn tight. The sounds of gunfire followed on their heels. Fighting would soon arrive in the vicinity. "Quick," Juliet whispered, opening the door to the safe house. After accepting that he was going to keep playing vigilante, she had warned Marshall to keep his temporary residence unlocked when he was not there, to ensure that it seemed unoccupied if any Scarlets were to come looking, and she was relieved to find that he had listened. This was the closest Scarlet location. She figured there was no harm in taking shelter here, especially when it was outside proper international settlement territory, hovering at the edges of Jabé. Just as Roma hurried in and Juliet bolted the door, there came shouting from the British soldiers at their makeshift barricade. Their voices coursed down the street, bringing a hush upon the apartments as every resident inside waited for chaos to erupt. "Are the windows boarded?" Roma demanded. Juliet didn't answer. She only waited for Roma to beeline for the windows and pull at the curtains, breathing out in relief when he found them to be nailed shut with wooden panels. "The darkness didn't give it away?" she muttered, bringing her lighter to a candle on the table. The first echoes of shooting began outside. Perhaps Juliet should have tried to get home instead, tried to organize the Scarlets to fight back. Somehow she had a feeling it would not make a difference. For the first time, the gangsters were not only outnumbered, but vastly overpowered. Roma pulled the curtains shut tightly. He waited there for a moment, then turned around, folding his arms and leaning up against the boards. There was nowhere really to sit. Marshall had made the place cozy, but it was still as small as a crawlspace. One chair, propped near the stove, and a mattress on the floor, the blankets resembling a nest atop it. Juliet opted to lean up against the door. They remained like that, on opposite ends of the room, unspeaking, until Roma said, "I'm sorry." Juliet's eyes widened a fraction. For whatever reason, there was anger roiling in her belly. Not anger at Roma, just anger at the world. "Why are you sorry?" she asked quietly. Slowly, Roma inched away from the window. She watched as he trailed his fingers across the surface of the table and found no dust, a hint of fascination flashing in his eyes before his gaze flickered to the coat hanging on the wall. It seemed Roma had come to the realization that this was where Marshall had been living. Roma took another step across the room. In answer to her question, he gestured at the blood on her hands. "He was still your cousin, Juliet. I'm sorry." Juliet closed her fists, then tucked them under her arms, folding her posture. Her head was a storm. She had fired on her cousin, fired on his men, her own men, Scarlets, all of them. Still, she couldn't quite regret it. She would live with this forever, live with her cousin's blood on her hands, and in the dark of night, when no one could hear her, she would cry her tears and mourn the boy he could have been. She would mourn the other Scarlets, just as she mourned the white flowers she had destroyed in the blood feud, and even more so, because their loyalty should have been their protection, and yet Juliet had turned on them. She didn't regret it, she hated it, and she hated herself. But standing there, in front of her, was the reason for everything she had done, and to look upon him alive and well was enough to push back the loathing she had for the blood on her hands, for the city that had made her into this monster of a person. "This kindness is disconcerting," she managed. "Whatever turmoil exists in my heart, I deserve it." Roma sighed. It was a vast sigh, one that might have formed smoke had he huffed just a tad harder. "You are a liar, Juliette Cai," he said. "You lied to me until I wanted you dead." Juliet couldn't bear how soft his voice had grown. "Because I could not risk the consequences. I could not risk my own cousin taking your life because I was too weak to let you go." She loosened her fists, feeling the dried blood itch in the lines of her palms. "And yet he pursued your death nonetheless?" Roma inched forward once more. He was careful even to look at her, afraid that she might bolt. "You think so intently of protecting me that you did not consider whether I wanted to be protected. I would have rather died knowing you are as you are than lived a long life thinking you cruel. I am cruel. You are not." Juliet swallowed hard. How quickly he forgot. How quickly he tried to convince himself otherwise. "Your mother, Roma." "Oh, please," he said. "I already know." What? A tremor hastened through the room. Juliet staring at Roma, and Roma staring right back. "What do you mean?" "I know how these things work, Juliet." Roma tore a hand through his hair, exasperated. His dark locks became so mussed that the longer strands fell loose over his forehead, and all Juliet could think was that this stone-cold, perfect image of a boy was at last giving way for the real one underneath. "I know we were a risk to each other from the very beginning, and I know you far better than you think I do." "Do you?" Juliet challenged. But Roma wasn't buying her pity party. He folded his arms. "In what world would you have sent men after my mother, no matter how upset you were? You didn't know her. She had no personal gain to you, and if I never knew that you did it, then it wasn't to spite me either. No, you told someone. In a fit of recklessness, you gave her address, however you found it, and then the blood feud did the rest of the work." Roma strode 2-3 steps more, stopping at arm's length in front of her. "Tell me I'm wrong." Juliet looked away, her eyes prickling with tears. Somehow he had found the heart of the matter and told it so generously that it seemed undeserved. "You're not wrong," she managed. Roma nodded, his shoulders straight and assured. By flickering candlelight, he appeared all the more sturdy, like nothing could phase through his bravado. Only as Juliet tried to blink away the emotion threatening at her eyes, she peered at Roma and found that he was struggling. "We live," he said, "with the consequences of our choices. I know that better than anyone, Juliet. I am the only one in this entire very city who feels exactly as you do. You should have known that I would understand." He didn't have to say it aloud. They both knew. Nurse. He was talking about Nurse, and the explosion at the Scarlet House. "You're right," Juliet said tightly. "You do know."
You know that all we do is take from each other, break each other's hearts in turn, and hope the next time won't shatter us completely. When does it end, Roma? When will we realize that whatever sordid affair we have between us isn't worth the death and the sacrifice? And do you remember what you said? Roma interrupted. That day in the alley when I told you my father made me set the explosion? Of course she remembered. She was incapable of ever forgetting a single moment between them. Depending on how she looked at it, it was either a great talent or a mighty curse. Juliet's voice shrank to a whisper. "We could have fought him." Roma nodded. He swiped hard at his eye, getting rid of the moisture there. "Where has that attitude gone, Juliet? We keep bending to what the blood feud demands of us, letting go of what we want in fear that it will be taken first. Why must we wonder when this mutual destruction will end? Why don't we fight it? Why don't we just end it?" A bitter laugh crept up from her lungs, echoing faintly into the room. "You pose questions that you know the answer to," she said. "I am afraid." She was so very afraid of being punished for her choices. And if it were easier to shut down, then why would she not? If there were an easier way to live, to choose ease over pain, how could she not? But Juliet knew she was lying to herself. Once, she used to be braver than this. Roma closed that final breath of space between them. His fingers grasped her chin, and he turned her gaze upon his. Juliet did not frighten, did not jolt out of the way. She knew his touch, knew it to be gentle, even when it had tried being violent some few days or weeks or months ago. "What are you afraid of?" Roma Montagov asked. Juliet's lips parted. She exhaled a short, abrupt breath. "The consequences," she whispered, "of love in a city ruled by hate." Roma drew his hand away. He remained quiet. A terrified part of Juliet wondered if this was it, if they had reached the end of the line. Try as she might to tell herself they were better off if she and Roma were finished, that future flashed suddenly before her eyes, one without this love, one without this fight, and the sorrow almost cleaved her in two. "Answer me something," Roma said suddenly. His words sounded eerily familiar, and with delay, Juliet realized why.
He was echoing her. He was echoing her that day behind the newspaper building, that day she had collapsed in the grass with hands just as bloody as the one she held in front of her now. "Do you love me?" Juliet felt her heart wrench. "Why are you asking?" she croaked. "Less than an hour ago you wanted me dead." "I said I wanted you dead," Roma confirmed. "I never said I didn't love you." Juliet gave a weak splutter. "There's a difference?" "Yes." His fingers twitched, like he was going to reach for her again. "Juliet, I love you," she whispered. "And, in echo of his words so many months ago, I have always loved you. I'm sorry I lied." Roma was unmoving for one slow thud of a heartbeat. Their eyes locked, bearing the truth their words left behind. And when Juliet's lips started to tremble, Roma finally pulled her into a tight embrace, so tightly that Juliet squeaked, but she clutched him back just as fiercely. In the end, this was all that they were. Two hearts pressed as close as they dared, shadows melding into one by the flickering candlelight. "I missed you, Doragaya," he whispered against her ear. "I missed you so much." The city was in chaos, and yet Kathleen wandered the streets in some dreamlike trance, left alone by the workers with rifles, left alone by the gangsters with broadswords. It was as if they did not see her, but they did. She made eye contact with each and every one of them, and they merely looked onward, finding no reason to bother one lone girl walking like she had nowhere to be, hard shoes coming down on the rough pavement. She didn't know where to begin looking for Rosalind. She had tried the usual places, but the burlesque club was locked down, and the restaurants were all barred. Their favorite shops were ransacked, windows smashed, and doors torn straight off the hinges. Where else could Rosalind even go? What else could Kathleen do except walk the city and hope that some invisible string was pulling her to her sister? Kathleen put one foot in front of the other. She had always had the skill to look like she belonged somewhere, act like she had been invited in, because if she did not, then she would be waiting forever for an invitation that was not coming. Who could have known that it would work during a revolution, too? Ow! Kathleen turned around, thinking she heard a voice nearby. It sounded like a child, but why would a child be out during this time? She turned the corner and identified the source of the cry. Indeed, there was a little girl, sprawled along the sidewalk. The girl dusted herself off, awkwardly brushing her palms together, then shaking the folds of her skirt. Something about her tugged at Kathleen's memory, but Kathleen couldn't immediately recall why. "Are you okay?" Kathleen hurried over and crouched down, the edges of her cheepaw brushing the dirty ground. It didn't matter. At least then she would match with the stains on the girl. "It's okay," the girl said shyly. She showed Kathleen the gauze in her hands. "I was sent to fetch supplies. Wanna come?" "Supplies?" Kathleen echoed. Who was sending a little girl for supplies in the middle of revolution? When she took too long to answer, the girl took her silence for a yes and looped their hands together, dragging Kathleen along. A round of gunfire sounded from afar. Kathleen grimaced, then hurried the girl along, hoping they weren't far from wherever they were going. The little girl didn't protest their hastening speed. She trotted along gallantly. And when Kathleen ducked down suddenly, moving them into an alley to avoid a group of nationalists, the girl said, "I like your hair." It was then that Kathleen finally recognized the kid, because she had said the very same thing in one of the communist meetings. Suddenly it made much more sense. She was the child of workers. She was out here because there was nowhere else to be. "I like yours too," she replied. "Are we almost there?" "Right here." They turned into the next alley. Where the others remained empty, this one hosted a whole group of workers, judging by their state of dress, and active workers in the uprising too, if their injuries were any indication. This was some rest area, some makeshift space of recuperation, workers leaning on the walls and clutching large gashes in their torso, some sitting and cupping a palm around a bloody eye. It was hard to see. The sun was starting to set, and the city was awash in a hazy orange. Colors blended together like a rain-stained paint palette,
broken bodies and fading shadows looking exactly alike. The little girl ran off, tasked with getting the gauze to wherever it was needed. Left now to her own devices, Kathleen kneeled beside a man some few years older than her, examining his bleeding forehead without being asked. That was the trick. Pretend that she had been assigned everywhere she went. Avoid letting a single second of hesitation slip through. "Who did this?" she asked. "Police or Scarlet?" "What's the difference?" the man retorted. "But neither. White flower." He pulled his knees closer to his chest and spat on the concrete beside him. "We're close to taking almost all territories except Sabé. The Russian jerks are putting up a very difficult fight there." Kathleen prodded his cheek. It was bruised too, but he would survive. Head wounds bled more seriously than they actually were. "Are we?" she remarked casually. The man grew more wary then. He looked her up and down, a slower appraisal than the initial quick scan when Kathleen crouched beside him. "You don't look like you're a part of the cause." Kathleen stood, brushing her hands on her skirt. She gave a thin smile. "And what do people of the cause look like?" The man shrugged.
"We don't have clothes that nice, that's for sure." When the sun went down on the city, the alley felt it immediately, felt the chill sweep in and set into the bones of those already hungry and tired. This was a place of final destinations, a place people were tossed when they could go on no longer, the fire dampened in their heart. "And what do you have?" Kathleen asked. "Impatience? Exhaustion?" The man jerked back, his head almost colliding with the rough brick of the wall. "How dare you?" "Stand up," Kathleen snapped. The night stirred around her, prickling to life by the bite of her voice. "You are sitting ducks here, waiting for slaughter, but stand up." Without her noticing, the rest of the alley had fallen quiet. The injured and tired were listening, watching Kathleen, watching this girl who had come out of nowhere, but sounded just like one of them. She swiveled a slow turn on her heels, and though the moon was yet to grace the skies, her eyes could pick out each and every one of their expressions. The man stood. "Good," Kathleen said. Her ears perked, hearing the sound of striking batons. Police, no matter under which jurisdiction, no matter under whose control, they were coming, and coming fast. Now, she looked at the alley full of workers. Are we going to lie down and die, or are we fighting to live? The gunfire continued into the night. Juliet had figured it would surely come to an end by twilight, but the sounds did not stop, even when the candle burned out and the room fell into darkness, matching the dusk outside. "It's likely your white flowers who are holding the fort here," Juliet whispered, blowing at her hands. Her fingers were ice cold, but at least they were clean now, the blood scrubbed away. "It's a lost cause," Roma said quietly. The thick of the fighting echoed from the north, which was white flower territory. "The workers are armed. They outnumber the gangsters, and judging by the sounds outside, there could be hundreds of thousands throughout the whole city." Juliet leaned her head against the wall behind her. She and Roma were seated on the mattress, huddling among the blankets to brace against the cold. Through the boarded-up window, there was only a sliver of glass uncovered, letting in a beam of light that cut a line between the two of them. She hoped her father and mother were safe. She hoped that the house was far enough in the outskirts of the city that it went unharmed, that the workers wouldn't think to target the Scarlet Gang there and cut down the head of the dragon. It seemed unlikely, even if the workers hated gangsters. The Scarlet Gang had their alliance with the Nationalists, and the Nationalists and Communists were still allied on paper. If the Communists had a say in it, they would instruct the workers to stay far, far away from harming the Cais. At least that was what Juliet was telling herself, so she didn't lose her mind from worry. Juliet blew another hot breath onto her hands. Noting her discomfort, Roma shifted onto her side of the light beam and grasped her fingers. Juliet's first instinct was to hold on to him. When Roma gave her a wry look, biting back his amusement, she loosened her grip, letting him rub her hands to get some warmth into them. "Roma," she said, "the chaos outside, it won't just end tonight as it always does. It won't go back to the way it was." Roma smoothed his thumb across her wrist. "I know," he replied.
While we weren't watching, we have lost power. While the Scarlet Gang and White Flowers were busy chasing a blackmailer, busy maintaining their business to stay atop each other, a third threat had risen quietly among the noise. The gangsters still had weapons, people, connections, but they would not have land to operate on. If the revolt outside was victorious, come morning, Shanghai would be a workers' city, no longer under a false government, lawless for the gangsters to run amok, no longer a self-contained paradise for trade and violence. "It seems so fruitless," Juliette grumbled. "The communists are armed, the workers are taking the city. There has been no monster attack, no madness. Perhaps it will come once the communists clash with the nationalists. But for all we know, this blackmailer was never even a threat upon our people. We kept chasing after monsters, and politics was what swept the rug from right under our feet." Roma's hands stilled. By now, Juliette's fingers were plenty warm. Still, Roma didn't let go. He held on. "It's not our fault," he said. "We are heirs of a criminal underworld, not politicians. We can fight monsters, not the turning tide of a revolution." Juliette huffed, but she hardly had anything worthy of argument. She leaned toward Roma, and he let her settle against his chest. "What are we to do, Roma?" she asked, her voice careful. "What are we to do when we get out of here?" Roma made an inquisitive noise. She felt the vibration against her ear. "We survive. What else?" "No, that's not what I meant." Juliette lifted her head, blinking into the hazy darkness. Roma smiled the moment he peered down and met her gaze, like it was an instinct. "What are we to do? On two sides of a feud, in a city that might crumble before our families stop killing each other." Roma was silent for a moment. Then he wrapped his arms around her and collapsed the both of them backward, him with a firm plop and Juliette with an ungainly noise, taken by surprise. "This is warmer," Roma explained, yanking the blankets over them. Juliette lifted a brow. "Trying to get me into bed already?" When Roma let out a soft laugh, it almost felt like the world would be okay. Juliette could fool herself into thinking the rounds of gunfire outside were fireworks, the same sort of celebration that had hurtled through the city during the New Year. They could pretend it was January again, revert back to a time when the city was still. But even when it was still, it had been teetering towards something, on the brink of metamorphosis. Nothing was going to remain idle and unchanging when there was so much anger lurking just beneath the floating surface. The gangsters would no longer be the power in charge when the city outside fell quiet again, but the Scarlet Gang and the White Flowers would still be at war. Juliette felt her heart sink right down to her stomach. She retrieved her hand from inside the blankets and brought it to Roma's cheek. "I wish we had been born as other people," she whispered. "Born into ordinary lives, untouched by a blood feud." Roma's hand came up too, curled loosely around hers to keep her touch remaining upon him. For a long while he looked at her, taking in her eyes, her mouth, gaze roaming like he had once been starving, and this now was a feast. "No," Roma finally said. "Then we would not have met. Then I would have lived an ordinary life, pining for some great love I would never find, because ordinary things happen to ordinary people, and ordinary people settle for something that satisfies them, never knowing if there would be greater happiness in another life." His voice was rough, but it was certain. "I will fight this war to love you, Juliette Cai. I will fight this feud to have you, because it was this feud that gave you to me, twisted as it is, and now I will take you away from it." Juliette searched his face, searched for any hint of hesitance. Roma didn't waver. "What pretty words," she whispered. She tried to play it cool, but she knew Roma could hear her breathlessness. "I mean them all," Roma replied. "I would engrave them onto stone if that would have you believe me more." "I believe you." Juliette finally let her smile. "But you shall not engrave it onto stone, because I don't need you to take me away from the feud. I'll be running by your side." Roma rose onto his elbows.
In a blink, he was hovering above her, their noses already brushing, lips so close that the proximity was itself a tangible sensation. "Don't be afraid," he whispered. "Not of us. Not ever."
His hand brushed her neck, his thumb smoothed across her jaw. Time seemed to crawl to a stop, creating a little pocket for just the two of them. "I will stare fear in the face," Juliette promised quietly. "I will dare to love you, Roma Montagov, and if the city cuts me down for it, then so be it." A beat passed. Another. Then Roma pressed his lips to hers with such ferocity that Juliette gasped, the sound immediately muffled when she pushed herself up and drew closer. Despite his burning energy, Juliette felt Roma's mouth move with sincerity, felt his adoration while he trailed kisses all down her neck. Tension broke. They gave in to desire, connecting deeply. Outside, the night raged on, awash with warfare and terror. There was no telling when it would stop, when the shelling would cease and the picket lines would fall back. There was no telling if this city would ever be whole again. With each passing moment, the world could fall to pieces. With each passing moment, a total collapse approached. Some inevitable finality that had been looming since the first lines of division were drawn in this city. Juliette breathed out, sinking her hands into the sheets. But that was not here yet. That was not the present. That was not this moment, this heartbeat of time, locked in by heady breaths and gentle worship. It was distant to Juliette, and she would let it remain at a distance, so long as she could have this here, now, perfect. Her soul as boundless as the sea, her love as deep. The sky was overcast, dark enough that the morning almost seemed to be nearing night. That would have been too much to ask for. If the whole day could simply skip past itself, then no duel could be fought. But here they were, standing by the Suzhou Creek under clouds as plump and heavy as waterlogged laundry. Juliette couldn't make sense of how quiet it was, how there hardly seemed to be anyone present today on the roads. In the distance, the large gasworks factories sat utterly idle, not a single worker to be seen. Was there something happening that she did not know about? Some rally gathering all the numbers elsewhere in the city that she was not aware of? "Look alert, Juliette." Juliette cast a wary eye to Tyler as he hovered at the end of the alley, ready for the very moment that the Montagovs appeared. Directly ahead, the creek flowed on, filled with fishing boats and houseboats that seemed to sit unoccupied. "I don't suppose we're following the actual dueling code, are we?" she asked, "because there are quite literally 500 rules, and my Russian vocabulary only goes so far." In answer, Tyler pulled something from his pocket and tossed it Juliette's way. She caught it swiftly, the pages crumpling underneath her fingers. The cover was faded, but its text was still legible, surrounded by a border decoration. Yevgeny Onegin. 32 paces, Tyler replied evenly. "We can make that trash bag a barrier." Juliette glanced over her shoulder, checking on Elisa again. The girl stood under the grip of two of Tyler's men. Another two Scarlets were posted at the other end of the alley. They were standing guard in case the White Flowers decided to rush in from the back roads and summon a turf war. But Roma would never be so thoughtless. There was no possible victory picking a fight within such a small space, surrounded by high walls and tiled rooftops that jutted into either side. All that could possibly suit a place like this was a duel. 32 paces. A barrier in the middle, which the dueler on each side could approach but could not retreat from once they had stepped forward. Tyler had one shot. If he missed, Roma could compel him right to the barrier, and when Roma took his returning shot, there was only one outcome possible. At such proximity, Roma could only strike true. But that required Tyler missing first. And even at 32 paces, Juliette wasn't sure if it was possible. She could only hope that they wouldn't advance to the barrier, that they would both stay far, far from each other, and both would miss, and this duel would end with honor restored and without death, with Elisa returned to the White Flowers and Tyler mollified. An utter joke, Juliette thought.
Her heart was thudding a storm in her chest. Never could that happen. So how was this going to end? "Hey, Juliet," stepping closer to Elisa. "You need anything? Thirsty?" Elisa shook her head. She tried to tug her arm out of her captor's hold, but it was a weak effort. She had long given up trying to escape. "I just want to go home," she said frostily. Juliet swallowed hard. "You will." She placed the copy of Tyler's novel at Elisa's feet. "Look after this for me, would you?" Tyler had promised to give Elisa back at the duel's end, regardless of the result. So far, he certainly seemed to have kept his word. Elisa was unharmed. At most, she only looked annoyed to be here. Perhaps, it occurred to Juliet suddenly, Elisa didn't even know that her brother was being summoned for a duel. Footsteps sounded from the road outside the alleyway. Juliet inhaled sharply and straightened, her fists clenching hard. If Elisa didn't know why she was here, she would soon. Roma and Benedict appeared. They were visibly tense, coats pulled up to their necks to brace against the cold. They all want to feel something, make something, be real, 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 and not just another cog, driving the money and mania of this city. Everyone except the visitor. He takes a sip of his drink. Huangjio, nothing too strong. He eyes the showgirl coming toward him. Young, 14, maybe 15. He smooths his tie down, loosening the knot. Then he knocks his drink over, the smell of alcohol soaking his clothes, and he changes. The showgirl halts in her steps, her hands flying to her mouth. She is already drowsy from the shots she has taken with the patrons, and she almost thinks that she is imagining it, that she is mistaken under the low flashing lights. But his shirt rips, and then his spine grows tall. And it is no longer a man seated at the center of the Podselnach, but a monster, hunched over and ghastly, green-blue muscles flexing at the ready. "Run!" the girl screams. "Chudoviще!" It's too late. The insects come. They burst from the hole studded into the monster's back. Thousands of tiny, frantic critters crawling onto the tables, the floors, over and under one another, until they find sweaty skin and screaming mouths, until they burrow into eyes and noses and hair, sinking in deep and finding a nerve. The cabaret becomes enswathed in black, an ever-moving blanket of infection. And in seconds, the first succumbs, hands flying to throats and clutching, 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 trying to squeeze the insects out. Nails break into skin, skin splits for muscle, muscle parts for bone. As soon as blood spurts from one victim, inner flesh exposed and veins pumping red, the next is already tearing before they have a moment to feel the visceral disgust that comes with being soaked in hot, sticky gore. It takes 1 minute. 1 minute before the cabaret goes still. A battlefield of bodies on the floor, legs overlapped with awry arms. The dancing has stopped, the musicians are unmoving, but a tinny tune continues playing from a gramophone in the corner, pushing on even when not a body stirs any longer, all empty-eyed, staring blankly at the ceiling. The monster straightens slowly. It breathes in, a ragged, heaving suck of air. Blood soaks the floorboards, dripping through the cracks to line the ground beneath the building. Only this time, the madness does not spread. This time, the insects crawl out from their burrowed skin, vacating the corpses, and rather than skittering outward in search for another host, each of them returns to the monster, recedes back whence it came. No longer is the madness a contagious matter. The madness strikes at will now, at the whims and mercy of whoever controls the monster.
And as the monster takes in the last of its insects, it rolls its head in a slow circle, shrinking until he is merely a man again, undirtied by the scene around him, unsullied by his conscience. 5 minutes after midnight, the man walks out of the Podselnuch. The news spreads like wildfire. Whether Scarlet Gang or White Flower, this city holds itself upright by the power of information, and its messengers work frantically, whisper passing whisper, until it reaches the ears of its rival darlings. The Scarlet Heir slams a door closed. Her White Flower counterpart flings one wide open. The Cai mansion falls to a hush,
frantically conferring how this could have happened. The White Flower headquarters trembles with confrontation, demands, and accusations thrown over and over, until finally, so loudly that the whole building shakes. Then why didn't you just pay the very blackmail money? Soon the gangsters will all know, the shopkeepers will know, the workers will know. The Scarlet Gang and the White Flowers have failed. They promised to rein Shanghai into order, promised that their rule, not the communists', was the one to trust. But now havoc is loose once more. A letter has arrived, a messenger gasps, coming to a stop outside Lord Cai's office. Found outside, by the gates, another says elsewhere, entering through the White Flower front door. The letters are received at once, unfolded in tandem. They reveal the same message, typed in ink, the sign-off still bleeding with black, as fresh as spilled blood. Paul Dexter only had one monster. I have 5. Do as I say, or everyone dies. Roma Montagov kicks a chair. God very, Juliette Cai finishes with a whisper far across the city. Paul Dexter had thought himself to be a puppeteering god commanding the city. But he knew nothing. He controlled little save for coincidences and terror. He was the hand gripping a barely controlled mass of chaos. This time, the chaos will take shape, grow jaws and sharp teeth, prowl the corners for any opportunity to attack. And it will have this city dance on its strings. Benedict was tiring of the city's talk, tiring of the fear that a new madness had erupted. It had. There was a new madness that was already certain. What good was jabbering on about it, as if discussing the matter would increase one's immunity? If it was supposed to be a coping mechanism, then Benedict supposed he had never been much good at taking advantage of coping mechanisms anyway. He only knew how to swallow and swallow until a black hole had grown in his stomach to suck everything away. Until it was all pushed somewhere else, and then he could forget that he never knew what to do with himself in the daylight hours anymore. He could forget the argument with Roma this morning about the rumors that he was working with Juliette Cai, and then his confirmation that they were not mere rumors but truth, that Lord Montagov had set them to become allies. Benedict wanted to break something. He hadn't touched his art supplies in months, but recently he had been entertaining the urge to destroy it all. Stab his paintbrush right through his canvas and hope that the damage would be enough to make him feel better. For all that they had done, the Scarlet Gang didn't deserve clemency, even in the face of a new madness. But then who was Benedict to have any say in this? Benedict Ivanovich. Benedict looked up at the summons, his hands stilling around the pocket knife he was testing. He wasn't in the main Montagov headquarters often, dropping by only to swipe a few new weapons and rummage about the cupboards a little. Even so, in all the times he had been here previously, he had caught incensed discussions from Lord Montagov's office, usually about the new threat of madness and what they were to do if an assassin let loose monsters on the city. It always ended the same way. Ever since the Podselnuch, they paid the demands that came. Today was the first time in a while that the floor above was silent. Instead of voices wafting down, a White Flower was leaning on the handrail of the staircase, waving for his attention. "We need extra hands to install a wardrobe," the White Flower said. Benedict didn't know his name, but he recognized the other boy's face, knew that he was one of the many occupants in this labyrinth of a house. "Do you have a moment?" Benedict shrugged. Why not? He stood and slipped the pocket knife away, following the White Flower up the stairs. If Benedict continued climbing, he would approach the 4th floor, where his former bedroom used to be, where Roma and Eliza still resided. It was the core wing of the house, but instead of continuing up in that direction, the White Flower he was following pivoted left and ventured deeper into the middle rooms and hallways, squeezing by bustling kitchens and ducking under poorly installed ceiling beams. Once one walked farther away from the main wing of the headquarters and into the parts that used to be different apartments, the architecture became a fever dream, more nonsensical than logical. They came upon a small room where 3 other white flowers were already waiting, holding up various panels of wood. The boy who had summoned Benedict quickly grabbed hold of a hammer, securing one of the panels from a white flower who was visibly sweating. If you could get the last few panels over there. The first boy pointed, then put the thumb of his other hand to his mouth. He had accidentally caught it in the path of his hammer. Benedict did as he was told. The white flowers working on this wardrobe seemed a rumbling cauldron of activity, throwing instructions at each other until their voices overlapped, comfortable in their routine. Benedict had not lived in this house for years, and so he recognized none of the faces around him. There weren't many Montagovs left in this household, only white flowers who paid rent. Really, there weren't many Montagovs at all. Benedict, Roma, and Eliza were the last of the line. Hey! Benedict's eyes flickered up. The white flower closest to him, while the others were arguing about which way the nail went in, offered a wan smile. "You have my condolences," he said quietly. "I heard about your friend." His friend? Benedict bit his tongue. He knew little of those in this household, but he supposed they knew of him. The curse of the Montagov name. What was it that Marshall had said? "There's a plague on both your very houses." A plague that ate away at everything they were. "It is the way of the blood feud," Benedict managed. "Yes," the white flower said. "I suppose it is." Another panel was hammered in. They tightened the hinges, jiggled about the boards. As soon as the wardrobe was standing on its own, Benedict excused himself, letting the others continue with their task. He backed out from the room and wound along the floor, walking until he found himself in a vacant sitting room. Only there did he lean against the fraying wallpaper, his head going light, his vision flooding with absolute white. His breath came out in one long wheeze. "I heard about your friend." Your friend. Friend. So why couldn't he mourn his friend like others had? Why couldn't he keep going like Roma had? Why was he still so stuck? Benedict thudded his fist hard against the wall. Sometimes Benedict was half convinced there was someone else's voice in his head, a miniature invader relentless against his ear. Poets spoke of internal monologues, but they were supposed to be nothing save metaphors. So why was his so loud? Why could he not shut himself up? None? An unfamiliar murmur flowed along the hallway then, and Benedict's eyes snapped open, his mind silencing at once. It seemed he couldn't shut himself up, but oddities in his surroundings certainly could. Benedict surged out from the sitting room, his brow furrowing. The murmur had sounded feminine and nervous. He knew he was out of touch with the white flowers, but who in the gang fit that description? "Elisa?" he called hesitantly. His footsteps padded down the hallway, hands trailing across the banisters erected along an awkward staircase that went into a half-story between the second and third. Benedict kept walking until he came upon a door that had been left slightly ajar. If memory proved correct, there was another sitting room on the other side. He pressed his ear to the wood. He had not misheard. There was a Frenchwoman in there, mumbling incoherently, as if she were in tears. "Hello," he called, knocking on the door. Immediately, the door slammed closed. Benedict jolted back, his eyes wide. "Hey, what gives?" "Mind your business, Montagov. This does not concern you." That voice was familiar. Benedict pounded his fist on the door for a few seconds more, before a name clicked in place. "Dmitri Petrovich Voronin," he called. "Open this door right now. For the last time, I will kick it down. So help me, I swear I will." The door flung open. Benedict barged in, looking around for the source of the mystery. He found only a table of European men playing poker. They all stared at him with annoyance, some putting their cards down. Others folded their arms, sleeves crossed over the white handkerchiefs poking from the chest pocket of their suit jackets. Merchants, or bankers, or ministers, it didn't matter. They were allied with the white flowers. Benedict blinked. "I heard crying," he said. You misheard, Dmitri replied, in English. Perhaps it was for the benefit of the foreigners at the table. There was a woman, Benedict insisted, his jaw clenching hard, remaining in Russian, a crying Frenchwoman. Dmitri, lifting the corner of his mouth, pointed to the radio in the corner. His shock of black hair whipped after him as he spun and adjusted the volume, until the speakers were loudly running a program in the middle of a play. Indeed, there was a Frenchwoman reading her lines. "You misheard," he said again, walking toward Benedict. He didn't stop until he was right in front of him, placing his hands on his shoulders. Benedict was about as close to Dmitri as Roma was, not very. This manhandling was hardly fitting for a fellow white flower, and yet Dmitri had no qualms about pushing Benedict toward the door. "I don't know what you have going on," Benedict warned, staggering to the entranceway, "but I am monitoring your funny business." Dmitri dropped his smile. When he finally switched to Russian for his response, it was as if a change had come over him, a look of complete scorn marring his expression. "The only funny business," he hissed, "is that I am maintaining our connections, so do not butt in." Fast as the fury came, it was gone again. Dmitri leaned in suddenly and feigned placing an exaggerated kiss on Benedict's cheek, the way that relatives sent off children. "A schmuck!" echoed through the room, before Benedict grunted in indignation and shoved Dmitri aside, shoved his hands off of him. Dmitri was hardly fazed. He smiled and, returning to English, commanded, "Now, run along and play." The door slammed closed. Tyler Cai was picking at a bough, rolling up little bits of the dough into mini pellets and throwing them at the men who were slacking off. "Come on, no snoozing," he shouted, aiming another mini bun pellet. It struck one of the assistants right on his forehead, and the boy chortled, opening his mouth so it trailed down his face and dropped in. "Why don't you help out?" the boy shot back. Despite his tough talk, he quickly straightened out of his nap and ducked to lift a big bag beneath the table, throwing it across the room. Satisfied, Tyler leaned back in his chair, propping his feet up on the foreman's desk. The foreman was nowhere to be seen. He had run off an hour ago when Tyler came down into the lab to run inspections, and had yet to return, likely passed out in some brothel. Never mind that it was 2 p.m. No matter. That was what Tyler was here for, after all. He'd do a much better job of overseeing the vaccine creation than a man with half their drug supply dusted in his beard. "What does that say?" one of the scientists muttered over the work table. "I can't read any of this English. The letters are in horrendous shape." He showed it to the man working opposite him, and they both peered at the copied sheet, squinting at the handwriting that some hired scarlet help had copied over 20 times for every scientist in the facility, down to the flicks and dots. Tyler wandered over, extending a silent hand. The scientists hurried to pass the sheet to him. "Cadaverine," Tyler read aloud. "What does that mean in Chinese?" He tossed the sheet back, furrowing his brow. "Do I look like a translator to you? Go find it in one of the dictionaries. How are we to recreate a vaccine when we can't even read the very notes?" the second scientist muttered beneath his breath, scribbling something into his notebook. Tyler continued walking, picking up a ruler and smacking it on the tables when it looked like the assistants were fooling around. It was a habit learned from his father, that ever-constant sound following him when he was young, to keep him on task when the tutors were around. It was never supposed to be a threat. It was a reminder, a little shock to the senses whenever he started to doze, staring off into space to wonder what present was coming for his birthday next week. The tutors used to think he was so disciplined, but that was only because his father was always overseeing the lessons, until he wasn't anymore. Tyler halted in his inspection of the room, catching one of the younger assistants waving for him. He almost ignored it, but then the waving turned more frantic, and Tyler approached with a sigh. Is something wrong? He flicked the ruler absently. How much pressure would it take to snap the wooden instrument? A hard thwack over a wrist? A sudden bend down the middle? "Don't look too fast, Chaillet," the boy said quietly, "but I think we have spies." Tyler stopped. He dropped the ruler. Slowly, he followed the boy's line of sight, up to the small panel windows at the topmost of the far walls. Those windows provided the only light for a facility located deep enough underground to stay hidden beneath a restaurant, but not so deep that the smells of Cheng Huanrui's food stalls couldn't float in. Where the view was usually only the feet of the shoppers perusing Chen Huangmai, right then there were two faces peering in instead, taking inventory of the space. Tyler retrieved his pistol and shot at the window. The glass fractured immediately, splitting in every direction as the two faces jerked back. All the scientists in the room cried aloud in surprise, but Tyler merely spat. White flowers, and ran out, sprinting up the steps into the restaurant and out the main door. The white flowers were already some distance away, nearing the Zhukuk Bridge. But in their haste, they had cleared a path through the crowds of shoppers, leaving Tyler a direct shot. He aimed. Tyler, no! The command came too late. By then, Tyler had pulled the trigger twice in rapid succession, two white flower heads cracking with an explosion of red, crashing to the ground. Chen Huangmai erupted with a wave of screaming, but most shoppers reacted quickly and hurried out of the way, in no mood to be caught in a gangster dispute. They didn't have to worry. This was no dispute. There were no other white flowers nearby to retaliate. A hard shove landed on Tyler's back. He whirled around, his hand coming up to block the next hit, arms colliding with Rosalind Lang's clenched fist. "You have no heart," she spat. They were retreating. They wanted no fight. They were about to take scarlet information, Tyler shot back, shaking Rosalind off. "Don't get righteous." "Scarlet information!" Rosalind shrieked in echo. She pointed to the windows, hardly visible from the exterior, if not for the bullet hole now studded into the glass.
I was watching them. Kai Tai Lei already had my eye on them to make sure they weren't going to be trouble, and they cannot hear anything from out here. What could they have taken with them? Tyler scoffed. All they need is one leak, and then the white flowers are on the market before we are. It was already bad enough that his cousin was messing with the white flower heir again by Lord Kai's command. Tyler had guffawed when a messenger reported that Juliet had been sighted at the racecourse with Roma Montagov, sure that he had finally caught her this time. Only when Tyler had reported it to Lord Kai had waved him off, apathetic. "We must make compromises," Lord Kai had said. It was a fool's task. Each and every one of the white flowers were underhanded and quick, taking, and any lesser scarlet than Tyler would scarcely notice. "Do not lie to save your honor." Rosalind pointed a sharp fingernail. "You kill because you enjoy it. I'm warning you. Your name cannot protect you for long." In a flash, Tyler reached out and grabbed Rosalind by the chin, forcing her to look at him. Rosalind did not flinch, her jaw locked hard, and Tyler did not let go. They were all like this. Rosalind, Juliet, pretty, loud, terrible girls who threw accusations braced knee-deep in the guise of morality, as if they weren't just as guilty of this city's teachings. "I don't need my name to protect me," Tyler hissed. He eyed the smattering of glitter dancing across Rosalind's cheek. "I protect my name, just as I protect this gang." Rosalind managed a choked laugh. Her hand came up around his wrist and squeezed, threatening to claw her nails into his skin. Tyler felt the pain, felt the 5 sharp points dig in like blades, and then the cool wetness of blood dripping once down his sleeve. "Do you?" she whispered. Tyler finally let go, shoving Rosalind away. She regained her balance easily, never off-kilter for more than a flash of a second. "Don't get righteous, Lang Shalin," he said again. "It is not righteousness." Rosalind eyed the red spreading on his sleeve. "It is goodness, of which you have none." She pivoted fast, sparing one glance at the bodies near the bridge before marching away, her lips thinned in horror. Tyler remained, crossing his arms with a swallowed wince, trying not to touch the throbbing wounds at his wrist. Goodness. What was goodness at a time like this? Goodness did not keep people fed. Goodness did not win wars.
Tyler leaned over and thudded a fist against the outside of the panel windows, waving for Scarlets to come out. They had to move the bodies. This part of Chenghuang was White Flower territory, and if White Flowers caught wind of their own being gunned down and arrived for a fight, it could put the Scarlet facility at risk. Goodness! Tyler almost laughed aloud as the Scarlet men came outside and started in the direction of the 2 dead White Flowers. What was the Scarlet Gang without him? It would crumble, and no one seemed to realize that, least of all Juliet and her miserable cousins. Indeed, Juliet herself would be dead without him, from that very first time they were ambushed by White Flowers and she froze, unwilling to shoot. "Back to work," one of the assistants shouted from the restaurant door, summoning the Scarlets who weren't needed around the corpses. Tyler watched them trek back, his head humming with sound. They all nodded his way in passing, some throwing a salute. The Scarlet Gang recognized Juliet across Shanghai because they painted her face on advertisements and creams. The Scarlet Gang recognized Tyler because he knew this city, because the people had seen him at work pushing for their victory at every turn, no matter how brutish his tactics were. Everyone else be ignored. His people came first. That was what his father had taught him. That was what his father had died for, raging for the Scarlets in the feud. And for as long as Tyler lived, he would make that spilled blood mean something. All the Scarlets eventually filtered back into the building. The rest of Chenghuang was bustle, its hawking and its sizzling, its infinite smells. "You need me," Tyler said, to no one in particular, or perhaps to everyone. "You all need me." Rosalind was awake, but she was unresponsive. At this point, Juliet was almost getting worried, wondering if the injuries had extended to her mind too. "Could you give us a moment?" Juliet called to the Scarlet standing by Rosalind's bedroom door. He had his hands folded in front of him, rigid and on guard. "I'm afraid not, Miss Cai," he said. "Your father said to keep watch. I'm already here keeping watch, so can't we have some privacy?" The Scarlet only shook his head. "Whatever information you extract has to go straight to Lord Cai." Juliet swallowed her huff of annoyance. "And does my own father suspect I would keep it from him? Your father never suspected his niece either, and yet here we are." Juliet stood up from her chair, her fists clenched. The Scarlet paused, eyeing her stance. It wasn't as if Juliet's trigger-happy fingers were unknown to the gang. They had all heard the stories, and they had all seen the results. What mattered now was whether he feared Juliet's immediate threat more, or the eventual consequences of not following Lord Cai's exact instructions. "I will stand outside, with the door open a crack," the Scarlet relented. He stepped out and tugged at the door, the hinges squeaking. Juliet flopped back into the plush chair. Rosalind had hardly blinked through the whole exchange. On any other day, she would have made some comment about Juliet being more bark than bite. Now she only stared, a glaze over her eyes. Her cousin was in pain, Juliet knew. The wounds on Rosalind's back were severe, and Kathleen had almost swooned at the sight when the doctor was dressing them last night. Juliet was torn between sympathy and frustration, torn between absolute horror that this had happened and a complete lack of understanding over how this had happened. Perhaps it made her a bad person, a bad friend, a bad cousin. Even while Rosalind was like this, so pained and dazed that she was reduced to absolute silence, Juliet couldn't help but feel betrayed that Rosalind had lied to her. And she didn't know if it was because this city had hardened her, or if her heart had always been like this, cold, brittle, turning away with the first sign of disloyalty. Juliet was a liar too. When it came to telling the truth, Juliet was perhaps the most corrupt of them all. But that didn't stop her from flinching instinctively when she was dealt lies in response. "I promised to protect you," Juliet said quietly. "But not like this, Rosalind." No answer. She hadn't expected one. "It was copies of your correspondences that they dug up at the post office. That's how you were found out. Not sightings, not rumors. Simple pen to paper and your handwriting. Juliet blew out a frustrated breath. Was the merchant business all false then? Is there even a lover, or did you play spy for no reason? Suddenly, Rosalind's eyes swiveled to Juliet, her gaze sharpening for the first time. You would have done the same, Rosalind rasped. Juliet sat up straighter. She looked to the door, to the slight gap left ajar. What? I love him, Rosalind mumbled. A bead of sweat had broken out along her hairline. She was delirious, probably running a fever. I love him. That is all. Who? Juliet demanded. Rosalind, you must. It doesn't matter, she interrupted, almost slurring her words. What does any of it matter? It is done. It is done. None of this was making any sense. Even if this lover was a white flower, what was the point of protecting a regular member? What consequence would there be, short of having him on a scarlet hit list? He couldn't be high up. It certainly wasn't Roma, and it wasn't Benedict.
If not a Montagov, then why the torment? Why did Rosalind squeeze her eyes shut as if the world were bearing upon her? A sudden knock on the door. Juliet jolted, her heart hammering in her chest as if she had gotten caught doing something bad. The Scarlet poked his head back in, scanning the scene. She expected him to remark on Rosalind's mumblings, but instead, "Telephone call for you, Miss Cai." Juliet nodded, then got to her feet, reaching out to pull Rosalind's blankets a little higher. Rosalind hardly stirred. She only closed her eyes, shivering and shivering, even once Juliet left the room, shutting the door after herself. "Don't bother her," she warned the Scarlet. "Let her sleep." "You're going too easy on traitors," he called after her. Juliet thinned her lips, proceeding down the hallway. He was right. They were going too easy on her. Juliet was going too easy on her. And because Juliet had been the one to interrupt the whipping, her father would give the task to her, just to teach her a lesson. If Rosalind gave no information soon, then it would be on Juliet to uncover why her cousin had betrayed them, by whatever means necessary. Juliet swallowed hard, approaching the telephone. She had no doubt she could do it. She had never hesitated to garrote and cut her way through the other Scarlets that her father had sent her after, whether for rent money or a quick answer on a trade receipt. The question now was whether she wanted to, whether she believed that this was a stain on her conscience too large to bear. Juliet picked up the receiver and pressed it to her ear. "Wei, Miss Cai?" The voice was speaking English, and it sounded like Roma? An uncomfortable cough. "Close, but no, it's Benedict." Juliet released a tight breath, pushing back her disappointment. She told herself it was because she had been expecting Roma to have found the Frenchman, not because she wanted to hear Roma's voice. "Did something happen?" she asked, lowering her volume. A quick glance over her shoulder showed her there was no one else in the hallway, but that didn't mean no one was listening in on her conversation. "Define what something is," Benedict replied, his voice pitching low too. "I've been meaning to contact you for days, but this is the first time I managed to shake Roma off. Your cousin took his sister." For a long moment, Juliet did not comprehend what Benedict Montagov was talking about. Then, as the words registered, she spluttered, "What? Rosalind took Elisa?" "No, no," Benedict rushed to correct. English was far too simple a language for familial relations, and he sounded confused that she had leaped to that conclusion. "Your Tong Di, Kai Tai Lei. Now Roma has torn through the whole city looking for Elisa, but she's nowhere to be found. I figured that when his back was turned, I may as well ask if you knew anything." Juliet pressed a hand to her eyes, biting back the burning urge to scream. Of course Tyler would pull a stunt like this now. As if one wayward cousin wasn't enough, now another had to go poke at the blood feud. "I do not," Juliet replied bitterly. "I did not even know that he had taken her. Is she safe?" "He cannot harm her, won't harm her. She will have to remain safe and alive if he is to get his chance at killing Roma." Juliet almost dropped the receiver. "I beg your pardon?" She looked around again.
2 messengers were on the landing of the stairs, giving her a suspicious look. Juliette forced herself to refrain from shouting. "How do you mean?" Benedict was unspeaking for a long moment. It almost seemed he was regretful to have to deliver this news. "A duel, Miss Cai. If Roma can't find Elisa in 3 days' time, then he's going to fight a duel with Tyler to get her back." Juliette found Tyler hours later, among the dimly illuminated tables at Bylaman. It seemed like decades had passed since she was last here with Roma, like the city had shifted and grown so much wider underneath her feet. The dance hall, however, was as full as ever. A place like Bylaman would probably never fully clear out, even if there was war outside. "Scatter," she spat at the men surrounding him, seating herself opposite her cousin. They all looked to Tyler for instruction. Juliette's hand was already inching for the garrote wire around her wrist in case she needed it, but then Tyler nodded, and the 4 around him walked away, eyeing Juliette with a hint of disdain. "What can I do for you?" Tyler asked. He leaned back into his seat, hands splayed on the armrests. In front of him he had 3 empty drink glasses, but he did not look in the least bit inebriated. He hadn't been here for long. The moment a messenger reported the sighting to Juliette, she had rushed over immediately. "Don't do it," Juliette said plainly. "It was never worth it, and it's not worth it now." Tyler picked up one of the empty glasses in front of him. He waved it in slow circles, like there was some invisible liquor inside that Juliette could not see. "I was wondering how long the news would take you," he replied, watching the glass refract light. "Longer than I thought, I must admit. Not all of us have as many ears on the city as you do." "Ah, but instead you have a direct line to the Montagovs." Juliette's blood turned cold. So this was what it was. Tyler had finally decided to call her bluff. With a quick tug, she snatched the glass out of her cousin's hold. He was not to look at the dance floor, at the shimmering walls, at the phantom drinks. She forced him to look at her. "I assume you have been reading your Pushkin," she said. "Russian duels allow for seconds, and seconds are allowed to ask the aggressor whether they would like to apologize instead. So I ask, Tyler, return Elisa and let this go. It is not worth your life." Tyler let out one short laugh. It did not have the delirious ring that echoed around the rest of the dance hall, heightened by the dark night and erratic music. It was laughter hedged in ice, a sound that came from predators watching their traps snap into place. "What are you thinking?" As quick as his humor came, it was gone. Tyler leaned into the table. "Who asked you to speak on Roma Montagov's behalf? Who asked for you to be his second?" Juliette's fists tightened. One of her fingers crept around her wire again, not to use it, but just to ground herself, just to twist the thread hard around her finger until the pain neutralized the hot ire burning in her throat. It was merely a turn of phrase. Tyler stood up. "Don't lie to me." There was no glee in his voice, not this time. He was taking it seriously, anointing himself as some overseer of Juliette's loyalties. "You can act as my second, and you can either let this play out, or forfeit the Scarlet Gang to me now." Juliette lunged across the table in a fury, but Tyler met her just as fast. Her fist halted in midair, Tyler's sudden grip on her wrist stopping the blow from landing on his nose. "You are out of your mind," Juliette hissed. "He is just as likely to kill you. You are not invulnerable." "I am not," Tyler agreed, "but I am a Scarlet. And right now, that is more than can be said about you." He pushed her fist away harshly, then tugged at his coat in preparation to leave. Juliette, meanwhile, grabbed hold of the table, steadying not only her physical body, but her rapidly spinning mind. "Monday morning, Tangjie," Tyler said. "Right outside the border of the settlement, by the Suzhou Creek, shall we say. Don't be late." Benedict didn't put away his weapon as he followed Juliette through the city. He didn't trust her. He couldn't guess how she might sidle out of this, couldn't pick out the clear sign of a lie when she had winced at Roma's unconscious form in that alleyway and waved for Benedict to walk alongside her. But there was plenty of time between now and wherever they were going for Juliette to run, or, God forbid, retrieve her own weapon and shoot. She didn't pull out any weapon.
She only continued walking forward, her steps certain, like she had walked this route 1,000 times before. Benedict was developing a tic in his cheek. He could hardly think long on what Juliet had said, lest he lose his mind before he saw the truth for himself. He had the urge to smack his palm against something, to stamp his feet down until his shoes were in pieces. He did nothing. He only followed, obedient and blank-faced. Juliet stopped outside a nondescript building, its exterior small and faded that it blended right into all the walls and windows nearby. There were 3 steps that went up into the building, and through the open entranceway there was a single door pressed right by the entrance, 2 or 3 paces away from a staircase that continued winding up. Benedict listened. Past the howl of the wind, there was very little to be heard. The upper levels of this building were likely vacant. Benedict jumped, the gun in his hand twitching, when Juliet plopped herself down upon a crate outside the apartment door. "I'll wait out here," she said. "Doors unlocked around these times." Benedict blinked. "If this is a trick—" "Oh, spare me. Just go in." His hand came down on the handle. For whatever reason, or for every reason, he supposed, his heartbeat was raging like a war drum in his chest. The door eased open, and he stepped into the dim apartment, eyes adjusting while the door clicked behind him on its own. For a moment he did not know what to look for. A stovetop, papers scattered on a table, a shelf, and then, there, like a very specter raised from the dead, Marshal Seyo was lounging on a shabby mattress. Hearing the intrusion in the room, Marshal casually glanced up from the wood carving he was working on, then did a rapid double-take, bolting to his feet. "Ben?" he exclaimed. He was paler, his hair was shorter, but uneven, as if he had taken a pair of scissors with his own hands and hacked away, doing a terrible job at the back. Benedict could not move, could not say anything. He gaped like a fish, all wide eyes and loose-hanging mouth, staring and staring, because this was Marshal, alive and walking and right in front of him. "Benedict," Marshal said again, nervously now, "say something." Benedict finally jolted to action. He picked up the nearest object he could find, an apple, and threw it at Marshal with all his strength. "Hey!" Marshal yelped, jumping out of the way. "What gives?" "You didn't think to contact me?" Benedict shouted. He picked up an orange next. It bounced off Marshal's shoulder. "I thought you were dead. I mourned you for months. I slaughtered scarlets in your name." "I'm sorry. I'm sorry." Marshal kept darting around, trying to avoid being target practice. "It had to be this way. It was too dangerous to tell you. Juliet's reputation is on the line if this gets out. I don't care about Juliet. I care about you." Suddenly, Benedict and Marshal both froze, the former remembering that Juliet was still within hearing range, and the latter realizing that she must be outside if Benedict was here. There came a shuffling sound on the other side of the door, and then Juliet, clearing her throat. "You know what?" she called. "I think I might go take a walk." Her heels clicked off, fading into the distance. Benedict felt like a hole had been punctured in his lungs as he leaned up against the table. All that fury and anger he had been carrying inside him finding nowhere to go and opting to deflate and deflate instead. He had expected to explode outward, to at last rid the darkness in his chest by seeking revenge and directing a very sharp object at Juliet. Instead, the darkness had turned to light, and now he was an overwrought light bulb, close to implosion when the vacuum space inside shattered. "She didn't have to save me," Marshal said softly when it looked like Benedict was at a loss. Benedict remained staring at the table, both his hands pressed to the flat surface. Slowly, Marshal crept nearer until he was right beside Benedict. He opted to lean against the table, the two of them facing different directions. "She could have killed me and secured complete power, but she didn't." "She has been hiding you?" Benedict asked, his head lurching up. "Here? All this time?" Marshal nodded. "If Tyler Cai finds out, it is not merely a fight that will result. It is Juliet's entire position. She will be ousted."
She could have avoided pretending to kill you in the first place, Benedict muttered. And have us all die at the Scarlet's hand in that hospital? Marshall asked. Come on, Ben. I already had a bullet in my stomach. If she hadn't sent them running in those few minutes, I would have bled out. Benedict scrubbed at his face. Try as he might to be resentful, he had no alternative to offer. Fine, he grumbled. Perhaps Juliette Cai knew what she was doing. Marshall reached out and punched Benedict's shoulder. It was something he had done thousands of times before. Benedict's pulse picked up regardless, like the weight of his newfound knowledge added to the weight of the hit. I owed it to her to lie low, Marshall said, not noticing the turmoil unraveling right beside him. Well, when people on the streets weren't trying any funny business at least. Otherwise, I was lying low. Funny business, Benedict echoed. Marshall picked up a cloth on the table and mimed tying it to his face. In a flash, Benedict saw that dark figure on the rooftop again, the one who had shot all those Scarlets when he had been badly outnumbered. That was you. Of course it was, Marshall replied, his dimples deepening. Who else would keep such a close eye on you? Benedict's breath left him in a whoosh. The air in the room grew still, or maybe that was just him, his lungs reaching critical deflation. I love you, he thought. Do you know? Have you always known? Have I always known? A notch in Marshall's brow formed, accompanying his hesitant smile. Marshall was confused. Benedict was staring, and he could not stop. All the terror and devastation that had wrecked him these past few months lodged right in his throat like a physical block. You could reach for him, ask if he loves you back. Ben? Marshall asked. Are you okay? If he loved me too, wouldn't he have told me? Wouldn't he have come to me, come gosh or high water? Benedict reached over suddenly, but only to hug his friend close, only to do as he had always done in all these years they had known each other. Marshall jolted, but was quick to return the embrace, laughing as Benedict pressed his chin hard into Marshall's shoulder, like the physical sensation was enough to confirm that this was real, this was all real. Don't ever do that to me again, he muttered. Don't ever do something like that again. Marshall's arms tightened. Once is plenty, Ben. He's alive, Benedict fought, pulling back with a thin smile. That's all that matters. Roma awoke with a deep cough, rolling onto his side and wheezing for breath. By the time he came to, the moon was directly above him, shining into his bleary eyes. His neck was in pain. His back was in pain. Even his ankles were in pain. But the vaccine still lay beside him, the bag untouched. So too did the papers, tucked inside. What the gosh? Over his head, the birds perched on the electric lines flew off at once, startled by Roma's shout. He hadn't seen who had knocked him out. Juliet was gone too. But there was no sign of a struggle, no blood in the alley, or even a sequin fallen from her dress. Roma got to his feet. He could only assume that it had been a Scarlet, and Juliet had either dealt with the situation or was off elsewhere, leading them away. There was nothing he could do now except take the vaccine to Lawrence as he had planned. Roma trudged off. In that alley, the birds did not come back in his absence. They knew to flee as something else stirred in Chunghung Miao, lumbering in on 2 upright feet. If the people in the market had paid attention, they might have gone too.
Instead, not a soul in Chenghuang Miao thought to move until the screaming started and they looked up, finding 5 monstrous creatures tearing a path into the clearing. Juliet came in through the front door of her house, shrugging her coat off when one of the maids gestured to take it. There was still activity in the kitchen, some aunt making a late-night snack, the warm glow of light crossing into the otherwise dark living room. "Go to bed," Juliet told the maid after she hung up the coat. "It's late. I'll fetch you some slippers first," the maid said. She was on the older side, likely a mother by the way she was frowning disapprovingly as Juliet rolled off her sharp and impractical heels. Juliet sighed and collapsed sideways into the couch. "Xie, ah ya," the maid chided, already marching out of the living room. "Bu yao sha." The maid disappeared into the hallway. If only the people of the vast and expansive Scarlet Empire could see Juliet now. She looked like a paper doll, more than she looked an heiress with blades for teeth. Then the front door burst open, and Juliet jolted to her bare feet immediately, braced for war. A gust of cold came blowing in, then Tyler, dragging someone behind him. When Tyler came closer, he pulled his hostage forward too, and it was Kathleen who came into the light, stumbling to a stop in front of Juliet. "What is the meaning of this?" Juliet demanded. She reached for Kathleen's shoulders, giving her a cursory pat. "Are you hurt?" "No, I'm fine," Kathleen said, shooting Tyler a deathly glare. She rubbed her arm harshly. "Your cousin just has barnacles for brains." "I know you did it," Tyler spat. "I could smell your perfume everywhere. What was in it for you? Power? Money?" Juliet exchanged a glance with Kathleen, who shrugged, seeming flabbergasted as well. "What are you talking about?" Juliet asked. Tyler's expression turned livid. "Why are you feigning ignorance?" "I am ignorant. What are you accusing me of?" "The monsters, Juliet. Monsters stormed the lab and took every bit of the vaccine." Horrified, Juliet staggered a step back, her legs hitting the couch. She tried to school her expression, but she doubted it worked, not when a cold sweat had broken out from head to toe. Monsters? Right after Juliet's heist? On the same night? How could this possibly be a coincidence? The maid returned with Juliet's slippers then, but she took one look at the scene before her and set the slippers down by the kitchen, making a quick exit. A click echoed through the living room, the hallway door closing. Above, the chandelier gave a single chime, picking up that faint whisper of the wind. "Did you see anything?" Juliet asked. "Was it all of them?" "All 5 of them," Kathleen answered. "We caught the last glimpse of the monsters disappearing, and yet Tyler still thinks I had a hand in it, despite catching up to me from 3 streets away before the monsters attacked." Kathleen must have done as she said, distracting Tyler so Roma and Juliet could get away without being caught. But who was to know that monsters would suddenly add themselves into the equation too? Of course, it wasn't the monsters, was it? It was that very blackmailer. "Why else were you even there?" Tyler snapped at Kathleen. "That's my business," Tai lay. "Regardless, you chased me all the way out of Chenghuangniao. You saw how far I was from the monsters? That wouldn't have prevented you from summoning them. That wouldn't have prevented you," at this, he pointed a finger at Juliet, "from summoning them." Kathleen shook her head. "You're being ridiculous. I'm going to go fetch Lord Cai to handle this." She trekked up the steps before Tyler could say otherwise, disappearing from view. In her absence, the living room fell quiet. Tyler watching Juliet carefully for any tell of her guilt, and Juliet racking her brain for how it was possible that the blackmailer would strike at the same time as her. It couldn't have been the white flowers. Roma had been lying unconscious in an alleyway. Benedict Montagov had been with her. No one else knew of her plans, unless Roma had sent people after him. Which she could not imagine, for otherwise he would have to explain how he came across the information. So what happened? "Listen," said, his voice had lowered. "If you just come clean, I can help you. There's no shame in admitting that you're simply misguided." Juliet shook her head. "How many times do you need to hear of my innocence, Tyler?" "It is not your innocence I want to hear. I'm trying to steer you to do what's right. Why can't you see that?" There was the shuffle of footsteps from upstairs. It could have been Kathleen popping in and out of the rooms. It could have been the household staff slinking near to witness the drama. Either way, Juliet was so irritated that she could only splutter for a moment, temporarily losing grasp of every language she spoke. "Your idea of what's right is not gospel," she finally managed. All she could see in her mind's eye was the people of Shanghai dying, gouging at their own skin from a preventable madness, all because the people at the top, because people in this very household, couldn't find it in themselves to care. "Who do you think you are to tell me what's right?" "I am your family," he snapped. "If I don't keep you in line, who will?" "Hey," Kathleen's voice cut through the argument. She was leaning upon the second-floor banister, her head visible from where Juliet and Tyler stood. "Your father's not here," she reported, once she had Juliet's attention. "It's almost 11 o'clock." Juliet blinked. "Lyren?" Almost immediately, the maid came back. She had been waiting in the hallway just outside the living room.
"Would you like me to make a call to see where your father is, Miss Cai?" And apparently there wasn't even any shame in pretending like she wasn't listening. "Yes, please." The maid disappeared, and Kathleen came back down the stairs. As they waited, hovering in the living room, Kathleen loosened her braid and smoothed her fingers along her scalp, as if the weight of her hair was giving her a headache. Quietly, Juliet pulled a thin, needle-like knife from her sleeve and offered it. Kathleen took it with a grateful look, then stuck it into her hair for a pin. The maid returned. She was pale. "Scarlet reports say Lord Cai is at the burlesque club," she said. Juliet was already starting toward the door, ready to report to her father what nonsense was happening with the blackmailer. But then the maid went on. "The place has been locked down. He's not letting people in." Juliet paused in her step, turning over her shoulder. On instinct, she looked at Kathleen, then Tyler, and they both appeared equally puzzled. For what reason? The only time she could remember her father shutting down a club or a restaurant was when someone had misbehaved. A bolt of ice sank down Juliet's spine. Suddenly she thought she could smell metal under her nose, the phantom scent of blood, the scent that soaked the ground each time a deal had fallen through, or a secret had slipped, and the men of the Scarlet Inner Circle needed to pay for it. "Punishment," the maid reported, turning even paler. "He's just arrived." "For Miss Rosalind." "Rosalind?" Tyler exclaimed. "The hell did she do?" "Oh, merde." Juliet ran for the door, but even as she tore into the night, the maid's answer followed her out. "She's the White Flower spy." In a factory in the east of the city, on a dreary Thursday afternoon, the machines go quiet at once. The foreman lifts his head from his desk, dazed and sleep-fogged, a thin trail of drool smeared across his chin. He wipes at his face and looks around, finding no workers before him, only their crowded tables and their materials laid out in a mess, strewed onto the floor. "What is this?" he mutters under his breath. "Their deadline is tight. Don't the workers know? If they cannot deliver their materials within the week, the big bosses at the top will be angry."
Oh, but the workers care not about such matters. The foreman turns around and with a start finds them standing behind him, armed and at the ready. One slash, that's all it takes. A knife over his throat and he's twitching on the floor, hands clasped around the wound in a futile attempt at holding the blood in. The red seeps regardless. It does not stop until he is not but a body lying in a scarlet pool. It soaks the shoes of his workers, his killers. It is carried from street to street, the faintest red print pressed upon crumbling pavement and into the roads of the concessions, marring stains upon the clean white sidewalks. This is what revolution is, after all, the trailing of blood from door to door, loud and violent until the rich cannot look away. But the revolution is not quite there, not yet. The people are trying again, but they are still scared after the last uprising was quashed, and no matter how loud they rage, their numbers are small. They cannot be heard in Chenghuangmiao, where two girls sit at a tea-house and plan a heist, sketching charcoal upon paper while the cold breeze blows through the window. There is a momentary shout, and the one in the glittery western dress stiffens, leaning out the tea-house, body half dangling out the second floor in search of trouble. "Relax," the other says, brushing a crumb off her cheapao. "I heard the police stopped the riots before they got very far. Focus on finishing your outrageous plan for stealing our own vaccine." A sigh. "Have they stopped the riots? It looks as if another is starting here." The heir of the Scarlet Gang tips her chin toward the scene outside, where a small group is holding signs, calling for unions, for the ousting of gangsters and imperialists. They make their plea, speaking as though it is a matter of connection, of garnering enough sympathy until the tide turns the other way. But the city does not know their names. The city does not care. A group of white flowers comes along then, an ordinary bunch, nothing more than muscle and eyes for the gang, keepers of the territory. The shoppers nearby hurry away, certain that they should not witness this, and they are correct. A thick cloud blows over the sun. The lapping pond water underneath the Juku Bridge darkens by a shade. The white flowers peruse the scene, whisper among themselves, and then, quick as only a practiced maneuver can achieve, they raise their weapons and shoot half the group dead. Up in the tea-house, the girls flinch, but there is nothing to do. The remaining protesters scatter. Only police officers are already waiting, ordered in by the white flowers. The surviving rioters kick and hiss and spit, but what good will it do? For now, all their fury can do is burn holes in their chests. I used to think this city I am to inherit was descending into one ruled by hatred, the girl says into the cold wind. I used to think that it was our doing, that the blood feud ruined all that was good. She looks at her cousin. But it has been hateful for a long time. Hatred has been lurking in the waters before the first bullet was fired from scarlet to white flower. It's been there since the British brought opium into the city and took what wasn't theirs. Since the foreigners stomped in and the city split into factions, divided by rights and wrongs that foreign law put into being. These things do not fade away with time. They can only grow and fester and ooze like a slow, slow cancer. And any day now, the city will turn inside out, corrupted by the poison in its own seams. It was concerning how many messengers Benedict had paid in the last hour, but Marshall tried not to jump to any conclusions. He was already having a hard time finding a good hiding spot, staying far enough that Benedict would not feel watched, but close enough to pick out what was going on. "Are you planning a takeover?" Marshall muttered. "What could you possibly need this many white flowers for?" As if hearing him, Benedict looked up suddenly, and Marshall ducked fast, pressing along the roof wall. They were near headquarters, in the busier part of the city, where the street corners were loud and the alleys were crisscrossed with hundreds of bamboo poles hanging laundry to the wind. Even if Benedict thought he caught movement from afar, Marshall was confident that his best friend would merely think it to be a trick of the eye, triggered by a large frock waving with the breeze. Marshall had grown so pale from being indoors all the time that he probably resembled a white frock. "That's all, then," he heard Benedict say, waving the messenger off. If it weren't some task Benedict was having the messenger do, then Marshall imagined the only other possibility was collecting information. When Marshall poked his head out farther, trying to get a better look, Benedict turned just right, giving Marshall a glimpse of the red ribbon in his hands. Marshall scratched his head. "Don't tell me you went and got a lover," he grumbled. "I've only been dead for 5 months, and you're already buying women presents?" Then Benedict brought out a lighter and started to burn the ribbon. Marshall's eyes bugged. Oh, never mind. His confusion only grew as Benedict dropped the ribbon and let it burn, leaving the alley for the direction of home. Marshall didn't follow, that would be too risky, but he did sit there for a while longer, watching the last of the ribbon turn to ash, his brow furrowed. The answer for what was going on with Benedict didn't seem to be emerging any time soon, so he dusted himself off and climbed down the roof, making his way back to the safe house. He had plenty to help his disguise, a coat, a hat, even a covering over his face, feigning sickness. Marshall had almost reached the building when a host of shouting echoed from the end of the street, and his head jerked up, searching for the sound. It was the very edges of a protest, and he would have thought little of it if it weren't for the group of Nationalist soldiers who were running in from the other road, coming upon the workers with their batons ready. Quickly Marshall turned away, but one of the soldiers had made eye contact with him, trying to gauge if he was part of the protest. "He can't recognize you," Marshall told himself, heart thudding. Nothing of his face was visible. There was no possibility. All the same, when Marshall opened the door to the safe house and pulled the lock behind him, when the protest had been pushed away from the street and dispersed elsewhere so it wasn't so close to foreign territory, he still felt as though someone was watching. Juliet had found her way back to Chenghuangmiao early. After splitting from the tea-house to run their separate errands, she and Kathleen had set to meet again at 9 in the evening, once the sun had descended and the night was dark. But here she stood almost a quarter of an hour ahead of time.
Her nose twitched, picking up the smell of blood that remained from the workers who had been gunned down in the daytime. "I heard there was a riot here." Juliette almost jumped. She turned to face Roma, who approached by the dim glow of the shops, half his face illuminated with sharp angles, and the other half cast in shadows. He was wearing a hat, and when he came to a stop beside her and knocked it low, enough of his features were hidden that only Juliette, staring directly at him from 2 paces away, would be able to identify him. "It was hardly a riot," she replied. "Your men worked fast." "Yes, well." Roma sniffed the air. Despite the cold that numbed their noses, despite the smells of roasted meat that wafted from the restaurants nearby, he sensed the blood too, could feel what had spilled on the ground here. They can be a little heavy-handed sometimes. Juliette pursed her lips, but otherwise did not respond. She waited for a group of elderly to pass by, then tilted her chin ever so slightly to the right, to the base of the building beside them. "This is our lab," she said, "but we must wait for Kathleen to arrive."
"She will help you go in while I distract Tyler." Roma arched a brow. "Tyler is here?" "He's been living here." Juliette pointed up, to the windows that were above ground. "We have apartments. He's paranoid that white flowers will steal our research. And yet here you are, aiding a white flower to steal your research." "He is short-sighted," Juliette said simply. "Have a look, Roma." "At the lab?" Juliette nodded. Roma seemed suspicious as he inched closer to the small windows, to the few inches of glass that jutted up from the concrete ground. Though the workers had gone home, the lights were bright inside, showing only Tyler at the foreman's desk, flipping through a book next to what looked like a very large blue mountain. Roma shuffled back quickly lest he be spotted. "What is that?" he demanded. "The vaccine," Juliette answered. "We created it in solid form instead. It's easily dissolvable for distribution through the water system, but intensely flammable while solid." At least that was what Juliette had understood from her father's quick briefing after the meeting that day. They would drop it into the water supply throughout all Scarlet territory, immunizing the civilians within range and protecting their own people. Roma nodded once, indicating that he understood what she was implying. "It is clever," he said. "White flowers do not live in your territories, and those who sneak into some household or another to drink the water will surely risk getting caught and having their lives forfeit. Communists are far from your territories too, likely in the poorer areas or the outer peripheries. And so it is only a Scarlet solution, through and through," Juliette finished. "Those who seek immunity must pledge allegiance to the Scarlets and physically come under our protection, pay rent under our roofs, add more numbers to those of Scarlet loyalty. I cannot take any credit for it, alas. It was all Tyler's doing." And was this Tyler's doing too? Juliette swiveled around, alarmed by the unfamiliar voice. For the briefest second her heart seized, her hand twitching for a knife with half a mind to kill the potential threat. Then her eyes adjusted to the dark, and she recognized the speaker to be Rosalind, following beside Kathleen, who came to a stop with a huff. "I did not invite her," Kathleen reported, adjusting her sleeve and giving Roma a polite nod. "She thought I was hiding something and came on her own insistence." Roma nodded back. "Juliette," Rosalind emphasized when she didn't get an answer, "didn't your collaboration with the White Flower heir end?" Juliette had neither the time nor the energy for this. She pressed at her hair, choking back a deep exhale. The chiming of bells sounded nearby, signaling 9 o'clock. "I'm working with him willingly." "Willingly?" Rosalind's echo trailed off, the confusion and absolute disbelief in her expression deepening. Her eyes flicked from Juliette to Roma and then back again, and Juliette resisted the urge to flinch, knowing that her cousin could not possibly see what Juliette was afraid she might see. "You're openly colluding with the enemy. You have a straight shot, right now, through his head." Rosalind spoke as if Roma weren't standing right there, listening to her plot his death. "Just trust me on this." Juliette tried to sound reasonable. "There is an incredible amount of difference between killing an enemy too soon and killing them when the time is right. This isn't a good time."
Rosalind took a step back. "It always comes to this," she said softly. "You decide when the blood feud does and does not matter. The Cais decide when they are enemies and when they are not. And the rest of us must fall in line." "Rosalind," Kathleen said sharply. Juliet blinked, surprised by the accusation. She wanted to guess that Rosalind was just being spiteful, that Rosalind thought it unfair Juliet could collaborate with Roma without consequence, while she had to sneak around with her lover. Only that didn't quite align with the resentment in Rosalind's voice. It felt larger than that. It felt older, not a burst of anger from the heart, but something that had been building up from the sludge of the gut. Rosalind shook her head. "Whatever," she said softly. "I need to go to my shift at the burlesque club." She turned and walked off, heels clicking quickly into the crowd of Cheng Huang Miao, leaving a pocket of silence in her wake. Juliet's eyes flitted to Roma. He did not give any indication that this had shaken him in any way. All he appeared was bored, and it was too dark for Juliet to check for his other tells. "We're wasting time," Juliet said, her voice raspy when she spoke up again. "I'm going to pull the electric panel at the back of the restaurant and then lure Tyler up to his apartment upstairs. On my cue, Kathleen, you can accompany Roma into the lab. Between the two of you, I'm sure you can figure out which papers are relevant. Are we ready?" Kathleen nodded. Roma, too, offered an affirmative shrug. "All right, then." She plunged into the restaurant. "I suppose we should have clarified what exactly Juliet's cue will be," Kathleen remarked when the restaurant fell dark. A few of the patrons inside gave a shout of surprise. Otherwise, they merely continued eating. "Yes, well," Roma Montagov said, "given that it is Juliet, I am sure it will be loud and obvious." An unbidden sound of amusement escaped from Kathleen, and though she clamped down on it immediately, Roma's expression twitched too. Not entirely enough to qualify as amused, but certainly not stoic either. Kathleen's inappropriate levity turned to scrutiny. As they fell into a taut, waiting silence, she bit her lip, fighting the urge to speak further. This was far from the first time she had observed Roma Montagov and Juliet working together, despite their multiple attempts to kill the other. And if Juliet would not say anything about why. "I hope," Kathleen said, unable to resist the temptation, "you understand that Juliet is doing you a great favor." Roma immediately scoffed. "There are no favors in this city, only calculation. You heard what she said to your sister, did you not?" Kathleen had. "There is an incredible amount of difference between killing an enemy too soon and killing them when the time is right. And it seemed she was the only one who had heard the hitch in her cousin's voice that indicated she was lying. How strange it was! Both that Roma Montagov seemed angered by Juliet's intent to destroy him, and that Kathleen could see Juliet didn't intend to at all. She is saying what she thinks Rosalind wants to hear. Roma frowned. "I doubt that." Kathleen tilted her head. "Why?" This time Roma really did laugh. It was a disbelieving sound, like Kathleen had asked him if it were possible to breathe without air. "Miss Lang," he said, his voice still soaked with incredulity, "in case you forget, Juliet and I are blood-sworn enemies." "You and I, too, are blood-sworn enemies." Kathleen looked at her shoes. They were getting dusty, picking up the weird bits and pieces always littered about the sidewalks. "I do not forget," she said quietly. She bent down to wipe at the strap across her heel. "I used to think this feud could be stopped if both gangs would just understand each other. I used to draw so many plans to send to Juliet when she was in America. So many things we could say, we could propose, we could put into effect, so the white flowers would see that we were people who didn't deserve to die." She straightened up. There was still no cue from Juliet. Only a dark, foreboding building, rumbling with confusion as some of the restaurant patrons wandered outside. Roma lowered his hat to avoid recognition, but he was listening. "Only it's not that, is it? It was never the problem of alienation. It doesn't matter how deeply we tell the white flowers of our pain. You know, you have always known, because you tell us of your pain too." Roma cleared his throat. "Isn't that the whole point of a blood feud?" he finally asked. "We are equals.
We do not try to colonize the other as the foreigners have done. We do not try to control the other. It is only a game of power. And isn't that mightily tiring? Kathleen demanded. We destroy each other because we wish to be the only ones in this city, and we care little how much the other will hurt. How do we live like that? Silence. Roma's expression was tight, like he suddenly couldn't remember how he got pulled into this conversation. Above them, the clouds were blowing in, gathering with thickness to prepare for what would be a storm. I am sorry. Now it was Kathleen's turn to blink. Whatever for? For not having a solution, I suppose. Was he really, though? How could any of them truly be sorry when they did nothing to stop it? It is no good to be sorry, Kathleen said plainly. She knew clear as day that Juliet had realized this a long time ago. That was why her cousin had never put into effect any of her plans. Why her cousin had always brushed the topic away, had resisted from engaging directly, speaking of her parties and speakeasies instead in her letter replies. So long as the Scarlet Gang and the White Flowers have hope for a future where they are the only mighty power, the blood feud lives on. Roma Montagov shrugged. Then there is a solution. Destroy the gangs. Kathleen lurched, almost colliding with the wall that they stood alongside. No, she said, horrified. That might be worse than having a blood feud. That would be unending grappling, rulers ousted at every turn, or politicians who lied at every moment. No one would be as loyal to this city as gangsters were to it. No one. It was then that the sound of smashing glass interrupted Kathleen's train of thought, and her gaze whipped up to find a book falling through one of the third-floor windows. There was a shout from inside the building, then a whole series of footsteps thundering up, a voice that sounded like Tyler calling for backup. "There is our cue," Roma Montagov said, already striding for the entrance. Heart pounding, Kathleen made to follow, goosebumps rising at the back of her neck. She was always on edge when she had to perform tasks that could get her in trouble, and breaking into their own Scarlet Labs was certainly more troublesome than going undercover at communist meetings. Best to hurry, Kathleen warned. There's no telling how long Juliet can hold Tyler's attention away for. They descended into the lab quickly. It was pitch dark. Kathleen squinted in haste to avoid colliding with a work table, her hands groping about to find her way. Roma did not seem to have the same problem, pulling a small burlap sack from his coat and using the thinnest stream of moonlight coming from the windows to light his way. He made fast work of taking samples from the mountain in the center of the lab. The texture was as malleable as clay, as light as dust. "Miss Lang, where are the papers?" Kathleen wrinkled her nose, still squinting without much success. "They made almost a dozen copies, so they're all around us. Just make sure you find a complete set, not duplicates of the same page." Roma set down the burlap sack and dug into his pocket again, coming out with a small box in his hand. Kathleen didn't register what he was doing until there was a whoosh sound and a flame burst to life between his fingers, eating up the matchstick. "Are you mad?" Kathleen hissed. "Put that out! The vaccine is flammable." With a grimace, Roma pinched the match out. "No fuss," he said. He reached for a stack of papers right beside him. "I think I've got it." Kathleen huffed, wiping a thin sheen of sweat from her forehead. She had had one job, to watch him, and this place had almost gone up in flames. Above them, there came the rumbling of more footsteps. The sound of glass shattering again echoed inside the building, and then, almost scaring the life out of Kathleen, a fast tapping came on the windows to the lab. When her gaze whipped to the moonlight, she found Juliet gesturing frantically for them to hurry. "You have everything?" Kathleen asked Roma. Roma gestured to the materials in his hand. "Thank you for aiding a White Flower break-in, Miss Lang." Juliet waited outside impatiently. half thinking that it would be Tyler emerging before Kathleen and Roma did. The timing could ruin this whole scheme. All it would take was Tyler freeing himself from the bonds that she had secured over him, bonds that she had secured rather hastily after attacking him from behind with a bag over his head. Time had been of the essence. It was more important for her to get out than it was to keep him tied down all night. At last, Kathleen and Roma emerged from the restaurant, stepping back into the busyness of Chenghuangmiao. At the same moment, there was a shout from above, loud because of the broken window. A few late-night strollers glanced up but did not pause, paying no heed to the strange events that occurred in these places. A bang. Tyler had freed himself. "I'll try to keep him distracted," Kathleen said, already moving back in the direction of the restaurant. "Both of you, go!" They didn't need more prompting. Side by side, Roma and Juliet kept a steady, non-suspicious pace until Tyler burst out from the building, bellowing into the night and asking for the intruder to show himself. By then, enough time had passed that they had faded into the crowd and could pick up speed. Though there weren't as many people here in the night as in the day, it was enough cover to blend in and step into an alleyway out of Tyler's sight utterly. "Come on," Juliet whispered, forging ahead. The alley walls loomed alongside them, tall and foreboding. "Remember your bargain, Roma. Find me the Frenchman." "I will work as fast as I can," Roma said from behind her. "I promise that oomph." Juliet whirled around with a gasp, alarmed by Roma's muffled shout. For a startling moment, she did not even think to draw a weapon. She could only wonder how Tyler had found them when she thought she'd lost him. She thought that he wouldn't have been able to move through the crowds at such speed. Then her vision focused, and she realized Roma was not being attacked. Whoever had a hold of him was pressing a cloth to his face, and when Roma dropped to the ground, falling unconscious, the figure set him down without malice. It was not Tyler who had found them. It was Benedict Montagov, who stood to his full height, pushing back the hood of his coat and walking toward her. "Gosh, I didn't gauge you to be the type to murder your own cousin," Juliet snarked, slowly inching back. If she bolted now, chances were that she could make a run for it. There was another alley across from this one, leading into a busier street that might give her shelter. "He is only knocked out," Benedict replied coldly, "because he could not do what needs to be done." The gun came out in an instant. He had not been holding it before, but then it was in his hand, the stark, sleek weapon glinting under the moonlight, and only 3 paces away from being pressed directly to Juliet's forehead. There was no way out of this. There was no way Juliet could run fast enough without a bullet entering one body part or the other. And then she would bleed out here, like another one of the workers rioting for life. Benedict was not like Roma. He had no hesitation with her life. "Listen to me," Juliet said very carefully, holding her hands up. She imagined her brains blown upon the wall, pink and red smeared with the tiles. She would accept her death when it came someday, but not now, not under a false revenge that this Montagov cousin had taken upon himself. Benedict's finger tightened on the trigger. "Don't waste yourself on last words. I will not have it." "Benedict Montagov, it's not what you—" "For Marshall," he whispered. Juliet squeezed her eyes shut. "He's alive. He's alive." The bullet did not come. Slowly, Juliet eased her eyes open again, and found Benedict with his arm slackened, staring at her in aghast disbelief.
"I beg your pardon?" "You fool," Juliet said, the insult coming softly. "Do you not remember Loren's serum? In all this time, I have half expected one of you to realize the truth. Marshal Co. is alive." "I can't talk him out of it," Benedict Montagov said. Juliet glanced at him. They were standing alongside the Huangpu River, looking out into the water. 2 days until the duel, and the weather was starting to turn warm. Or perhaps it was the glint of the sun over the choppy waves that made the day seem overly golden. How strange it was that Benedict would agree to meet her like this, hands stuck in his pockets, unflinching when she arrived.
He maintained his berth, certainly. Even in making nice, there might always be a part of him that thought Juliet could shoot at any moment. But still, he had arrived. He had arrived and was sharing information like they were old friends, united on a cause. "You're sure that we cannot break Elisa out?" "I don't know where she is," Juliet replied. "This city is too big. Just as I can hide Marshal Co, Tyler can hide Elisa Montagova for as long as he wishes." "Then there is no way around it," Benedict said plainly. "Tyler will get the duel he wants." Juliet took a deep, deep inhale, holding it in her throat. "He has dictated that it will be a Russian duel, so they both only get one shot," she said, her words coming out as a croak. "But this is Roma and Tyler. Someone is going to die." In the duels of stories, that one shot often went awry, striking the ground instead, piercing through a cap instead. But neither Roma nor Tyler was capable of such ineptitude. "It's worse," Benedict said. "If we're really going by the old rules, the person who challenged the duel receives first shot. What are the chances that Tyler will miss?" Juliet squeezed her eyes shut, bracing against the intense prickling that had started up in her head. The wind was not helping. The wind was luring out what terror she was trying to clamp in, asking for a dance. "None," she whispered. "Absolutely none." She didn't want to see this unfold. Scarlet against white flower. Family against her whole heart, beating red and bloody. "You can talk him out of it, Juliet." Juliet startled, opening her eyes again and turning to look at Benedict Montagov. He had switched to using her first name. Perhaps he didn't mistrust her as much as it seemed. "I have tried. Tyler won't listen to me." Not Tyler. Her stomach dived, wondering if Benedict was implying what she thought he was. When the wind blew across her face this time, it was as frigid as ice. A tear had tracked down her cheek, running sharply and quickly, dropping to the concrete before it could be seen. They were silent for a few moments while the Bund rumbled around them, with Benedict looking out into the river and Juliet looking at him, wondering exactly how much he knew. She got her answer when Benedict caught her gaze and asked, "Why don't you tell him?" "Tell him what?" she replied. She knew, of course. The truth. Tell him the truth. Benedict had been at the hospital that day. He had seen Roma's unwillingness to walk away from Juliet. It was not hard to put together what they were to each other. Lovers. Liars. "It is not like Roma cannot keep a secret," Benedict said. "He cares little for his own life because he cares so much about everyone else's. He would throw himself in harm's way for Elisa because she's all he has left. But if he knows he still has you, he might be less eager to rush into death. Tell him, you lied. Tell him Marshall is alive. He'll have to find a different plan." Juliet shook her head. Pretty as it might be to think it all came back to this, to her, to love, that was one mere fracture on a whole web of shattered glass. "It won't do anything," she replied quietly. "Besides, I am not afraid of him revealing to the world that Marshall is alive. I am afraid of him forgiving me." Benedict swerved to face her. He looked aghast at her words. "What is there to be afraid of?" "You don't understand." Juliet hugged her arms to herself. "So long as he hates me, we are safe. If we love again, this city may just kill us both for daring to hope. She would be saving him from one strike of death just to push him right into another." "Indeed," Benedict's long silence seemed to say, "I don't understand." Juliet had watched Benedict walk into the safe house in search of Marshal Co. She had almost taken a bullet to the face in Benedict's vengeance for Marshal Co. She knew that Benedict understood fear, fear of love and all the ways that it might not come back, all the ways that it could hurt. But he didn't fear a blood feud, and Juliet was glad he had been spared from at least one terrible thing. "Spit it out, Benedict Montagov."
she whispered when the silence drew on. Benedict turned his back to the river. "I think," he said eventually, so faintly that it seemed like his mind was elsewhere, "you do yourself a disservice by refusing to hope." Before Juliet could think to respond, Benedict had already given her a friendly pat on the shoulder and was walking away, leaving her standing at the bund, one lone girl with her coat billowing in the wind. Kathleen had leafed through the correspondences, read the information that had been passed on. There was no doubting it anymore, no matter which direction one looked at it from. All the times Lord Cai had made threats to the Scarlet Gang, warning of a spy in the inner circle. All the times he had gone around the house, making note of which relatives resided within earshot of his meetings, cutting down their numbers one by one in hopes that he had managed to purge the spy out. It had been Rosalind. It had always been Rosalind. And Kathleen wanted answers. She trekked up the stairs, single-minded in her task. Her sister had promised. Even oceans apart, it had been her, Rosalind, promising to protect one another, promising that they were untouchable so long as they stuck together. What was possibly more important than that? Kathleen stopped outside Rosalind's door, ignoring the Scarlet standing guard. She knocked, her knuckles coming down harshly enough to hurt. "Rosalind, open the door." "She's hardly in a position to be walking around," the Scarlet said. "Just go in." "No," Kathleen managed. "No. I want her to get up and look me in the eye." Never had Kathleen felt such treachery stab her through the gut. She understood if Rosalind had lost her loyalty to the Scarlet Gang. She understood if Rosalind had finally snapped, determined to ruin the Cai name after years and years of being kept out from the core of the family. That alone was something Kathleen could forgive, even if it was a slap to Juliet's face. What Kathleen couldn't comprehend was why she hadn't been told. "Rosalind," she snapped once more. She was answered with silence. Too much silence. When she finally tried to open the door, it was locked. "How long has it been since you checked in on her?" Kathleen demanded. The Scarlet blinked, staring at the handle that wouldn't turn. Merely an hour. Merely an hour? Something was wrong. That much was immediately clear. The Scarlet quickly waved for Kathleen to take a step back. She shifted out of the way, and the Scarlet kicked the door hard, blowing it off its hinges with a thud. The door whipped back against the wall, and the room came into view. An empty bed, a chair pushed over, and the window wide open, the gossamer curtains blowing in the breeze. Kathleen rushed to the window. There was a rope hanging over the ledge, made entirely of bedsheets, secured to one of the legs of the four-poster bed. It trailed down, down, down to the flower beds below, where the roses were trampled into the soil. Kathleen heaved a long, bitter sigh. She made a run for it. If Roma hadn't been polishing his pistol in the storage room on the ground floor, he wouldn't have heard the rustle in the alley outside. The window was pulled open, the afternoon sunlight pouring into the dusty corners, reflecting off the brass lamps. When he set the cloth down, he heard a splash, and then a quiet curse. It sounded like a girl whimpering in pain, footsteps coming nearer and nearer. Roma's immediate thought was that it was Elisa, that she had managed to escape and had found her way back home. Without even thinking, Roma pushed the window as wide as it would go and climbed through, his shoes clunking down on the wet clay ground outside. Nothing on the northern side. He spun around and saw Rosalind Lang, dressed in what looked like a nightgown, a heavy coat thrown over her shoulders. Roma resisted the urge to rub his eyes, wondering if he was hallucinating. His lack of sleep in the last few days might finally be getting to him, because if Rosalind's presence here wasn't strange enough, her bedraggled state certainly was. Then a beat passed, and Rosalind pulled a pistol from her coat. She raised it fast, seeming to expect a fight. Roma didn't return the gesture. He only raised his hand slowly and said, "Hello, what are you doing here?" There was humor in this. It wasn't lost on him, despite the utterly unhumorous situation. Once upon a time, before Roma met Juliet, before Roma rolled a marble at her feet and fell in love with her, he had been sent into Scarlet territory with another mission. He had been sent in for Rosalind. That was why his father had started to suspect him in the end. Rosalind Lang had become the talk of the town as the best dancer the Scarlet Burlesque Club had ever seen. And there had been plans for Roma to mingle into the Scarlet crowds, to get closer to Rosalind and obtain Scarlet information under the guise of a great, star-crossed love affair. Instead, Roma had heard rumors of Juliette Cai's return to Shanghai and had switched gears while crossing onto Scarlet territory, wanting to see this terrible Scarlet heir for himself. He hadn't stood a chance. The moment he saw Juliette Cai for the first time, saw that smile playing on her lips, standing there at the Bund, it was a done matter. That false, star-crossed love affair pivoted and turned real. Roma would claim, in reporting back, he hadn't had any luck with their plan, yet he kept slinking into Scarlet territory regardless. Of course his father caught on. How strange it was to find Rosalind Lang here, mere paces away from his father's domain, 5 years later. "One shout," he said when Rosalind kept the pistol pointed in his direction. "That's all it takes before white flowers rush out of the house and you are riddled with bullets. Think carefully, Miss Lang." "About?" Rosalind managed. Her hand was trembling. "I may think carefully and shoot you, or I may forget to think entirely and shoot you." Roma frowned. When he took a step closer, he saw the redness in her eyes, like she had been freshly crying. "Teach me how one should forget to think," he remarked. "That sounds like a feat most valuable." He did not know what he was quite stalling for. It didn't seem right, somehow, to draw forth a crowd of white flowers and kill Rosalind Lang. Perhaps it was because he did not dislike her sister, and Roma had no inclination to bring hurt onto Kathleen Lang. Perhaps it was because she reminded him of Juliet. "Don't think I won't shoot," Rosalind spat. "Shout for help. Do it." Roma did nothing. He only stood there, frowning. What could she possibly be doing here? Finally, Rosalind gave up, a fresh tear tracking down her face as she lowered the gun. "How much easier it would have been," she whispered, "if it had been you instead. How good you are." Rosalind quickly pressed the back of her hand to her lips, like she was stopping herself from saying more. With a hard blink to clear her eyes of tears, she charged forward and hurried by, her shoulder brushing Roma's as she passed. Roma stared on even after she disappeared, fixated on the mouth of the alleyway, as if mere concentration could dissolve his bewilderment. Maybe he should have shot her. It would have been what Juliet deserved. An eye for an eye, a life for a life. Roma shook his head. But that wasn't who he was. It wasn't who he wanted to be. The Scarlet Gang had taken Elisa, and he would get her back honorably. The Scarlet Gang wanted to stoop low, and he would steer in an entirely new direction. He had washed his hands with enough blood. He was tired of it. Tired of the smell that permeated into his sleep. Tired of hating so deeply that it burned him from the inside out. Quietly, Roma climbed back in through the window. March 1927. Juliet slammed down the telephone receiver, letting out the faintest scream. She sounded so much like a whistling tea kettle that one of the maids at the end of the hallway peered over her shoulder, checking if the sound had come from the kitchen. With a sigh, Juliet retreated from the telephone, her fingers red from the excessive cord twirling. At this point, the switchboard operators probably recognized her by voice alone, given she was calling so many times a day. She had no choice. What else was she to do? Suffice it to say, after Tyler's arson, their cooperation with the White Flowers had ended, and when Juliet asked her father if it would not be beneficial to meet at least once more, her father had thinned his lips and waved her off. She couldn't comprehend why Lord Cai would be eager to work with the White Flowers one moment, and when Juliet was finally onto something, when she needed their resources to find the identity of the Frenchman who had transformed into a monster, suddenly it was no good working with the enemy. Who was the one whispering into her father's ear? There were too many people coming and going from his office to ever begin making a list.
Had they been infiltrated by white flowers? Was it the Nationalists? Hey! Juliet jumped, her elbow banging against the jamb of her bedroom door. Jesus! It's Kathleen, actually, but I appreciate the holiness, Kathleen said from upon Juliet's bed. She flipped her magazine. You look stressed. Yes, I am stressed, Biaojie. How perceptive of you. Juliet pulled her pearl earrings out, setting them onto her vanity and massaging her lobes. It turned out that wearing earrings and pressing a receiver to her ear for hours at a time did not go well together. Had I known you were home, I would have roped you into helping me. At this, Kathleen closed her magazine, sitting up quickly. Do you need my help? Juliet shook her head. I jest. I have it handled. For the past week, since the White Flower safe house burned to the ground and Roma hadn't responded to any of her delivered messages, Juliet had been calling every French hotel in their directory, asking a series of the same questions. Was any guest acting peculiar? Was anyone making a mess in their rooms? Leaving behind what might look like animal tracks? Making too many noises at random hours of the night? Anything that might signal someone keeping control of monsters or turning into a monster themselves. But Juliet had gotten nothing but false leads and drunks. She heaved a long exhale. At present, gravel was crunching from somewhere outside, beyond Juliet's balcony doors. When Kathleen walked over, peering through the glass, she reported, "That looks like your father coming home." Seconds later, Juliet identified the sound of tires rolling down the driveway. You know what strikes me as strange? She asked suddenly. The front door opened and closed. A burst of voices downstairs signaled the arrival of visitors accompanying her father's return, interrupting an otherwise leisurely late morning. There has only been one attack thus far, 2 if we count the train, and it is awful of me, but I cannot help but feel as though there should be more. But there have been sightings, Kathleen said. She leaned up against the balcony glass. Numerous sightings. Largely at the workers' strikes, Juliet countered. The first time, she had brushed it off. Roma thought it to be a rumor. She had thought the same.
Only now, the rumors were coming from police officers and gangsters, more and more of them arguing that they were unable to defend their post, defend against the striking workers as they tore down their factories and stormed the streets because they had spotted a monster in the crowd. I don't know, she went on. I imagined releasing insects would spread fear much faster than mere sightings. Kathleen shrugged. We have labeled this person a blackmailer for a reason, she said. It is not Paul Dexter. The purpose isn't chaos. The purpose is money and resources. But still, Juliet bit down on the inside of her cheeks. Something did not sit right with her. It was like she was looking directly at a picture and seeing something else because someone had already told her what to look for. Just as she had charged into a wonton shop without thinking about how it didn't make any sense for it to be a vaccine center. She had merely assumed from the beginning, from the moment she laid eyes on that flyer, because that had been the case once before. So what wasn't she seeing now? Miss Cai? Juliet tucked a curl behind her ear, turning her attention to the messenger when he stuck his head into her room. Yes? Lord Cai summons you. His office. The ruckus of voices drifting down the hallway was growing louder. It sounded like her father had a whole assembly in his office. Tired as she was, Juliet moved immediately, exchanging a meaningful glance with Kathleen and then hurrying out into the hall. Though she didn't know exactly what she had been summoned for, she could take a guess as soon as she slipped into her father's office and found it filled to the brim with Nationalists. Oh boy, Juliet muttered beneath her breath. She had entered late, it appeared, because they were mid-debate, one Kuomintang man already speaking with his arms clasped behind his back. She recognized him, or rather recognized the fact that his lapels were decorated to every square inch. General Shu. She had looked into him since her father's warning. Among the Kuomintang, he was powerful enough to be second to Chiang Kai-shek, their commander-in-chief. He wasn't in Shanghai often. He had an army to lead, after all. But if the expedition finally reached the city, it would be his men who marched in first. Juliet's dress started to itch at her skin, too long and bright among so many dark suits.
Her mother was nowhere in sight, only her father behind his desk. It is best to protect those who matter first. What good is there aiding those we want gone? Suddenly, Juliette caught sight of another very familiar figure in the corner of the room. Tyler was seated with the slightest of smiles, legs propped wide, and something that looked like a chunk of blue dough hanging from his fingers. She squinted closer. It was a familiar blue, lapis lazuli blue. Juliette understood now. Her dear cousin had been spending all his time at the Scarlet facility in Changhuangmiao, overseeing their efforts for this reason precisely. The vaccine was ready, and Tyler had brought in the news ahead of anyone else, giving him first access to a room full of nationalists first, letting him set the stage before Juliette even had a chance to say a word. "We do as Kai Tai proposed," General Shu said. "No," Juliette snapped. Heads turned fast in her direction, but she was ready, discomfort fading from her skin. "What kind of government are you going to be if you let your own people die?" "Even once we are in power," General Shu said, offering her the sort of placating smile that one would give a child, "there are certain people who will never be ours." "It doesn't work like that." The nationalists in the room bristled, as did Tyler. "Juliette," Lord Cai said plainly. There was no reproach in his tone. That was more of Lady Cai's trademark, and she wasn't here to be offended at Juliette's social decorum. Her father was merely reminding her to think carefully about every word coming out of her mouth. General Shu turned to face Juliette, his eyes narrowing. As a powerful war general, he could surely read a room. Juliette was getting away with saying such things to his face, so Juliette was not a mere girl he could flick away. Juliette was perhaps a threat. "The communists are growing out of control," General Shu boomed. He was looking at Juliette, but he spoke to the whole room, capturing their attention like the esteemed guest of a rally. "They are overpowering the Kuomintern party. They are overpowering the city. The moment they rise," he pointed a finger at Juliette, "you and I are both out of power, little girl. The moment the communists take over, the Kuomintang and the gangsters die alongside one another." He might be right. He might be predicting their exact future. And still, "You'll regret it," Juliette said evenly. "Shanghai is its people, and if you let its people die, it'll come back to bite you." At last, the nationalist seemed to be reaching the end of his patience. He thinned his lips. "Perhaps you have not heard," he said. "The communists have allied with the white flowers." "The communists what?" Before Juliette could say anything else, General Shu turned his address elsewhere, hands pressed cleanly to his sides. His mind was made. Perhaps everyone else's in the room was too. "It is the only option," Lord Cai, another nationalist, said. "Our enemies grow in power, and if we protect them, we lose this opportunity. Revolution is coming any day. Before it does, let their numbers be culled. Let their chances of success die a pitiful death." Juliette took an involuntary step back, hitting the door with her shoulder blades. "I suppose it is truly the only option," her father said. "Very well. We keep the vaccine within our own circles." In the corner of the room, Tyler lifted the corner of his mouth in a smirk. Juliette spat a curse and swung the door open, then pulled it shut after herself with a loud slam. Let the men jump. Let them be afraid of how she moved, like a hurricane intent on destruction. Her father might chide her for leaving so suddenly, but she doubted he had the time for discipline. Why would the white flowers ally with the communists? There is no benefit at all. Juliette stormed back into her bedroom, almost short of breath. "The communists and the white flowers are working together," she said to Kathleen, who startled, not expecting to see her back so soon. Kathleen's magazine slid right out of her hands. "I beg your pardon?" she said. "Since when?" Juliette twisted her arms around her middle and sat primly on her bed. Their two enemies had just merged like the head of a reverse hydra. "I don't know. She stopped, blinking at her cousin, who was now sliding off the blankets and getting her shoes on. "Where are you going?" "Making a phone call," Kathleen answered, already walking out the door. "Give me a minute." Juliette dove backward, splaying her arms and legs like a 5-point star atop her sheets. Roma was supposed to have found the Frenchman by now. They were supposed to have threatened or tortured a name out of him and eradicated the threat of a blackmailer. But in all honesty, it didn't even seem to matter. Who cared about a few dead bodies if revolution was sweeping into Shanghai? What was one blood-soaked nightclub up against a blood-soaked city? This blackmailer was not Paul Dexter. They didn't want the city flooded with monsters and madness. They only, well, Juliette didn't know. See, this is why we always check our sources. Juliette bolted upright, her hair crackling with her movements. The pomade in her curls would start to loosen if she kept disturbing it like this. Is it false? Not false exactly, Kathleen replied. She closed Juliette's bedroom door, leaning up against it like her body was an additional barrier against eavesdroppers. But it is not Lord Montagov who has allied with them. It is a sect within the White Flowers that the communists are bragging about having secured. Honestly, with the way Don Now was talking,
Kathleen trailed off, her thin, arched brows furrowing together in thought. I wonder if the Montagovs even know about it. The intrigue only seemed to thicken. Juliette shuffled back on her bed, drawing her leg up and pressing her chin to her knee. For 3 long seconds she stared into space, trying to make sense of what Kathleen was saying. If he is a white flower, Juliette had asked on that train platform, then why does he look rather murderous toward you, too? What do you mean by a sect? Kathleen shrugged. I mean exactly what I think Donnell meant. A group within the White Flowers seems to have enough power and influence to be making agreements with the communists on their own. They may have been working together for quite some time now. It is only that the information has recently slipped to the Nationalists. And just like that, the connection snapped in place. Huh. Kathleen blinked. Huh, she echoed, mimicking Juliette's casual tone. What's that supposed to mean? Juliette drew her other leg onto the bed, too. If any of her relatives saw her right at this moment, they would surely chastise her for sitting in such an appalling manner. The blackmailer was asking for money, and more money. And then suddenly, weapons. Why weapons? She inspected her fingers, the varnish on her nails, and the barely visible chip on her pinky. What if it's the communists? They need weapons for revolution. They need money and weapons to break from the Nationalists and take the city. The communists working with a sect of the White Flowers who did not heal to Lord Montagov's nor Roma's word? It made perfect sense. It was why, for months, the monetary demands had only come to the Scarlet Gang before ever approaching the White Flowers. Because they were already siphoning resources out of the White Flowers. Slow down, Kathleen said, though Juliette was speaking plenty slow. Remember what happened the last time you accused a communist of the madness? She remembered. She had accused Gong But and killed the wrong man. She had been led astray by Paul Dexter. But this time... It makes sense, does it not? Juliette asked. Even if the communists have their revolution, even if they get rid of us gangsters, they cannot overthrow their nationalist allies. The only way they can win this revolution without the nationalists swooping in afterward and claiming that Shanghai has been taken for the entire Kuomintang to enjoy, Juliette splayed her hands out, is by preparing to fight a war. Silence swept into the room. All that could be heard were the sprinklers outside watering the gardens. Then Kathleen sighed. You better pray it is not. You may be able to kill a monster, Juliette. You may purge all the insects that a foreign man has brought in. But you cannot put yourself in the middle of a war. Juliette was already scrambling up, opening her wardrobe.
If the communists are using these monsters to start the war, then I sure can. I fear you will kill yourself trying. Kathleen, please." Juliette poked her head into her hangers, searching the floor of the wardrobe. She caught sight of a few revolvers, discarded necklaces, and a shoebox, which contained a grenade, if she was remembering correctly. At the back of the mess, her lightest coat had fallen into a bundle. She retrieved it and shook it out, then held the garment in the crook of her elbow. "I'm not that easy to kill." Kathleen was trying her best to pull an angry face. It wasn't as effective when she was smoothing a hand along her softly curled hair, twisting a strand along her finger. A secret white flower working with the communists still doesn't add up, she argued. This all began with Paul Gexter's note. "In the event of my death, release them all." He wrote to someone he knew. He wrote into the French concession. "A French white flower," Juliette replied in answer. "It still tracks. But I have someone who might know something. I've got to go now so I can get back before our trip with Mama this afternoon." "Hold on, hold on, hold on." Juliette halted, the door half open under her hand. Quickly, Kathleen hurried over and pressed the door closed again, waiting a second after the soft click to ensure no one was outside. "It's about Rosalind." "Oh." Juliette wasn't expecting that. "She's coming later, isn't she, to the temple?" Lady Cai had insisted upon it. She needed an entourage, and her usual crowd couldn't offer accompaniment when the temple only allowed women. Juliette and her cousins had been gifted the honor of playing bodyguards. It was unlikely that there was any need for protection at a women-only temple, but such was life as a figurehead of a criminal empire. At the thought, Juliette walked back to her vanity and slotted an extra knife into her sleeve. "Yes, I expect so, but that's not what I'm talking about," Kathleen said, waving the question away. "Were you aware she has some secret lover in the city?" Juliette whirled around, her mouth parting. A hint of glee slipped out as she exclaimed, "You're joking!" Kathleen propped her hands on her hips. "Can you sound a little less excited about this?" "I'm not. Your eyes are glowing." Juliette tried her best to school her expression, feigning earnestness. She pushed her coat farther up her arm before it slipped from her elbow. "I didn't know about this, but it's not so bad. You were worried about Rosalind falling into trouble with merchants. Isn't a lover better in comparison? Now I really have to go." Kathleen held her arm out, physically preventing Juliette from leaving. With the way that her cousin was eyeing the coat on her arm, she wouldn't be surprised if Kathleen stole it next, just so Juliette couldn't walk out. "Allegedly, the lover is a merchant," Kathleen said. "You're not the least bit concerned why Rosalind hasn't told us?" "Biao Jie," gently, Juliette eased Kathleen's arm away from the door. "We can ask her about it when we see her. I have to go. I'll meet you later." With a grumble, Kathleen stepped aside. Juliette thought she had finally gotten through, but as she stepped into the hallway, unfolding her coat, her cousin said, "Don't you get tired of all this?" Juliette paused in her step, pulling her coat on. "Tired of what?" Kathleen's lips curved up. She squinted into the doorknob, its golden gleam bouncing her reflection back at her in miniature. "Chasing answers," her cousin replied, dabbing a finger at the corner of her mouth. The line of her lipstick was already a perfect bow. "Eternally running around, trying to save a city that does not want to be saved, that is hardly good enough to be saved." Juliette hadn't expected such a question, nor had she expected to reel from trying to answer it. Down the hallway, the voices were still communing in their meeting, leaving her out of whatever plan would soon beset the city. The men who governed this place did not want her help, but she was not doing it for them. "I'm not saving this city because it is good," she said carefully, "nor am I saving this city because I am good. I want it safe because I wish to be safe. I want it safe because safety is always what is deserved, goodness or wickedness alike. And if Juliet didn't do it, then who would? She sat up here on a throne encrusted in silver and dusted with opium powder. If she didn't use her birthright to offer protection where she could, what was the point? Kathleen's frown only deepened, but there was too much to unpack, especially while Juliet was hovering on her toes, rushing to leave. All that her cousin managed was a soft sigh, and then, "I beg you to be careful." Juliet smiled. "Aren't I always?" "You look a mess." Juliet rolled her eyes, pushing past Marshall to get inside. She could smell the city on her skin, that mix between the wind-blown salt coming in from the sea and the unidentifiable jumble of fried foodstuffs permeating the streets. There was no avoiding it whenever she rode through on a rickshaw. "I have a question," Juliet said immediately, pulling the locks on the safe-house door.
Marshall wandered deeper into the room, not that there was anywhere to go in such a small space, and collapsed on his mattress. "Is that why you have arrived without gifts to bear?" Juliet palmed a knife into her hand and pretended to throw. "Ah!" Marshall yelped immediately, throwing his arms over his face. "I jest?" "You'd better be. You certainly pick up enough things to eat and drink whenever you go outside." Juliet put her knife away. With a stride that could be described more as stomping than walking, she made her way over to the mattress too and dropped down beside him, her dress clinking with noise. "You're my only white flour source right now," she said. "What do you know about your communication with the communists?" "The communists?" Marshall echoed. He had been lying back, elbows propped on the sheets, but now he sat up straight, brows knitting together. "Most of the Russians in this city are Bolshevik Revolution refugees. When have the White Flowers ever liked the communists?" "That's what I want to know," Juliet grumbled. She blew a piece of hair out of her eyes, and when that did nothing to get the lock away from her face, she huffed extra loudly and pushed it back, smushing it with the rest of the tangle. "Given, it is not as if I am very up-to-date with the latest white flower goings-on." Marshall reached for something tucked near the wall, his whole arm straining to make contact without moving from position. When he finally retrieved it, he returned to Juliet with a flourish. "May I? It's hurting my eyes to look at you." Juliet squinted at what he was holding, trying to pick out the label in the dim light of the safe house. She snorted when it registered. "Hair pomade." She inclined her head toward him. "Please, make me pretty again." In silence, Marshall scooped a clump of pomade and started to brush through her hair with his fingers. He made fast work of reforming her curls, though his tongue was sticking out in concentration, as if he had never tried shaping longer hair, but he would be very before Juliet told him he was doing it wrong. "You should ask Roma," Marshall said, finishing a curl near her ear. "It's his job, is it not?" "That's a little difficult right now," Juliet replied. The blood feud pushed away her answers about the blackmailer. Politics pushed away her chances at protecting the city so they wouldn't need answers about the blackmailer. Why did everybody in this city insist on making life so difficult for themselves? None of this would even be happening if General Shu would just let us distribute the vaccine. Marshall froze. He tried to hide it, tried to resume with the curl as if nothing happened, but Juliet sensed the delay, and her head swiveled to him, interrupting his work. "What? No, nothing. Let me—" "Marshall," the edge in Juliet's voice got through. With the slightest shake of his head, Marshall continued to feign casual, but he said, "I had some ties to the Kuomintang before joining the White Flowers, that's all. General Shu is bad news. Once he latches on to something, he won't let go. If he doesn't want a scarlet vaccine distributed across the city, it's never going to go out." Juliet supposed she wasn't surprised at that, given what she already knew about the man. "But, weren't you a child when you joined the White Flowers?" Marshall shook his head again, more firmly this time. "It was a youth group. Now." He shifted one last curl in place. "You no longer look like a rickshaw dragged you through the mud. Happy?" "Overjoyed," Juliet replied, getting to her feet.
Something still sounded a little off, but she hardly had the time to prod at it. "I'll take my leave now, but stay inside, I know." Marshall waved her off. "Don't you worry about me." Juliet shot him a warning glare as she walked to the door, but Marshall only grinned. "Goodbye, you menace." Rumor had it that there would be more protests today. The early morning had passed with a flurry in the Scarlet House, its hallways combating collision after collision of whispers. If it wasn't Tyler's relatives trying to clarify with one another what exactly Miss Rosalind had done to be hauled home covered in blood, it was their speculation about whether it was safe to enter the central city today, when reports said that workers were attempting to strike yet again. Tyler couldn't get out fast enough. A bunch of good-for-nothings, they all were, talking instead of doing. With the new hubbub, hardly anyone was paying heed to what had happened to their vaccine supply. The monsters had invaded a secure facility that only Scarlet Inner Circle knew about. Was no one suspicious? Was Lord Cai not the slightest bit concerned? Right. With delay, Tyler stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray, then looked up at Andong and Kansen. They were across from him, pacing the length of the room, while Tyler remained seated upon a chaise lounge, granted a full view out the floor-to-ceiling window before him. Below, the intersection just outside the Bailaman dance hall was at high capacity of activity. The citizens and occupants of Shanghai bustling to and fro like there was hardly a minute to spare. Every so often, someone walking on the street would glance up, tracing their eyes across the block letters reading Paramount, fixed outside the dance hall. They could likely see into the windows of the second floor, into the opulence and the vacant rooms open for Tyler to come and go as he pleased. The rest of Shanghai didn't have such leisure. "Were you saying something?" he asked, frowning. Andong paused for a beat, like he couldn't tell if Tyler genuinely had not heard him, or if he was giving him another chance to reconsider what he had just said. When seconds passed and Tyler did not look angry, Andong cleared his throat and repeated, "I was only remarking on the uselessness of trying to disrupt the communist forces. Our numbers are dwindling as it is, and theirs keep growing. We have a blood feud on the other side to take care of. They are single-minded in their objective." Tyler nodded. He remained only half listening, and when he replied, it was also half-hearted. "No one cares to follow what is good." Tyler retrieved a new cigarette, but he didn't light it. The blood feud. The very blood feud and the very white flowers, siphoning their resources and their members' loyalty, like some parasitic invasion of the mind. What was it about their maneuvers that had people turning against their family? Juliet and her dalliance with Roma Montagov, Rosalind and whatever nonsense she had gotten involved with. Perhaps it was simply the women. Perhaps they were just weak. Tyler struck a new match. Once his own cigarette was lit, he threw the pack into the air, and Andong's hand whipped out, hurrying to catch it before it could fall to the floor. Cautiously, Andong took one cigarette out. He worried it between his lips, and, as if reading Tyler's thoughts, asked, "So, what are you to do about Juliet?" "What am I supposed to do?" Tyler replied immediately. He took a drag, then almost coughed. He had never liked these things. He smoked them for a lack of anything better to do. If she won't admit to her wrongdoing, I can't force it out of her. She will merely keep rotting us from the inside out. She didn't even know it. Tyler had no doubt that Juliet, his cousin who had grown up with everyone wrapped around her finger, would never for a second consider that she might be wrong, that her behavior was traitorous, even if she was not openly acting the traitor. Sympathy for the white flowers was weakness. Love for the white flowers was a direct strike against the scarlets in the blood feud. Juliet may as well take a gun to her own head for all that she was doing to the future of the gang she was supposed to lead. He still didn't know what to believe, whether she had something to do with the vaccine disappearing.
Juliet was the one who had killed the last monster. Was it so hard to believe that perhaps she had gotten her hands on 5 others? Juliet was the one who wanted the vaccine distributed to the whole city. Was it so hard to believe that she would steal it for that purpose? But why seek a vaccine at all if the monsters were under her control? It made no sense. Something didn't quite click. Unless they weren't hers. Unless she was going along with it because they were under Roma Montagov's control, and she couldn't find it in herself to rebel against him. Tyler jumped to his feet, drawing Kansun's curious attention. The window was flaring with light, a vendor's stall passing the street underneath with its reflective surfaces. They had initially come to a high vantage point to watch for the possibility of monsters in the city, but there had been no chaos of the supernatural persuasion, only human strikes and human protests. If Roma Montagov was the perpetrator, then Juliet could still be saved. Tyler believed that. The Scarlets came first, and bitter as it was, that did include his cousin. Blood to blood, it was the same sort that ran in their veins. That had to count for something. If she were forced to choose sides, if she saw how this city was split, she would realize what was at stake. She would stop operating foolishly under a white flower's thumb. What does Roma Montagov treasure most? Undong blinked, taken aback by the question. Meanwhile, Kansun folded his arms and brought his shoulders near his ears, considering the question. He was already slight and looked even more so when he stood like that, wasting into a stick figure. "What do we care about Roma Montagov for?" Undong asked. But both Kansun and Tyler were looking out the window, tracing the crowds that gathered thicker and thicker. Tyler dropped his cigarette in the tray. His fingers were dusted with ash, prickling at his skin. The human body was so fickle. He should have been born a beast instead. He could have used it well. "Come on, gentlemen," he said, making for the door. "The protest starts soon." The streets were full of people, blocking the entrance of the meeting hall that Kathleen needed to enter. With a wince and an awkward sidestep, Kathleen tried to squeeze herself through, her elbows held out on either side of her. It did little to avoid the jostling, but it did streamline her path ever so slightly. The crowds could have been worse. They could have summoned a strike that incapacitated the whole city, but it seemed they remained localized in the central areas. "Oh gosh," Kathleen ducked, narrowly avoiding being smacked across the face by a worker's sign. The worker glanced at her momentarily before moving on, but Kathleen's gaze was drawn to the red rag tied around their arm. "Which color do you bleed?" Juliet had asked so long ago, in that den not far from here. "Scarlet or the worker's red?" When Kathleen brought her hand up to shield the sun off her face, the red thread at her wrist glimmered like jewelry. It was pristine and stark, dangling softly against her skin. This was scarlet red. This was the clean edges of a color used merely for allegiance, for decoration. The worker's red was dirty and spirited and desperate. It had long exploded outward in all directions, spilling like a crowd growing frenzied. Kathleen finally pushed her way in, sidling into the meeting hall. This was not the very worst it could get, far from it, if the enthusiasm among the communists here was any indication. The communists and their unions would keep trying and trying, each time inciting revolt in one part of the city and hoping it would set off a chain reaction in the others. The better they prepared, the more likely they would succeed. And when they did, that was no longer the protests of unruly workers on the streets. That was revolution. "Attention! Attention!" The meeting had already started, switching from one speaker to another, so Kathleen slid into a seat, hoping she hadn't missed anything critical. It hardly seemed important now to keep an eye on their further plans. The Scarlets already knew. The communists had almost reached the end of their planning, the file revolt waiting in the wings, ready to take to the stage. "What are we rising for?" the speaker on stage asked. "What do we incite change for? Our own gain? Our own peace?" Kathleen pulled at her braid. Her mind wandered to Rosalind, to her sister's silence last night when she had stirred back into consciousness. "The state will continue to suppress us. The law will continue to cheat us. Anyone who deems themselves a savior of this city is a fraud. All kings are tyrants, all rulers are thieves. It is not peace nor gain that revolution shall aim for. It is only freedom. All through the meeting hall, party members rose to their feet. Their chairs scraped back, the noise grating to the ear. Kathleen didn't move, only taking it all in. She wasn't worried about sticking out. No one was paying attention to the last row, too focused on the speaker at the front. The gangsters of this city sacrifice us for their pride, for their meaningless blood feud. The foreigners of this city sacrifice us for riches, for unending gold stockpiled on their ships. We will free ourselves from these chains. Who are they to tell us what to do? Who are they to punish us when they see fit? His words washed over her like a tidal wave. Kathleen suddenly wanted to clutch her stomach, unable to bear the truth knotting up inside her. Indeed, who was the Scarlet Gang to whip Rosalind bloody merely because they had decided she was not loyal enough? Why did they deserve the power to hurt another person? Why was this the way they lived? Falling to their knees under Lord Cai just because it was the way it had always been. If he wanted them dead next, then Kathleen and Rosalind had no choice save to place their heads down for the sword's blow. Protection was nothing when it hinged on one family's whims and desires. This wasn't what Kathleen had sworn loyalty to. She wanted order. She wanted order under Juliette's control. But if order needed to tremble under fear first, maybe it wasn't worth it. "Rise," the speaker on stage said. "Too long have we suffered and languished. We shall rise." At last Kathleen stood too, putting her hands together to clap. Elisa chewed on her fork, her foot dangling off the roof edge. At present, she was sitting at the very top of headquarters, face turned to the cold wind as her fingers flipped through a file swiped from her father's office. Her bedroom was directly below, warm and cozy, but her brother or other white flowers could walk in at any moment, and she couldn't have that while she was snooping. In search of privacy, she had climbed up to the roof tiles instead, a plate of cake in one hand and the folder of papers tucked under her arm. She stabbed her fork in for another bite, chewing thoughtfully. Just as she started flipping to the next page, there was a burst of noise from a fart, the usual rowdy shouting of a fight starting. Elisa stiffened, knowing she would need to go inside if there was blood-feud conflict coming nearer, but she couldn't see anything other than the usual empty alleyways, even as the voices got louder. For several long moments, Elisa continued searching, but nothing moved in her periphery short of her blonde hair waving with the wind. "Strange," she muttered, content to stay put for the meanwhile. Elisa flipped to the next page. The folder had been selected at random after she poked her head into her father's office for the briefest second and saw it lying on his desk. She had heard rumors of communist spies infiltrating the White Flowers and was curious. Roma had been busy lately, though Elisa wasn't sure if he was looking into the same communist spies or something else. No one ever told Elisa anything. No one ever paid her attention at all unless it was to barge in on her and tell her that her tutors were here.
Unfortunately, Elisa didn't think she had stolen anything very relevant. The folder contained profiles on the Kuomintang, but nothing past basic information. Some news clippings on Chiang Kai-shek, some maps from spies who were tracking the Northern Expedition. The only thing that seemed briefly interesting was an investigation into General Xu, who had little information made public about his life. By the time Elisa scanned to the end, however, all she had gathered was that General Xu had a bastard son, which was entertaining but hardly helpful. "Hey!" Elisa set the file aside and peered down from the roof. With that shout catching her attention, now she could see the fighting, though it seemed not to be a fight at all. She squinted, trying to pick out exactly what was coming in her direction, and only when she saw the signs did she realize that perhaps it was not a blood feud conflict moving down the main road, but a workers' protest. "Ooh," Elisa said under her breath. "That makes more sense." She tucked the folder under her arm, then gathered up the plate and the fork. In a hurry, she skittered across the roof, carefully lowering herself over the edge with the one hand she had free and sliding the whole way down upon one of the exterior poles. She landed in the thin alley around the back of the apartment complex, her shoes squelching hard in the mud, her elbow thwacking against a pot of flowers growing upon one of the first-floor windowsills. It wouldn't do to be spotted waving this folder around at the front of the house, and so she would merely use a back entrance. Or else... Elisa stopped when a figure stepped in her path. Before she even had time to run, the bag came down over her head. In White Flower territory, the protests reached all-time heights, spilling over the footpaths and wreaking havoc in the buildings. When Roma exited the safe house he had been visiting, another stop on his search for the identity of the White Flower Frenchman, he was almost impaled by a shovel. "By God," Roma spat, hurrying to the side. The worker only eyed him, not seeming very sorry. Why would he be? There were no other gangsters in sight to put a stop to this. With another muttered curse, Roma hurried back home, staying close to the buildings. His father should have sent men out for crowd control. Their numbers should have gathered by now, fighting back against the rioters with weaponry. So where were they? Roma ducked into the alleyway that took him to headquarters, a hand above his head to protect himself from dirty laundry water. A heavy drop landed on his palm, right as another colossal shout echoed down the road, driving unease into his bones. It seemed nonsensical that he was spending time searching for the Frenchman when there had not been an attack since the train cart, when instead all that had been wreaking havoc across Shanghai was the blood feud or the rioters, and as far as he knew, not a soul in the White Flowers had a plan of action to combat that sort of discord instead. "You're full of nonsense," Roma frowned, closing the front door after himself. The loud bang did not interrupt the voices shouting from the living room. A wave of heat from the radiators immediately warmed his stiff skin, but he did not shrug his coat off. He wandered into the living room, following the shouting, and found Benedict and Dmitri in the heat of an argument, a plate smashed to pieces by Dmitri's feet, as if someone had thrown it. "What is going on?" Roma asked, for what felt like the umpteenth time that day. "That's what I want to know, too," Benedict replied. He stepped back, crossing his arms. "Elisa is missing." An ice-cold sensation swept down Roma's spine. "I beg your pardon?" "I heard her yell," Benedict seethed, "from somewhere outside the house. And when I went to investigate, guess who the only person present was?" "Oh, don't be tiring," Dmitri sneered. "I heard no children screaming, nor any ruckus past the chaos on the streets. Perhaps you are imagining things, Benedict Ivanovich. Men who do not assert themselves." Roma did not hear the rest of whatever foolish thing Dmitri was surely to say. He was already charging up the stairs with a roar in his ears, taking two at a time until he was on the fourth floor, charging into Elisa's bedroom. Indeed, as Benedict had said, it was empty. But that didn't mean anything. Elisa was always disappearing for large blocks of time. For all he knew, she was hidden in some air duct across the city, biting into an egg roll and having the time of her life. "She's not in her room. I already checked." Benedict's voice traveled up the staircase before he did, emerging with his hands buried in his hair. "It's hardly unusual," Roma said. "Yes." Benedict bit down on his cheeks, turning his face gaunt. "Yet I heard her yell." Dmitri is right on one thing at least. There is plentiful yelling outside. The streets are rioting. I can hear yelling right now. But Benedict only gave Roma an even look. I know what Elisa's voice sounds like. The certainty was what had Roma on edge. Acting on a sudden instinct, he made a sharp pivot for his room. He didn't know why that was the first place he thought to check, but he did, easing his door open gently. Benedict was close on his heels, peering in curiously too. Three things became immediately apparent, one after the other. First, Roma's room was freezing. Second, it was because his window had been pulled open. Third, there was a letter fluttering on the window ledge, pinned down by a thin blade. A wave of goosebumps broke out all down Roma's arms. Benedict hissed in a breath, and when Roma didn't make a move to go fetch it, he did the honors instead, tearing the blade out and unfolding the letter. When he looked up, his face was void of blood. "Moi diadja, samych chesnych pravil," Benedict read, "Kagda nie w szutku za nie mog."
He didn't have to finish it. Roma knew the next two lines that were coming. On uvajat se bien zastavil, he intoned, I luce vidamat nemog. The opening verse to Eugene Onegin. Roma marched forward and took the letter, immediately crinkling the edges with his grip. Past the famous lines of poetry, the letter proceeded. I hear dueling is the most noble way to kill someone. It's about time this blood feud earned some nobility, don't you think? Meet me in a week's time, and I'll give her back. And beneath the text there was a flourish of a signature, leaving no doubt who had devised this masterful scheme. They have taken Elisa, Roma rasped aloud to Benedict, though Benedict already knew. Tyler Cai has taken Elisa. Juliet practically slammed into the two Scarlets guarding the door to the burlesque club, narrowly halting before a collision. Kathleen was close behind, her breath coming fast. Let me through. Miss Cai? The Scarlets exchanged a glance. We can't. Stand aside. Now. One of them shifted out of her way, drawing a glare from the other, but that small gap was enough for Juliet. She squeezed past and pushed through the door, barging into the dark interior of the club, the smell of smoke bringing an immediate sting to her eyes. And inside, all she could hear was screaming. For a moment, Juliet was frozen in shock, unsure what she was witnessing. The club had been cleared out, the tables and bar emptied of patrons and workers. The only people present were her father's men, seated around him and at the ready, while he lounged at one of the largest tables, arms splayed across the velvet of the half-moon couch. He was facing forward, facing the stage, where Rosalind was being whipped. The lash came down again on her back, and Rosalind cried out, her whole body shuddering. They didn't allow her to crumple to the floor. There were 4 Scarlets around her, 2 to hold her upright, 1 with the whip, and 1 standing just to the side. "Oh my God," Kathleen whispered. "Oh my." Juliet charged for the stage. "Stop it," she demanded. She was upon the platform in 3 fast steps.
When the Scarlet standing guard tried to stop her from lunging in Rosalind's direction, Juliet was faster, pushing at the arms that tried to grab her. The guard tried again, and Juliet immediately struck her fist across his face. He stumbled away, finally letting Juliet throw herself before Rosalind, her own body a shield for the next lashing. "Zhao Wang, stand down." At Lord Cai's call, the Scarlet who held the whip frowned. Droplets of blood were splattered across the front of his shirt, but he seemed not to notice. He didn't stand down. His arm pulled back, half prepared to strike again, as if he would release the whip. "Go ahead," Juliet said, her words curling into a sneer. "Whip me, and see how many pieces I'll cut you into afterward." "Zhao Wang," that was Lord Cai again, his voice rising over Rosalind's whimpers. "Stand down." The Scarlet listened. He lowered the whip, and Juliet spun around, hands outstretched for Rosalind. As soon as the Scarlets released their hold on her, she collapsed, and Juliet scrambled to catch her cousin, softening her fall onto the stage. By then, Kathleen had reached them too, cursing and cursing under her breath. The burlesque club was silent, waiting. "Rosalind," Juliet said. "Rosalind, can you walk?" Rosalind mumbled something beneath her breath. Juliet couldn't hear what Rosalind was saying, but by Kathleen's stricken expression, she had understood immediately. "Deserve what?" Kathleen asked, her voice a mere rasp. "Why would you say that?" It was only then that the mumble registered to Juliet. "I deserve it, I deserve it." Because she does. Juliet's head snapped up, seeking her father. He had spoken in such plain declaration, without room for dispute nor debate. "Baba," she whispered, horrified. "You know Rosalind, you know who she is." "Indeed," Lord Cai replied, "and so she should have known better. She should have had more loyalty, but instead she has been feeding Scarlet information out." Juliet felt her throat grow tight. When she shifted her hold on her cousin, her palm came back entirely slick with blood, the mangled gashes in Rosalind's kippao weeping bright and red from her wounds. Juliet was torn between the same indignation that had dragged her father out here to make an example out of Rosalind and utter outrage that this was Rosalind, no matter what she did. Where was her chance to explain herself? "Is this about her lover?" Kathleen asked quietly. Her voice shook. "He is a mere merchant. She said he would soon leave the White Flowers." "He is no mere merchant," Lord Cai replied.
With disconcerting speed, he leaned off the couch, grabbing a stack of papers upon the table. In his hand, he flipped through them, then selected one to pass to a Scarlet beside him, indicating in Juliette's direction. He is no merchant at all. According to the letters we found, he is a white flower through and through, and he has been siphoning our clientele lists through Lang Shalin for months. What? The Scarlet presented the single piece of paper. Juliette scanned the Russian script briefly, reading a report about the members of the inner circle. This was one among hundreds, one day logged out of months. Who? Juliette demanded. Who were these letters being sent to? Well, Lord Cai gestured toward Zhao Wang, toward the whip that trailed blood across the stage. That's what I wanted to know too. By now, it seemed that Rosalind was close to losing consciousness, her body growing still. Juliette tapped her face, but her cousin's eyes had fallen shut, thick lashes fluttering up and down each time Juliette urged for a response. Come on, Rosalind, Juliette hissed, stay awake. Lord Cai arose from his seat suddenly, and panic surged through Juliette's every cell in response. She had never responded like this before when it came to her father, whom she had always seen as fair, even when he was the one holding the whip. Nothing had changed. Her father was and had always been the leader of a ruthless gang, the head of a criminal empire. He had never hesitated to give punishment where punishment was deserved, and Juliette had never blinked, until now. Now, when punishment was still fair, but fair brought the blood of one of her best friends. We are done here, I suppose, Lord Cai said. If you want to interfere, Juliette, you can help by getting a name out of your cousin. She protects him even now, and it will not stand. He waved at the men around him. Help her home, call a doctor. Kathleen made a noise of protest as they leaned over to grab Rosalind, but Juliette relinquished her hold. The time for punishment had passed, and the Scarlets weren't fond of unnecessary cruelty. They were careful, avoiding Rosalind's injuries. This whole event wasn't about hurting her. It was about making a point. Juliette, Kathleen whispered when the Scarlets started to clear out from the club. Did Rosalind lie to us? Yes, Juliette replied, certain. She squeezed her hands, and blood crusted into the lines of her palms. Rosalind had lied, had betrayed the Scarlets for whatever reason, and Lord Cai had not hesitated to make her answer for it. Juliette looked at the blood-red stains on the stage. The men were moving the tables into their original formation, glasses clinking together, voices yelling at one another to summon the car out front. She could feel her father's eyes on her, calm in inspection, digesting her every reaction. She needed to keep her expression composed, no particular horror at the violence, no undue sympathy for a traitor. But all she could think was, if Rosalind was whipped like this for leaking Scarlet information and protecting an ordinary white flower, then what was Juliette's fate if they were to ever find out about her past with Roma Montagov? Benedict wouldn't have run the message himself if it weren't such a late hour, but the clock was nearing midnight, and he doubted any of the white flowers were sober enough in the main headquarters to be summoned to a task. This was urgent, though these few months, he supposed just about everything in this city was. I cannot concentrate with you hovering over me like this. Benedict heard Lorenz's booming voice before he saw him, pushing through the lab doors and scanning across the few technicians working overtime. Eventually, he sighted Lorenz and his cousin near the side tables, both of them squinting at something under a microscope. Or, technically, Lorenz was the one with his face pressed to the eyepiece. Roma was looming over him and invading the scientist's personal space. Is that the vaccine? Asked. Stolen right from the Scarlets, Roma answered, having recognized Benedict's voice without bothering to look up as he approached. But Lorenz is saying he doesn't think he can recreate it. I cannot read any of these papers, Lorenz shot back. Moreover, this sample is not pure. It has been manipulated for additional solubility, or flammability, one or the other, I'm sure. Well, Benedict interrupted, it just became a lot more valuable. The Scarlets had their entire supply stolen, by monsters. Roma finally looked up, taking a step away from the microscope. What? I was there only a mere hour ago. I know. Benedict nudged a thumb toward the doors, indicating the rest of the city outside. That's why there are rumors that you orchestrated it. White flower credibility went up, Scarlet security went down. There will be blood feud fights on the streets tonight, I'm sure. Me? Roma muttered under his breath. That's rich. I wish I did.
Lorenz, meanwhile, made a thoughtful noise, his eyes still pressed to the microscope. I really would recommend finding the source of this rather than counting on our recreation of the vaccine, Roma. Roma didn't say anything in response. He was good at internalizing. If Benedict took a listening device to his cousin's head, he was sure he would hear an utter scramble of panic. But on the exterior, Roma simply folded his arms. Just try your best.
Even if I can find the blackmailer, who's to say if I can find the rest of the very monsters? Lawrence pushed the microscope away wearily. I am not paid enough for this. He reached for the drawers along the work table, retrieving a scalpel. Speaking of which, there was someone who came poking around in the evening, seeking you. Benedict pulled a face, though Roma was too busy with his own surprise to notice. To the lab? Roma said. Here? I do not know how he found his way over either. He was called General Shu. Why did that name sound familiar? Benedict combed through his memory, but came up empty. Roma, on the other hand, immediately reared back. He's a top nationalist official. What does he want with me? Lawrence merely heaved a sigh, like the topic was wearing him out. I suspect he circulated all the places you are known to frequent. He left as soon as I said you were not present. Are you in trouble? Benedict asked. With the Kuomintang? Roma replied, scoffing. No more than the usual level. They want me dead. He stepped away from the work table, leaving Lawrence to his task. Shall we go? Benedict nodded. He was still mulling over Lawrence's strange report when Roma opened the doors for him, the smack of cold wind forcing him alert. You look better today, Roma remarked, starting in the direction of headquarters. Are you getting more sleep? Yes, Benedict replied plainly. And mere hours ago, I found out that Marshall is still alive. He wanted to say it aloud. He wanted to scream it from the rooftops and declare it to the whole world, so that the world could end its mourning with him. But now Benedict had been roped into Marshall's promise to Juliet. Benedict was another piece in a larger chess game, one with Juliet on one side and Roma on the other. And to keep Marshall from falling off the board, it seemed that he had to start playing for Juliet's strategy. Good, Roma replied. A slight crinkle appeared in his brow. Perhaps confusion, perhaps relief. His cousin heard the lift in his voice and couldn't quite pinpoint a cause, but he was not direct enough to ask outright. A street lamp flickered above them. Benedict rubbed at his own arms, easing his chill. When they turned a corner deep enough in White Flower territory that he felt assured they wouldn't be attacked anytime soon, he said, You did not seem concerned by the news I brought you. I expected some exclamation when told that monsters robbed the Scarlets of their vaccine. What's the point? Roma replied tiredly. The Scarlets never would have distributed to us. The concern isn't the Scarlet loss. It's the use of monsters for such a trivial task with no attack on the people. Roma blew out a breath, fogging the air around him. I'm almost convinced at this point they'll never go away, he muttered. They will keep coming and coming, and Juliet will keep appearing before me, dropping to her knees to ask for help just one last time, right before she puts a blade in my back. Benedict remained silent, not knowing what to say. The lack of argument must have seemed suspicious to Roma, because he threw a quick glance over, mouth opening again. But Roma didn't begin his next sentence. Instead, so quickly that it scared the living daylights out of Benedict, Roma pulled his gun and shot into the night over Benedict's shoulder, his bullet already echoing before Benedict had whirled around and caught sight of movement disappearing from the mouth of the alley. Who was that? Benedict demanded. He glanced around, taking inventory of their surroundings. The shop signs written in Cyrillic and the Russian bakeries all lined up in a row, though they had retired for the night. This was about as far into White Flower territory as one could go. A Scarlet? Roma frowned, drawing closer to the alley. His target had long disappeared, possibly struck, possibly only grazed, given the distance at which Roma had shot from. No, he replied, a nationalist, uniformed. I thought I heard someone behind us, but I chalked it up to my imagination until they came closer.
We were followed almost immediately upon leaving the lab. Benedict blinked. First an official appearing at the lab, now they were picking up a tale on the streets, right in their own territory? It was bold, far too bold. "What did you do?" he demanded. Roma didn't answer. He had sighted something on the alley floor, a wad of loose-leaf paper. It looked like an old advertisement, but Roma picked it up anyway and unfolded it. His eyebrows shot straight up. "Forget about what I did." Roma turned the slip of paper around, and a sketch of Benedict's face stared right back at him. "What do the Kuomintang want by trailing after you?" Benedict took the paper. A cold sweat broke out along his spine. His neutral expression was colored in careful ink, the illustration better than his own self-portraits. The artist had been generous with his crop of curly hair. There was no doubt that this was him. "I haven't a clue," Benedict muttered. But his concern wasn't why the Kuomintang were following him. If they had been on his tail for some time now, the more important question was, how much had they seen from earlier in the day, when he was exiting the safe house and saying goodbye to Marshall, who was supposed to be dead? Juliet pulled Elisa back into the courtyard. Briefly, she thought she caught Rosalind and Kathleen out of the corner of her eye, but her cousins needed to stay by their mother's side, and so they did not come after her, nor ask what she was doing. "I promise I'm not going to hurt you." Juliet glanced over her shoulder again. Roma had made it out of the crowd, a splatter of blood on his collar. His eyes were ablaze, vivid in their violence. "I just need to bait your brother somewhere quiet. Run!" They ran until Juliet found a thin alleyway. She shoved Elisa in fast, sparing no time before she kicked several trash bags, stacking them tall so they acted like a barricade. Then she pushed Elisa to hide, slotted behind the bags and out of view. It wasn't that she was trying to scare Roma. She simply had a feeling that Elisa didn't need to see whatever was going to happen next. Roma came into view, his chest rising up and down from exertion. With one glance at the tight grip he had on the pistol in his hand, Juliet knew she was right. "Why are you doing this?" Roma spat. His expression was hateful, but his words were tortured, like he wished she would just disappear instead, so that he didn't have to deal with her, so that he didn't have to be vengeful. "What the hell are you doing?" Juliet held out her hands, as if showing that she was unarmed would make any difference. "Listen to me for a second," she pleaded. "I have information about the blackmailer. It might be coming from within the white flowers. I'm here to help." Juliet flinched, narrowly sidestepping his first shot. "I was going to make it quick," Roma intoned, "as a mercy for what we once were." "Will you listen to me?" Juliet snapped. She sprang forward, and the gun went off again, missing her, but so barely that she felt the heat skim her shoulder. His pistol was still smoking when she closed her hand around the middle of the barrel. Roma tried to shoot again, but by then Juliet had turned the pistol skyward, letting him empty out 3 bullets before she thumped a hand hard on the inside of Roma's elbow. His arm slackened, and she threw the gun out of his grip. "This wasn't hard for you to understand a month ago," Juliet hissed. "The city is in danger. I can help you. And you know what I have realized since then?" His hand darted into his pocket for another gun, and Juliet tackled him fast, throwing him to the ground of the alley and using her 2 hands to pin his arm to the floor. The move was familiar, like that first time Roma ambushed her near Chenghongmiao. But if the memory meant anything to him, Roma didn't show it. "I have realized," he continued, keeping his arm still for that moment, "I do not care about this city, or the danger it brings onto itself."
I cared for people, and now the people are gone. He kicked out, and Juliet rolled away to avoid the hit, swallowing her wince of pain when she landed hard on her elbows, and her forehead nearly smacked into the rough wall of the alley. Roma was up in the blink of an eye, looming over her with the gun, and she didn't think, she just lunged. This was a true fight now, vicious and unflinching.
Each time Roma tried to shoot, Juliet tried to disarm, but he had not known her so long for nothing, and he predicted her moves well enough that Juliet's head was soon spinning from colliding against the concrete ground multiple times. Throwing herself out of harm's way too fast and too hard was painful, but it would sure as hell be more painful if she didn't avoid his quick hits and strikes. "Roma," Juliet spat. Her elbow slammed hard against a stack of bricks, having finally writhed out of their grapple with his blade in her hand. Victory. She threw the blade, hearing it clatter and spin out of the alley. "Listen to me," he stilled. She almost thought she had gotten through to him, but then his eyes narrowed and he hissed, "The time for listening has long passed." He dove for the blade. From the very moment he raised his arm, Juliet knew he had aimed too high. Roma had always been a bad thrower, which never made any sense because he was so very good with his bullets. But he loosed his grip from the end of the alley, and time slowed down. Juliet tracked the blade, predicting it to sail so far above her head that it was comical. Then Roma Montagov stood up from her hiding place, scrambling to her feet and calling out a plea to end the fight. "Please, don't hurt each other." Before Juliet could think, could even take a moment to gasp, she shot up, diving in front of Roma. She didn't realize what she had done, not really, until she came to a stop in front of the other girl, and there was the hard thunk by her ear. Elisa's eyes grew wide, her words cutting off, and her hand flying to her mouth. The pain did not come at first. It never did. A blade entering always felt cold and then foreign. Only seconds later, as if her nerve endings had finally registered what happened, did intense, sharp agony reverberate outward from the wound. "Mudak," Juliet managed, turning to look at the blade half embedded in her shoulder, then at Roma. His jaw was slack, face drained of color. The wound, meanwhile, immediately started to bleed, a steady stream of red running its way down her dress. "You just had to throw the one with a jagged edge?" That seemed to startle Roma into action. He walked forward, slowly at first, and then at a run, nearing Juliet and grabbing hold of her arm. She watched him examine the wound. Even if Juliet were uninjured, she didn't find a reason to be frightened. His anger, however, momentarily, had dissipated. "Elisa, run to the nearest safe house and get the emergency first aid box." Elisa's eyes grew to enormous proportions. "Are you planning to stitch her up yourself? She needs the hospital." "Oh, that would go down well," Roma said tightly. "Shall we take her to a scarlet or a white flower facility? Who will shoot a little slower?" Elisa balled up her fists. Juliet was still alert enough to pick up the clamor of the fight coming from a distance, but she couldn't quite feel her fingers anymore, nor squeeze her own fists. "It's only down the road," Roma pointed forward. "Hurry!" With a huff, Elisa spun on her heel and hurried off. Juliet breathed out. She almost expected to see her breath, as she would on a cold winter's day. Instead, there was nothing. The coldness was coming from inside her. A numbness was flooding her limbs, little prickles like every cell in her body was trying to go to sleep. "Put pressure on the wound, would you?" she asked casually. "I know," Roma snapped. "Sit." Juliet sat. Her head was spinning, doubles and triples appearing in her field of vision. She watched Roma tear his jacket off, balling it up and adjusting the fabric around the blade, pressing as hard as he dared to stop the blood from running. Juliet did not protest. She only bit down on her lip, bearing the pain. "What is wrong with you?" Roma muttered after a while, breaking the silence. "Why would you do that? Stop you from knifing your own sister?" Juliet closed her eyes. Her ears were humming with white noise. "You're welcome." Roma's frustration was tangible. She knew exactly what he was thinking. Why take a hit for Elisa when she had been the one threatening to shoot his sister at the hospital? None of this made any sense. Of course it did not make sense, because Juliette couldn't make up her very mind. "Thank you," Roma said, sounding like he could hardly believe he was saying those words. "Now, open your eyes, Juliette. I'm not going to sleep. Open them." Juliette snapped her eyes open, if only to glare at the alley space in front of her. It was then that Elisa returned, clutching a box to her chest, her cheeks red and her breath coming in gasps. "Ran as fast as I could," she huffed. "I'll watch the alley while you—" Elisa trailed off, not knowing precisely what Roma was going to do. She dropped the box by her brother, then ran for the other end of the alley. When Juliette strained her ears again, she realized that there was no shouting in the distance anymore. Elisa had likely noted the same thing. The fight was over. The gangsters would be fanning out soon, looking for them. If Juliette was going to talk to Roma, she needed to do it now, before it was too late. He had already stopped trying to stanch the wound, flipping the box open and unscrewing a bottle of something pungent. He set it aside. "I'm cutting your coat off," Roma said. Another blade appeared in his hand, slicing through the fabric at her neck before Juliette could protest. When he peeled the coat away from her thin dress, all Juliette could smell was the metallic tang of blood. If her shoulder hadn't been in overpowering pain, she would have thought some stray alley cat was giving birth nearby. Muttering a curse, Roma prepared to tend to Juliette's dress. "You know," Juliette said, barely stopping her teeth from chattering, "you used to be more considerate." "Shut up." Roma carefully adjusted her clothing. Just before he tended to the wound, he yanked the blade out. "For crying out, I do suggest keeping it down," Roma said tightly. "Would you like a handkerchief to bite?" Juliette's head was too light to respond immediately. She was going to faint. She was definitely going to faint. "I'll bite nothing unless it's your hand," Juliette muttered, raw and detached. In response, Roma merely passed her the blade he had stabbed her with. "Hold this." Juliette reached for it with the arm that did not have a weeping gouge in its attached shoulder, then clutched the blade to her chest, holding her dress up. She blinked hard to keep herself alert, then watched Roma as he shifted to a crouch beside her, making quick work of finding a clean rag in the box and dousing it with the foul-smelling bottle. It took everything in her willpower to hold back her scream when Roma clamped the rag to her wound. The antiseptic stung like 1,000 new cuts, and Juliette had half a mind to ask whether Roma was actually poisoning her instead. His eyes were not on his task. He was scrutinizing Juliette instead, searching for a reason, for the slightest fracture in her face that would give way to an explanation. Juliette blew out a slow breath. Despite the agonizing pain, she could feel the bleeding crawl to a stop. She could feel her head clear up, the fuzzy lessening. She had a job here to do. "You've been infiltrated by communists." Juliette turned her head ever so slightly, not enough to disturb her shoulder, but enough to lock eyes with Roma. "There's a sect in the White Flowers working with them, giving over your resources and weaponry. I suspect the monsters are emerging from this very collaboration." Roma did not react.
He only removed the rag and retrieved what looked to be a needle and a thread. "I'm going to suture the wound." Juliette's first instinct was to snap that he couldn't. She had no doubt that he would do a fine job. Running about in this city meant knowing how to snap an enemy's leg with 2 fingers and also how to piece an ally's body back together. But was she an ally? Would he piece her together with a steady hand? Roma made an impatient noise, waving the needle. Though she imagined she could probably get up and get to the hospital with a gaping hole in her shoulder, Juliette winced and relented. Wait. She dropped the blade she was holding and reached for the lighter in her pocket. Wordlessly, she flipped its lid and struck her thumb on the spark wheel. When the flames sprang to life, Roma brought the needle near to sterilize it without being asked, like he had already read Juliette's intention. It was easy sometimes to forget how well they had known each other before everything went awry.
To forget that they were once as familiar as halves of the same soul, predicting each other's next words. Here, with Roma absently tapping the back of his hand against Juliette's, asking her to put the flame away when the needle glowed red, Juliette could not forget. "Don't stitch too deep. I don't want a scar," she grumbled, snapping her lighter closed. Roma frowned. "You're hardly in the position to negotiate the size of your scars. You threw the knife at me, and now I'm stitching you up. Do you have any more complaints to air?" Juliette resisted the urge to strangle him. "Did you hear any of what I said before?" she asked instead. "About the communists?" "Yes," Roma replied evenly. He pulled the thread into the needle. "And it doesn't make sense at all. We don't want the communists taking the city. Why would we help their revolution?" Roma leaned in, and the first prick of the needle entered her skin. Juliette gritted her teeth hard, but otherwise withstood the pain. She had suffered worse, she tried to remind herself. She had suffered worse simply by smashing wine bottles too hard in New York, which had ended with her needing stitches all along her arm. At least those had been done in a hospital. "I don't know why," Juliette said tightly, "but it's happening, and right under your nose." Her shoulder twitched, and Roma's hand came around her arm immediately, holding her still. His fingers were hot, burning into her skin. "And what," Roma asked, pulling the thread through again, "do you want me to do about it?" "What you were supposed to," she replied. "Find the Frenchman, the monster on the train." The needle went in too deep. Juliette gasped, and Roma muttered, his grip tightening to stop her from leaping up. "Stay still," he commanded. "You're clearly trying to kill me. I'm obviously not very good at it, because you remain alive, so stay still." Juliette exhaled sharply through her nose, letting Roma resume the last of the stitching. Though she tried not to move, she continued eyeing him until he shifted uncomfortably, his eyes flicking to her and narrowing. "The monster," Juliette said again. "Everything will be clearer from him onward." But Roma shook his head and held his hand out. Juliette passed him the blade beside her, the very same one he had stabbed her with, and he cut the thread at the end of his stitching. "I can't," he said shortly. "My hands are full." As you can see, his jaw tightened, and he inclined his head toward the other end of the alley where Elisa was keeping guard. "The blood feud is whittling us down alongside our mass casualties from the madness. I fear sending resources into finding the blackmailer will only incite more attacks, and while I hear you have your vaccine already, we'll give it to you. Samples, papers, take it to your labs to recreate." Roma's look of vexation faded for complete surprise. It didn't take him long, however, to shake himself from his stupor and get back on task with a frown, retrieving a bandage from the box and laying it over Juliette's shoulder. "You have permission?" "Of course not," Juliette scoffed silently. In what world would the Scarlet Gang be willing to pass their vaccine on to the White Flowers? No one in that gang did anything out of the goodness of their hearts, unless a good heart could bring in a fortune on the black market. Aloud, Juliette only said, "No." Roma narrowed his eyes again and pressed down too hard on the bandage, not entirely by accident. "I somehow doubt that you are willing to betray your people, Juliette." "It is not betraying my people," Juliette said, taking the stinging sensation. "It is going against my father. My own people will not suffer if the White Flowers suffer less too. Your loss is not my gain." Roma taped down the bandage. Seeing that he was done, Juliette used her uninjured arm to reach for the fabric of her dress and yank it over the wound, congratulating herself for not letting out a pained shriek. "Isn't it?" Roma asked. He shifted behind her again and reached for her zipper, but he did not immediately pull it up. His fingers hovered there, a hair's breadth away from her skin, yet she could still feel the proximity like a physical touch against her bare back. Not when it comes to the madness. Juliette's throat was dry. She could not see his face. She did not know how to read this. "I can help you orchestrate a break-in." Roma suddenly pulled the zip up. "But in return, give me the monster in the White Flowers. I will get to the root of this." She felt his warm breath curl around her neck, as heavy as everything unsaid between them. A sudden pressure came on her other arm then, and she realized Roma was helping her stand. Almost as one, they rose upright, following the path of the breeze as it blew into the alley and swept skyward. Juliette turned around. The wind settled. By all means, it was cold in that alley, but she couldn't feel it. Her coat was in 2 pieces on the ground, and her dress was torn at the back. Roma's jacket was kicked aside, soaked with blood, and his sleeves were pushed up his arms, kept away from his stained hands. When they stood like this, close enough that their heartbeats were in conversation, Juliette did not know what coldness was. "Agreed?" she asked, her voice almost a whisper. Roma stepped back. Like that, the chill crept in, swirling the front of Juliette's dress, raising goosebumps all along her arms. "For the vaccine," Roma said. "Agreed. One more day of survival. One more day of Roma letting her off the hook without putting a gun to her head. How long could she keep this up? How long before she either caved or just let him shoot his very bullet?" Juliette bobbed her head in a mock curtsy, turning to go. Only then Roma held his arm out, stopping her before she could take a single step. "Why did you do it?" he asked. "Why did you jump in front of Elisa?" Juliette's lips parted. "Because I cannot bear to see you hurt, even when I am the one hurting you the most." She wanted to say it aloud. It was on her tongue. It burned the whole length of her throat, begging to be let out. What was the harm in another secret between them? What could they not withstand if they had already fought a monster and the stars themselves? Then Elisa from the other end of the alley called, "We've got people incoming. Juliette, perhaps you should go." Juliette heard the voices too. They were still some distance away, but keenly audible, overlapping one another in Russian. Laughing, they spoke of dead Scarlets, of her people falling to the ground with their lifeless eyes staring up at the sky. It was that which had Juliette remembering herself. It was that which jolted the truth back to the forefront of her mind like a slap to her face. This wasn't about fighting for love. This was about staying alive. "You ask why?" Juliette said quietly. She swallowed hard, leaving nothing but lies studded in her mouth like extra teeth. "It stopped you from trying to kill me, did it not? I keep telling you, Roma, I need your cooperation."
In an instant, the tentative readiness for peace fled from Roma's expression. He was a fool if he thought the truth would make it easier. It would only tear them apart to think that this could end any other way, both of them consumed by the blood feud. "Thursday," Juliette said. The white flower voices were getting closer. "Chen Huang Miao at the 9th hour. Don't be late." Juliette walked away before the other white flowers could happen upon the alley, before Roma saw the tears rise to her eyes, utterly, utterly frustrated that this was what they had been reduced to. Roma breathed out, kicking his bloody jacket. It was unsalvageable, but he hardly cared. "Roma!" one of the white flowers exclaimed, seeing him in the alley. They looked between him and Elisa, noting the blood on Roma's hands and his haggard appearance. There was definitely a bruise or two on his face after his fight with Juliette. "What are you doing here? Leave us!" he snapped. The white flowers hurried away without another word. Slowly, Elisa walked back to him, cocking her head to the side. Instead of hurrying to ask what had just happened, she started packing up the first aid box. Gosh, Roma hissed aloud. He had her, right here. He could kill however many bodies he wanted on the streets, land perfect shots upon the Scarlets that ran at him with knives, but none of that mattered if he couldn't strike a killing blow on the heart of the Scarlet Gang, on Juliette. Revenge on disposable parts was not revenge at all, but cowardice. And maybe he was a coward. He was a coward who couldn't stop loving a wicked thing. "What was that all about?" Elisa asked plainly. Roma scrubbed at his hair. A dark lock fell into his eyes, covering his whole world in black. "I should be asking you if you're all right first," he sighed. "Are you hurt?" Elisa shook her head. "Why would I be?" She sat down, leaning up against the wall. Juliette jumped in front of that knife. She had. And Roma could not comprehend a single reason why, or at least one that made sense, no matter what Juliette had said. "So?" Elisa prompted.
Why were you trying to kill Juliet? Roma decided to sit too. He shuffled beside his sister like they were awaiting a bedtime story, not hiding out in an alley stained with blood. Well, 2 generations ago, her grandfather killed ours. Elisa wasn't buying it. Leave the blood feud out of this. You were collaborating with her, and then suddenly you're not. I've heard the rumors, the ones that seem logical and the ones that are so preposterous to be laughable. What is the truth? Roma pushed his hair out of his eyes. His pulse was still raging, his palms slightly damp. It's complicated. Nothing in this world is complicated, only misunderstood. Roma peered at Elisa, his nose scrunching. Elisa scrunched the exact same button nose back, and the siblings suddenly seemed like mirror images of the other. You are entirely too wise for your young age. You are 19. It is not far by much. Elisa tapped her knee. Does Papa know? It was his idea, Roma muttered. Seeing that he could not keep his sister in the dark anymore, he started at the beginning, from the moment Lord Montagov called him into his office to discuss the plan, and then the snide, knowing glance Roma had caught from Dmitri in the living room. The last of it was in Zhuzhuang, he finished. Then the Scarlets blew up our safe house, and I figured the alliance was called off. Elisa was staring at the wall of the alley, clearly mulling through the events. The gears in her head were turning, her frown deepening. She wouldn't be able to make sense of anything. It was a waste of energy to try. I almost wanted to stay. Elisa's frown disappeared quickly, surprised by his sudden pivot. In Zhuzhuang? She snorted. It's so quiet. We need a little quiet. This city is always so loud. Roma tipped his head up, staring at the flurrying clouds. The desire to run had been pulling at the edge of his mind for years, a constant whisper surrounding the idea of escape. He remembered one late night leaning on his windowsill, his cheeks still smarting from Lord Montagov's discipline, wishing he could pick himself up and fade into a life somewhere outside these city boundaries. He wanted air that didn't smell like factory smoke. He wanted to sit under the cover of a large tree, lean upon the trunk, and see nothing but green for miles. Mostly, that night in 1923, he wanted Juliet back, and he wanted to take her and run, far from the clutches of their families. Only he also knew exactly what that meant, leaving the white flowers without an heir, carving open a space that any hateful soul could fill. It is loud because you listen, Elisa said. It is loud because everybody's always talking at me. Roma sighed, pressing the heel of his bloody palm into his eyes. Constant demands from the white flowers, constant demands from his father, constant demands from the city itself. I entertain that it must be nicer to live simply instead, to catch fish and sell it on the fresh market every day for livable wages, instead of trading mounds of opium for amounts of cash we'll never need. Elisa thought on it. She pulled her legs up to her chest and leaned her arms on her knees. I think, she said, that is something you say because we have been rich all our lives. Roma smiled tightly. Indeed. They had never been born for a simple life, and so they did not deserve it either. It had taken generations to climb to where they were now, and who was Roma to throw it away? All the same, that part of him never seemed to go away. The part that wanted to run, the part that wanted a different life. If only he could erase every memory of his earlier years, maybe he could erase these thoughts too. But he would always remember, lying in a park with Juliet, 15 and carefree, his head in her lap and her lips pressing a soft kiss to his cheek, the grass under his fingers and the birds fluttering in song on the branches above him. He would always remember that little nook where nothing could disturb them, a world of their own, and thinking, this is the only complete happiness I have ever felt. It was that part of him he could never kill, and when Juliet was stitched into those memories like a finished hem, how could he ever kill her? A sound came from the other end of the alley then, a pebble skittering across the pavement. Seconds later, Benedict came into view, frowning at the sight of his 2 cousins on the ground. What are you doing? We need to go. Roma got to his feet without argument,
nudging the first aid box out of sight and reaching a hand out to Elisa. "Come on." He ruffled her blonde hair as she stood, the two of them trailing after Benedict as they made their way home. It wasn't until they were trekking back into White Flower territory and Elisa started dragging her feet upon the gravel that Roma suddenly blinked, his eyes coming to the back of Benedict's head. He hadn't thought much about how his cousin had found them, but now, as Benedict chided Elisa to walk properly and stop ruining her shoes, he realized that he had heard no footsteps before Benedict's approach. So how long had Benedict been lingering outside the alley, listening to their conversation? As it turned out, when Lady Cai said that she needed accompaniment to the city temple in the afternoon, she meant the very minute noon passed, and now Juliet was late. When the car came to a stop, Juliet leaned into the rearview mirror and retouched her hair once more before tumbling out, searching for her mother and her cousins. She tried not to bristle when, indeed, she found Rosalind and Kathleen alongside her mother, as well as Tyler with a group of his men. Since his stunt with the safe house, the Scarlets had praised him with vigor. She was having quite some trouble doing the same. "We almost thought you wouldn't come," Rosalind said as Juliet joined her, eyes still fixed on Tyler. He was cleaning his pistol, twisting a cloth roughly along the barrel.
If he wasn't careful around the trigger, it was going to go off, and then one of his men would have a hole blown through the stomach. I didn't think everyone left so early. Her mother had sighted her now and was coming this way. What is Tyler doing here? He came with your mother, Kathleen supplied, standing to Rosalind's other side with her arms crossed. Extra protection for the walk. Juliet tried not to grit her teeth so hard. She was going to put a crack in her jaw at this rate. "Ready?" Lady Cai asked, smoothing her chapeau down and waving them along. Tyler stayed put where he was, his men spreading out along the entrance into the temple walls, but Juliet gave him one last look before turning and following after her mother. "So, I heard an interesting rumor." In synchrony, Juliet and Rosalind lifted a foot over the protruding threshold into the temple. Any time Juliet needed to do this to enter a building, she could gauge its age, gauge that it had been built before the roads were entirely smooth and the people had needed to protect against the possibility of floods. The temple itself was a quaint building, but a vast courtyard circled its perimeter, protected by tall, sun-faded walls with two golden gateways to the north and south, each facing the sides of the dusty red temple. Rosalind's eyes slid over. "Quoi? Une rumeur?" Juliet repeated, perhaps with an unnecessary bout of flourish as she switched to French, too. "Floating around the city. You know better than to—" Rosalind stopped suddenly, looking beside her. When Juliet turned too, she realized it was because Kathleen had stalled behind, pausing just after the entranceway, looking around the courtyard. It appeared like she was waiting for something. "May," Rosalind called. "You okay?" A small smile played at Kathleen's lips. "I'm fine." Juliet and Rosalind waited for her to catch up, walking again only when Kathleen had fallen back in step. They passed a silver xiangluan that was so enormous it looked like a giant bowl fitted with an awning. 3 women stood around it to light their incense, delicately holding their sleeves so as not to get caught in the flames in the basin. "We were just talking about Rosalind's lover," Juliet said to Kathleen. "Shh!" Rosalind immediately hissed, her gaze snapping up to make sure Lady Cai hadn't heard. "Then it is true!" Kathleen exclaimed. "Do the both of you want to yell any louder? No one here understands us, c'est pas grave." Juliet bounced in her step. "Why haven't you told us? Where did you meet?" Rosalind's expression tightened. "You really should not trust what the whispers say." "Rosalind!" Kathleen sounded stern now, as if she just wanted an answer. "Why are you being so secretive about this?" "Because—" Rosalind swept another look around. By then they had almost reached the temple building, trailing far behind Lady Cai, who was climbing the steps up. There was no one around them, no one to overhear their conversation, even if they happened to speak French. "Because?" Kathleen prompted. And all in one breath, Rosalind said, "Because he's associated with the white flowers, okay?" Juliet felt a sudden lump in her throat. The smell of incense permeated the entire courtyard. getting stronger with the closer they approached the temple. It clotted in her nostrils, almost choking her airways if she didn't just exhale. "That I didn't expect," Kathleen remarked evenly. "Here I was thinking it was politics, and you gave me blood feud instead." Meaningfully, Kathleen caught Juliette's eye. Rosalind didn't know about Juliette's past with Roma, but Kathleen had some idea, even if it was not the full picture. "It's not ideal," Juliette finally choked out, speaking from personal experience. From very, very personal experience. "If my parents find out?" Which is exactly why they won't. Rosalind lifted the edge of her chapeau, starting up the steps. Kathleen made to follow, but Juliette's skirts swished around freely at the knees. "We were first introduced in a bar on neutral territory, and I only ever see him in places that switch between scarlet and white flower just about every second day. Give it some more time, and I'll have convinced him away from the white flowers. No one has to know." Juliette tried to shake off her terror. She nudged her cousin, hoping that a faked brightness would inject real energy into her outlook. "No one has to know," she echoed. "We'll help you write, Kathleen." Kathleen, on the other hand, was not afraid of grimacing. She didn't even try to look happy. "Oh, I suppose. It's a dangerous game, Rosalind, but we're on your side." It was a dangerous game, but nowhere near as dangerous as the one Juliette was playing. She had to remind herself that it wasn't the same, that Rosalind could be happy, that they didn't all have to end in bloodshed. "The three of you walk so slowly," Lady Cai said when they finally caught up. Inside the temple, the daylight seemed muted, stopping outside the open doors like it didn't have an invitation. Instead, the red of the shrines took on its own glow, casting the temple in a warm sheen. "Merely taking in the parameters, Mama," Juliette replied. Lady Cai blew out a short breath like she didn't believe her. "I see the client. Don't go far, Juliette." "Maybe." Her mother waved her hand at the far wall, where a smattering of women knelt in front of symbolic deities. They would Kato 3 times, foreheads briefly touching the floor mats, then plant their incense into the shrines. "Qiu shao xiangba?" Juliette scoffed. "I think the ancestors might strike me down if I initiate any contact with them. I'll just wait here. Kathleen and Rosalind can go if they want." Kathleen and Rosalind exchanged a glance. They both shrugged. As Lady Cai left to approach the client, Juliette's 2 cousins found their own incense sticks and went back outside to light them, leaving Juliette to wander about the temple. "Don't be offended, ancestors," Juliette murmured under her breath. "I'll bring you a few extra oranges next time." She cast a glance at her mother. The meeting seemed mundane, 2 women speaking to each other about matters designated as more delicate than their husbands could handle. The woman handed over a stack of papers. Lady Cai scanned through them. Juliette turned back to the shrines, chewing on her thoughts. A Frenchman? A monster? A blackmailer? Communists? Nationalists? Civil war? A vaccine ready to circulate? She simply wasn't working with enough information. All she had was conjecture. No names, no sources. And while she was supposed to be thinking about fixing the state of the city, she was thinking about Rosalind's plight too, and how unfair it was that even after the blackmailer was gone, the city would always be divided. Juliette scanned their surroundings again, patient as her mother's conversation went on. It was this time that she sighted the long pew in the corner of the temple, and became fixated there. As Juliette stepped closer, she saw one girl seated alone, reading a small book. Something about her blonde hair was familiar. Juliette stiffened. She spared another glance over at her mother to ensure Lady Cai was not looking her way. Then, as quickly as she dared, hurried over to the pew. "Roma Montagov," Juliette hissed. "This is Scarlet territory. What are you doing here?" Elisa's head jerked up, her eyes widening. She slapped her book closed as if the illicit activity at present was her reading. The girl winced. "I wasn't going to stay long. I just didn't think anyone would care about the blood feud in a women's temple." "Okay, but..." Juliette looked around again. "Why? Why are you here?" Elisa blinked, seeming to realize that Juliette's panic was not over her presence alone. She had tried to seem tough, but now her expression was tightening in confusion. "We had a funeral in the cemetery a few streets over. I got tired of standing, so I snuck away." "The cemetery a few streets over?"
Juliet tried to envision the layout of the city in this region, knowing immediately which cemetery Elisa was referring to. In her head, she traced their route out, assuming attendees were to move from that section of White Flower territory and into the east of the city, where most of them lived. No matter what, they needed to pass the front of the temple, where Tyler was currently waiting with all his men. Juliet spat a curse. "Who was present, Elisa? Your father? Inner circle?" By now, Elisa had gotten to her feet. Juliet's concern was scaring her. No, not Papa, but Roma and Dmitri. A bullet went off in the distance, outside the temple walls. To anyone else, it could have sounded like a rickshaw crash or a food cart coming up hard against the sidewalk. But Juliet knew better. She shot off, tearing through the courtyard, already reaching for the weapons on her body. By the time she was approaching the gate of the temple walls, the scene was already unfolding before her. 20, 30 gangsters, and civilians. So many civilians nearby, looking stunned. Too many civilians for gunfire. Too many likely victims of stray bullets. The gangsters in the brawl had realized too, else there wouldn't be so many going at hand-to-hand combat now. Else there wouldn't be a White Flower half-strangling Tyler, almost pressing her cousin to the floor. Without slowing in her run, Juliet jumped over the threshold of the temple entrance and pulled the knife sheathed at her thigh. When she threw, the blade pierced into the White Flower's neck smoothly, striking its target with nary a sound before the White Flower pitched sideways and fell. "You're welcome," Juliet snapped, coming to a stop in front of Tyler and holding out a hand. Tyler grinned. He gripped her fingers and stood. "Thank you, dearest cousin." "Duck!" Juliet dove to the side without questioning it. A White Flower lunged forward, and Tyler engaged. But as Juliet spun around, still locked in her crouch, her gaze shot through the chaos and locked right with another figure who had paused in the fray. "Really?" she muttered. "Roma." A sudden prickle of an idea occurred to her. As Roma marched forward, locked on her for a target and probably intent on running a dagger through her heart, Juliet formed her plan. He wouldn't respond to her messages, wouldn't work with her any longer, but she needed him. Who better to know whether there was a White Flower sect collaborating with the communists than Roma Montagov, heir of the White Flowers? If he would speak to her only to fight the blood feud, then Juliet would use the blood feud. Juliet shot to her feet, trying to make a break for it. She could cut an easy path through the brawl. She could stay low and dart through that empty pocket of space. Someone grabbed her by the back of the neck. Juliet sensed a blade, or something, about to come down on her, and her hands launched up. She pulled, yanking the arm over her shoulder until she heard a socket pop. Her attacker shouted. Just as he tried to bring the knife in his other hand down, Juliet darted out of the way and spun around, pressing her forearm against her attacker's neck, both of her feet braced against the concrete road. It wasn't Roma who had grabbed her, it was Dmitri Voronin. A quick snap of her eyes confirmed Roma was still trying to fight through the thick of the brawl, but he was on the move toward her. "Juliette Cai," Dmitri greeted, acting like they were exchanging pleasantries. "I heard you grew up a socialite. Where did you learn to grapple like a street urchin? I gather you don't know much about socialites." Using his height against him, she hooked a foot behind his knee, grabbed a fistful of his hair, and slammed Dmitri's head into the ground. She kept moving, emerging from the fight and scanning the temple walls quickly. Elisa had followed her out, peeking from the archway of the temple entrance. Juliet shot a look over her shoulder. Roma was still watching her. "Good, come with me." Elisa blinked, taken aback by Juliet's sudden appearance before her. "What?" Without waiting for an answer, Juliet hauled Elisa by the arm and took off. Benedict awoke in the morning with his head pounding something awful. It was the glare of light in his eyes that had roused him out of sleep,
and it was the glare of light now worsening the ache at the base of his skull, the feeling reverberating outward and down his spine like some skeletal menace was pinching at his nerves. "Christ," he muttered, lifting a hand to block out the sun. Why hadn't he pulled his bedroom blinds before going to sleep? Benedict bolted upright. When had he even gone to sleep? The moment he started to move, his shoulder pulled with a sharp discomfort, and he glanced down to find a small pool of blood on his sheets, entirely dried by now, having seeped from the shallow wound. Benedict rolled his arms around gingerly, testing the extent of his injuries. He was stiff, but otherwise fully functioning, at his usual level anyway. The wound had closed on its own, and he had no clue how long he had even been lying here, letting his body knit itself back together. Flabbergasted, Benedict pulled his legs to his chest, resting an arm on his knees and pressing the flat of his hand into his forehead, trying to push the headache back. He tried to visualize the last thing he could remember, and all he saw were bullets in the night, the raging inferno of the safe house in the background. He had been charging toward a Scarlet, pistol in his hand. And then, nothing. He had no idea what happened next. He didn't even know where his gun had gotten to. "How is that possible?" he asked aloud. The house did not answer him. The house only stirred with his voice, shifting and exhaling in the way that all small spaces did every once in a while. Suddenly, so viciously that Benedict was almost bowled over, he caught the faintest whiff of a scent, of gunpowder and pepper and deep, musky smoke. Benedict shot to his feet. Marshall! The pain came to him all over again, like the first morning he had awoken and remembered that this apartment was empty, that Marshall's room was empty, that his body had been left to cool on the floor of an abandoned hospital. Benedict was losing it. He could smell him, as if he had been here, as if he weren't gone. With a ragged inhale, Benedict yanked a new jacket out of his wardrobe and tugged it on, hardly bothering to go easy on his throbbing shoulder. What was the point? What was one more point of pain against the whole smorgasbord? He was a very walking collection point for grievances and grief. He closed all the doors in his apartment 3 times, then walked the short distance to the main Montagov residence, letting himself in. Before any of the white flowers in the living room could take notice of him, Benedict was slinking up the stairs, climbing to the 4th floor. Unprompted, he walked into Roma's bedroom, shutting the door after himself. Roma jumped, immediately whirling around on his desk chair. He had a cotton pad in his hand and a mirror in the other. There was a wound on his lip, running scarlet red. "I was looking for you all night," Roma snapped, throwing the mirror down. "Where the hell did you go? I thought you were dead in a ditch." Benedict slumped onto Roma's bed. "I don't remember." "You don't—" Roma stood, then rested his hands on his knees, his voice pitching up 10 octaves. "Remember? I guess I hit my head and got myself home. You were there 1 second and nowhere the next. The fight hadn't even dispersed before you were gone. I almost got flayed because I kept looking around and searching." Benedict got to his feet too, cutting his cousin off. "I didn't come here to argue with you." Roma threw his hands into the air. He was exerting so much energy in that one motion that his cheeks flushed with color. "I am hardly arguing with you." Silence.
Roma's expression shifted from annoyed to thoughtful to grim within the span of seconds as the 2 Montagovs stared at each other, having a silent conversation with nothing but facial expressions. They had grown up together. No matter how far they were pulled apart, the language of childhood was not one easily forgotten. "You can't keep working with Juliet," Benedict finally said, tearing right into the wound of the matter. "Not after this, not after what they did to us." Roma turned away, placing his hands behind his back now. He was buying time. He only paced when he couldn't puzzle through his answers. "This whole thing was orchestrated," Roma said in lieu of an answer. "The blackmailer struck again, had us think the Scarlets were responsible, had the Scarlets think we were." "I know it was orchestrated. I'm the one who figured it out," Benedict cut in, seconds away from giving his cousin a hefty shake. What part of this was hard to understand? What part of this was hard to see? But her people chose to set those fires. Her people burned children to death. Roma swiveled around. Juliet is not her people. And Benedict snapped. Juliet let your mother die. Juliet killed Marshall. His voice crashed across the room with the same intensity of a cannon, landing with complete devastation. Roma rocked like he had been physically hit, and Benedict, too, clutched his stomach, bearing the kickback of his words. That was the central point which they could not forgive. Even mothers could be forgiven in a city soaked in blood, but Marshal Seo could not be. I know, Roma spat. The volume came unwillingly, like he hadn't wanted to shout, but that was the only way this conversation could be tolerated. I know, Benedict. God, don't you think I know? Benedict laughed. It was the most humorless sound, somehow blunt and bladed at once. You tell me, because you sure act like everything can be forgotten, gallivanting off with her like this. He was my friend, too. I know you two were a hell of a lot closer, but don't act like I didn't care. You don't get it. Benedict couldn't think past the roar in his head, could hardly breathe past the twist in his throat. You just don't get it. What, Benedict? What could I possibly not get? I loved him. Across the room, Roma exhaled out once, letting the rest of his anger go in that short breath. Quick as his surprise came, it was gone in the next beat, like he was kicking himself for being surprised at all. Benedict, meanwhile, put his hand to his throat, like he could swallow his words, could return them inside his lungs where they once lived undisturbed. He shouldn't have said that. He shouldn't have said anything at all. But he had said it, and he didn't want to take it back. He meant it. I loved him, Benedict said again, softly this time, only to feel what those words tasted like on his tongue a second time. He had known all along, hadn't he? It was only that he could not say it. When Roma looked over, his eyes were glistening. This city would have destroyed you for that. It has destroyed me anyway, Benedict replied. It had always taken and taken and taken. And this time it took too much. Roma strode toward him. For half a second, Benedict considered that Roma was coming to attack him, but instead his cousin drew him into a fierce hug, arms as steady as steel. Slowly, Benedict returned the embrace. Doing so felt like seizing a gasp of his childhood, plainer days when his biggest worry was the sparring mat and whether he was going to get the wind kicked out of him. It never mattered, even if he did. Roma always helped him back up again. "I'll kill her," Roma whispered into the quiet of the room. "On my life, I swear it." Roma felt the prodding sensation on his shoulder first, then the stiffness in his bones, then the terrible, terrible pain shooting through his head. "Christ!" he hissed, jerking awake. As soon as his vision cleared, he sighted the black boot responsible for the prodding, attached to the last person he wanted to encounter while slumped on the floor. "What the hell happened?" Dmitri Voronin demanded, his arms crossed over his chest. Behind him stood 3 other white flowers. They were inspecting the storage unit with particular attention, eyeing the bullet holes studded into the walls. "Juliette Cai happened," Roma muttered, hobbling to his feet. "She knocked me out." "It looks like you're lucky she didn't kill you," Dmitri said. He smacked his hand on the wall, rubbing charred grit and dust onto his palm. Roma didn't bother saying that all those bullets were his. It was not as if Dmitri were actually here to help. He had probably gathered his reinforcements as soon as he heard about the Grand Theater rocking with gunshots, frantic to be where the chaos was. Dmitri Voronin had been everywhere these few months, ever since he missed the showdown at the hospital and had to piece together afterward what had gone on between the White Flowers and the Scarlet Gang. Like everyone else, Dmitri Voronin would not be left out of the next big showdown. At the sound of any disturbance in the city, no matter how slight, so long as it involved the blood feud, he was now the first on the scene. "What are you doing here?" Roma asked. He touched his cheek, wincing at the bruising that had spread. "My father sent me."
Yes, well, that was not a great decision, was it? We saw the merchant outside having a nice chat with Kathleen Lang. Roma bit back his curse. He wanted to spit it to the ground, but Dmitri was watching, so he only turned away, picking up his fallen pistol. No matter. Tomorrow is a new day. It's time to go. You will give up like that? This is Scarlet. A whistle blew outside, echoing up and down the maintenance stairs. This time Roma did curse aloud, tucking his pistol away before the Garde Municipale barged into the storage unit, their batons out. For whatever reason, the enforcement saw the white flowers and decided to direct their attention to Dmitri, eyes pinned on his weapons. "Lâche le pistolet," the man at the front demanded. His belt glinted, metal handcuffs catching the low light. "Lâche-moi ça et lève les mains." Dmitri did not do as he was told, did not drop the gun dangling casually in his grip, nor put his hands up. His refusal seemed to be insolence, but Roma knew better. Dmitri did not speak French. "You don't control us," Dmitri snapped in Russian. "So why don't you go on and—" "Ça va maintenant," Roma interrupted. "J'ai entendu une dispute dehors du théâtre. Allez l'investiguer." The Garde Municipale officers narrowed their eyes, unsure if they should follow Roma's instruction, if there was truly an incident outside to tend to, or if Roma was only making up lies. It was indeed a lie, but Roma only had to snap "Go" again, and the Garde Municipale scattered. That was who he had worked so hard to turn into. That was who he was doing everything in his power to stay as. Someone who was listened to, even when the officers were Scarlets. "Impressive," Dmitri said when it was just the white flowers again. "Really, Roma, it is most—" "Shut up," Roma snapped. The effect was immediate. He wished he could feel some satisfaction at the red that rose up Dmitri's neck, at the amused smirking from the men that Dmitri had brought along, but all he felt was empty. Next time, don't come prancing into foreign-controlled territory if you don't know how to deal with the foreigners. Roma marched out, overly aggressive in his stride, as he took the maintenance stairs back down to the ground floor. It was hard to say what exactly had him this worked up. There was so much boiling beneath his skin. The merchant slipping away, the strange assassin in the stalls, Juliet. Juliet. He stomped extra hard coming out of the theater, squinting up at the gray clouds. A jolt of pain came from his arm then, and his hand flew to the cut that Juliet had made, thinking he would find a clump of blood as rancid and dead as his feelings for her.
Instead, as he rolled his sleeve up gingerly, his fingers came upon only smooth fabric. With a start, Roma stopped at the side of the pavement. He peered at his arm. It had been finely wrapped, secured with a bow. "Is this silk?" he muttered, frowning. It looked like silk. It looked like the silk of Juliet's dress, torn from the hem. But why would she do that? A horn blew from the road, drawing his attention. The car idling there flashed its headlights, before the chauffeur at the driver's seat stuck his arm out and waved at Roma. Roma remained unmoving, his brow furrowed. "Mr. Montagov," the white flower finally hollered after a long minute, "can we go yet?" Roma sighed, hurrying to the car. There were 22 vases scattered around the Cai mansion, all of them filled with red roses. Juliet reached out to cup one bud in her palm, her finger sliding along the delicate petal's edge. Nightfall had long passed outside. The hour was late enough that most of the servants had gone to sleep, shuffling to their rooms in their nightgowns, bidding Juliet a good rest when they passed her in the hallway. She figured they had spoken only because it would have been strange not to acknowledge the scarlet heir, lying on the floor, arms splayed and legs propped upright on the walls as she waited outside her father's office. The last servant had bidden her well more than half an hour ago. Since then, she had stood up and started pacing, much to Kathleen's annoyance. Her cousin had remained seated primly on an actual chair the whole time, a folder waiting on her lap. "What could they possibly be talking about?" Juliet grumbled, releasing the rose in her hand. "It's been hours. Move it to another day." Lord Cai's office door finally opened, revealing a nationalist taking his leave. Months ago, Juliet would have been curious about the meeting, would have asked for a briefing. Now the sight of nationalists coming and going in this house was so common that she hardly cared. It was always the same. Squash the communists, whatever the cost. Riddle them with bullets, break up their labor unions. The nationalists didn't mind how the Scarlets did it, so long as they achieved their objectives. The nationalist hovered at the doorway, then turned back, as if he had one more thing he forgot to say. Juliette narrowed her eyes. The sight of nationalists had grown familiar to her, true, but this one. There were stars and badges galore decorating his uniform. A general, perhaps? Testing her limits, Juliette held out her hand for Kathleen to take. Kathleen, albeit confused, accepted and picked up her folder, both of them walking toward the nationalist. No more warlords. The nationalist flicked an imaginary piece of lint off his military uniform. And no more foreigners. We enter a new world, and whether the Scarlet Gang enters with us is a matter of loyalty. Yes, yes, Juliette interrupted, squeezing past him and pulling Kathleen along. Blessed be the Kuomintang, wan sui, wan sui. She started to push at the door. Juliette, Lord Cai snapped. Juliette stopped. A glint had entered her eye. The same sort that came about when the cooks brought out her favorite meal. The same sort when she spotted a diamond necklace she wanted in the window of a department store. Present and reporting, she said. Lord Cai leaned back in his large chair, folding his hands over his stomach. Apologize, please. Juliette bobbed an unbothered curtsy. When she looked at the nationalist, he was observing her carefully, but it was not the leer of men on the streets. It was something far more strategic. Please accept my apologies. I trust you can find your way to the door. The nationalist tipped his hat. Though he offered her a smile, as was polite, the expression stopped entirely before reaching his eyes, merely crinkling his crow's feet without any sign of warmth. Of course. Pleased to make your acquaintance, Miss Cai. He had not been introduced to her, so they had not made an acquaintance at all. Juliette did not say this. She merely closed the door, then rolled her eyes in Kathleen's direction. So tiresome. When you're on your way out, then leave. Juliette, Lord Cai said again, with less bite now that the nationalist was no longer present for Juliette to be a pest in front of. That was Shu Yang, General Shu. Do you know who he is? Have you been following the papers and the advancement of the Northern Expedition at all? Juliette winced. Baba, she started. She dropped into a seat opposite her father's desk. Kathleen silently followed suit. The Northern Expedition is so terribly boring. It will determine the fate of our country. Okay, fine. The reports are so boring. General so-and-so took this segment of land. Army Division so-and-so moved this far up. I practically cry in excitement when you send me to strangle someone instead. Juliette clasped her hands together. Please, just let me do the strangling. Her father shook his head, not bothering to entertain her theatrics. His eyes only swiveled toward the door thoughtfully. Pay attention to this, Lord Cai said slowly. The Kuomintang is changing shape. Heaven knows they are no longer pretending to cooperate with the communists. We can afford carelessness no longer. Juliette thinned her lips but did not get smart with her response. Revolution was coming, she couldn't deny that. The Northern Expedition, that was what they called it. Nationalist troops marching north through the country, fighting the warlords that ruled regions in fragments, seizing territories in an attempt to piece China back together. Shanghai would be the stronghold, the last piece before the current poor excuse of a national government was utterly ousted. And when the armies came, there were no warlords here to defeat. There were only gangs and foreigners. So the Scarlet Gang needed to get on the right side before they arrived. Of course, Juliette said. Now, she gestured for Kathleen to go on. Almost hesitantly, her cousin leaned toward Lord Cai's desk, gingerly passing the folder in her hands. You were successful? Lord Cai asked, still speaking to Juliette even as he took the folder from Kathleen. You'd better frame that contract, Juliette replied. Kathleen almost got in a fistfight for it. Kathleen nudged a subtle elbow into Juliette's side, a warning in her expression. By normal circumstances, Kathleen couldn't look stern even if she tried, but the room's low light helped.
The miniature chandelier dangling from the ceiling was dialed to the dimmest setting, casting long shadows up against the walls. The curtains behind Lord Cai's desk were undrawn, blowing faintly because the window was open the smallest crack. Juliet knew her father's old tricks. In the dead of winter, as it was now, the open window kept the office chilly, kept every visitor on their toes when they took off their coat to be polite and ended up shivering. Juliet and Kathleen kept their coats on. "A fist fight," Lord Cai echoed. "Lang Salin, that's not like you." "There was no fist fight, Gufu," Kathleen said quickly, shooting another sharp glance at Juliet, who only grinned in response. "Merely a scuffle between some people outside the Grand Theater. I managed to extricate the merchant, and he was thankful enough that he was willing to sit down at the hotel next door for a cup of tea." Lord Cai nodded. While he scanned the handwritten terms, he made a few noises of approval here and there, which, from a man of silence, meant the business deal had lifted his mood. "I didn't know the specifics on what we wanted him for," Kathleen hurried to supply when Lord Cai closed the folder, "so the language is rather vague." "Oh, no bother," Lord Cai replied. "The Kuomintang are after his weaponry. I do not know the specifics either." Juliet blinked. "We're entering a business partnership where we don't even know what we're dealing?" By all means, it was not any big matter. The Scarlet Gang was used to trading in human labor and drugs.
One more illicit item only added an inch to what was already an infinitely long scroll, but to trust the Nationalists so wholeheartedly? "And on that matter," Juliet said suddenly, before her father could answer her question, "Baba, there was an assassin after the merchant." Lord Cai did not react for a long moment, which meant he had already heard. Of course he had. Juliet may have had to wait hours before she could see her own father, slotted at the bottom of a waiting list filled with nationalists and foreigners and businessmen, but messengers could come and go at a whim, slinking into the office and whispering a quick report into Lord Cai's ear. "Yes," he finally said, "it was likely a white flower." "No," Lord Cai frowned, his gaze darting up. Juliet had jumped in with her disagreement rather quickly and empathetically. There was a white flower present who was also trying to make an acquaintance with the merchant, Juliet explained. Her eyes darted to the window unwittingly, eyeing the golden lamps humming in the gardens below. Their light made the rose bushes glow with warmth, a far cry from the real biting temperature at this time of night. Roma Montagov. Her eyes flicked back, swallowing hard. If her father had been paying attention, the speed at which she sought his reaction would have given away her guilt immediately, but her father was gazing off into space. Juliet let out her exhale slowly. A curious matter on why the white flower heir was after the merchant too, Lord Cai muttered, half to himself. He waved his hand then. "Nevertheless, we need not worry about an amateur assassin, likely a communist, or any faction opposing the Nationalist army. Well, have scarlet men protect the merchant from now onward. No one would dare another attempt." He sounded certain. Still, Juliet chewed her lip, not so convinced. A few months ago, perhaps no one would dare upset the Scarlets. But today? Has there been another letter? Lord Cai sighed, lacing his fingers together. He said, "Selin, you must be tired." "It is my bedtime, yes," Kathleen replied easily, taking the cue to leave. She was out in seconds, the office door closing behind her before Juliet could say goodnight. Her father must know that she would merely fill Kathleen in afterward about what was going on. She supposed it made him feel better to think the rest of the family wasn't getting involved in this, that the fewer people knew, the less likely it was to explode into a troublesome matter. "The blackmailer strikes again," Lord Cai said, finally retrieving an envelope from his desk drawer and passing it to Juliet. "The largest sum yet." Juliet reached forward, first examining not the letter inside, but the envelope itself. It was the same each time. Utterly plain and remarkable, save for one detail. They were all postmarked from the French concession. "Tiens na," she breathed, pulling out the letter and reading its contents. A truly outrageous amount. But they had to send it. They had to. She tossed the letter back onto her father's desk, letting out a tight breath.
Back in October, she thought she had killed the monster of Shanghai. She had shot Qi Ren, watched as the bullet studded into his heart, and the old man seemed to crumple in relief, freed from the curse that Paul Dexter had set on him. His throat had split open, and the mother insect had flown out, landing on the wharf of the Bund with finality. Then Kathleen found Paul Dexter's letter. "In the event of my death, release them all." And the screaming followed immediately. Juliet had never run faster. All the worst-case scenarios flashed through her mind. 5, 10, 50 monsters ravaging the streets of Shanghai. Each and every one of them a starting point of infection, their insects flying from civilian to civilian until the whole city was dead in the gutters, throats torn to shreds and hands bloody to the wrist. Instead, Juliet found only one dead monobeggar, by the looks of him, slumped up against the exterior of a police bureau. The screaming had been the shopper who'd spotted him, and by the time Juliet arrived, the small, panicked crowd had already dispersed, wanting to avoid interrogation if the Scarlet Gang became involved. Dead men on the streets of Shanghai were as common as starving men, desperate men, violent men. But this one had been murdered, his throat slit right down the middle, and next to him, pinned to the wall with the bloody knife that did it, was the insect that had flown out of Qi Ren. To any other observer, or to the police detective who would later examine the scene, it was nonsensical. To Juliet, the message was clear. Someone was out there holding on to the other insects that Paul Dexter created. They knew what the insects did and the damage they could wreak if released. The first blackmail letter, demanding a sum of money in exchange for the city's safety, came a week later. They had been coming ever since. "Your thoughts, daughter," Lord Cai said now, his arms relaxed on either side of his chair. He was watching Juliet carefully, cataloging her reaction to the demand. He asked for her thoughts, but it was plain that her father had already made up his mind. This was merely a test to ensure that Juliet's judgment aligned with the correct course of action, to ensure that she was a good heir, fit for leading the Scarlet Gang. "Send it," Juliet replied, swallowing the tremor in her voice before it could escape. "Until our spies figure out where these letters are really coming from and I can put the blackmailers 6 feet underground, we keep them happy." Lord Cai remained quiet for a second, then another. He reached for the letter, let it dangle between his fingers. "Very well," her father said, "we send it." Elisa had fallen back into her old habits, eavesdropping in the rafters. She was crammed inside that ceiling space above her father's office again, having crawled down from a broken crevasse between the drywall in the sitting room of the 3rd floor. "Ouch," she muttered, moving the weight of her body off her knee. Either she had grown taller in these last few months, or she still wasn't fully recovered from lying in a coma for weeks. She used to be able to squeeze herself small enough that she could squirm along these rafters, then drop into the hallway outside her father's office when she wanted to leave. Now her limbs felt awkward, too stiff. She tried to lean down, but her balance tilted immediately. "Gosh," Elisa whispered, gripping the rafter hard. She was 13 now. She was allowed to curse. Below, her father was deep in discussion with Dmitri, him behind his desk, Dmitri seated with his feet up. Their voices, unfortunately, were soft, but Elisa had sharp hearing. "Curious, is it not?" Lord Montagov asked. He had something in his hands, perhaps a note card, perhaps an invitation. No threat, nor violent action, merely a demand for money. "My lord," Dmitri said evenly, "if I may, I would argue that the message is rather threatening." Lord Montagov scoffed. "What? This old line?" He flipped the paper over, and Elisa confirmed that it was indeed a note card, thick and cream-colored, expensive. "Pay up, or the monster of Shanghai resurrects. It is tomfoolery. Roma destroyed that wretched monster." Elisa swore she saw Dmitri's jaw twitch. "I hear that the Scarlets have already received multiple threats, starting from months prior," Dmitri insisted. "They have paid the amount demanded each time." "Ha!" Lord Montagov turned towards his window, opting to observe the street below. "How are we to know it is not the Scarlets pulling this, a scheme to loosen the gold in our pockets?" "It is not," Dmitri replied surely.
A beat passed. Then he added, "My source reports that Lord Cai believes the threat to be real." "Interesting," Lord Montagov said. "Interesting," Elisa echoed up in the rafters, so quietly that she was audible only to the dust motes.
How would Dmitri know what Lord Cai believed? Then the Scarlet Gang are merely made up of fools, which we have known all along. Lord Montagov threw the card to the floor. Forget it. We are not paying an anonymous blackmailer. Let them do their worst. It is marked from the French concession, Lord Montagov interrupted, before Dmitri could get another word in edgewise. What are the French to do? Will they walk themselves here and intimidate us in their iron suits? Dmitri had no further leeway to argue. He merely leaned back into his seat, lips pursed, thinking for a long moment. "Indeed," he said eventually. "Whatever you believe to be correct, then." The conversation turned to the White Flower clientele lists, and Elisa frowned, wriggling along the rafter. Once she was far enough from her father's office not to be overhead, she slowly eased herself down a thin gap in the wall to emerge in the hallway. This house was a Frankenstein-esque experiment in architecture, multiple apartment blocks mashed together with barely finished stitching. There were so many nooks and crannies above and below various rooms that Elisa was surprised only she alone used them to get from place to place. At the very least, she was surprised no White Flower had accidentally pressed up too close to a wall and fallen through the floorboards when they trod upon a loose tiling. Elisa started up the main stairs, taking them two at a time in her hurry. The plain necklace dangling at her clavicle jumped up and down with each of her hard steps, cool against her flushed skin. "Benedict!" Elisa exclaimed, coming to a stop on the fourth floor. Her cousin hardly paused. He pretended not to see her, which was ridiculous because he was walking right for the staircase, and Elisa was still standing at the head of it. Benedict Montagov was a wholly different person these days, all gloom and dark frowns. He may not have been the happiest person a few months ago either, but he lacked a certain light in his eyes now that made him seem like a complete marionette, moving through the world at command. Mourning periods in this city were often short affairs. They came in rapid succession, like cinema showings ushered in and out of the theater to make room for the new. Benedict was not only in mourning, he was half dead himself. "Benedict?" Elisa tried again. She stepped in his path so he couldn't wind past her. "There are honey cakes downstairs. You like honey cakes, right?" "Let me through, Elisa," he said. Elisa stood firm. "It is only that I haven't really seen you eat, and I know you no longer live here, so maybe it occurs outside of my sight. But the human body needs nourishment, or else—" "Elisa," Benedict snapped, "get out of my way." "But now." A door flew open. "Don't yell at my sister." Roma was calm when he stepped into the hallway, hands behind his back like he had been patiently waiting at his door. Benedict made a noise deep in his throat. He spun to face Roma with such menace that Elisa would have thought the two to be enemies, not cousins of the same blood. "Don't tell me what to do," Benedict said. "But, wait, you seem to only have something to say when it doesn't matter, don't you?" Roma's hand jerked up to his hair on instinct, before his fingers halted an inch away from his newfound style, unwilling to mess up the gel and the effort. Roma had not broken as Benedict had not shattered into 1,000 sharp pieces to cut anybody who got too close, only because Roma Montagov had swallowed it all inward instead. Now Elisa looked at her older brother, her only brother, and it was like he was being corrupted from the inside out, turning into this boy who wore his hair like a foreigner, who acted like Dmitri Voronin. Each time their father lavished praise on him, clapping his shoulder solidly, Elisa flinched, knowing it was because another dead Scarlet had been discovered on the streets with scrawls of vengeance beside the body. "That's unfair," Roma said plainly. He had little else to counter. "Whatever," Benedict muttered, pushing past Elisa. She stumbled ever so slightly, and Roma rushed forward, calling after their cousin, refusing to let him have the last word. But Benedict did not so much glance back while he took the stairs down.
His footsteps were already thudding along the second floor by the time Roma neared Elisa and took her elbow. "Benedict Ivanovich Montagov!" Roma yelled down. "You—" His frustrated insult was drowned out by the slam of the front door. Silence. "I just wanted to cheer him up," Elisa said quietly. Roma sighed. "I know. It's not your fault. He's having some difficulties. Because Marshall is dead." Elisa's words were heavy, thick, a terrible weight sliding across her tongue. Hard truths tended to be that way, she supposed. "Yes," Roma managed, "because Marshall is—" Her brother could not finish his sentence. He merely looked away and cleared his throat, blinking rapidly. "I must go, Elisa. Papa is expecting me." "Wait," Elisa said, her hand snaking out and snatching the back of Roma's suit jacket before he could start down the stairs. "I heard Papa's meeting with Dmitri. He—" Elisa looked around, making sure no one else was nearby. She lowered her voice further. "Dmitri has a mole in the Scarlet Gang. Maybe even their inner circle. He's been siphoning information from a source direct to Lord Cai." Roma was shaking his head. He had started shaking his head before Elisa had even finished speaking. "Little good that will do us now," he said. "Be careful, Elisa. Stop eavesdropping on Dmitri." Elisa's jaw slackened. As soon as Roma tried to ease his jacket out of her grip, she only tightened her hold, not letting him leave. "You're not curious?" she asked. "How did Dmitri put a spy into the inner circle of the Scarlet Gang?" "Maybe he is simply more intelligent than I am," Roma interrupted dryly. "He knows how to cite when someone is a liar and can establish his lie." Elisa stomped her feet. "Don't mope," she said. "I am not moping." "You mope," Elisa insisted. She looked over her shoulder again, hearing a rustling on the third floor, and waiting for whoever it was to retreat to their room before speaking again. "Another thing I thought you would want to know. Papa received a threat. Someone claims to have the ability to resurrect the monster." Roma lifted a single dark brow. This time, when he eased his jacket out of Elisa's grip, she let go, seeing no point in accosting her brother any longer. "The monster is dead, Elisa," he said. "I'll see you later, yes?" Roma walked away, his saunter casual. He could have fooled anyone, in that tailored suit and cold stare. But Elisa saw his fingers tremble, saw the muscle in his jaw twitch when he bit down too hard to keep his expression steady. He was still her brother. He wasn't gone entirely.